mentioned about the assistance with those clouds. Franklin taking full advantage, bowling wicket to wicket, nibbling it around.
Works that away, Sarah, and plays pick up one more. And you might, if you have either lived under a rock for a long period of time, or this is one of your first times watching a bit of women's cricket, in which case you're very welcome to, be wondering why I was saying that the Bryces are effectively 4 players in one. Well, they're both incredibly good batters. Sarah's one of the best keepers around, and Catherine's incredibly handy with the ball too. Full toss, slightly got away with that. Catherine Bryce just guides it out to deep square leg. Emma Jones does the fielding, and Franklin's over concedes 6, 27 for 1 off 4.
Yeah, massively got away with that. We saw the boundary second ball of the over, and that should have been another one there. It was on the pads, wasn't it? So a leg side full toss, not put away. Good bit of fielding from Jones in the end. Got the ball back in nice and quickly. Fortunate to get out of that with only 6 coming from it, Franklin. She's gone for 9 through her 2 overs, 26 for 1.
Remember, this one of 4 Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games going on across the country today. Sunrisers 17 without loss after 3, having won the toss and chose to bat against Thunder at Chelmsford. Western Storm are 14 without loss after 4 against the Vipers at Hove, after the Vipers put them in. Farrant starts another over, just blocked back out to extra cover. And Sparks have chosen to bat against the Diamonds at Scarborough, and Sparks are 14 for 1 in the 5th.
How old is old?
How old is old?
Yeah. Paige Schofield is 28. Does that make you old?
I'm gonna sit behind Bryony Smith's words on this one. He's Farrant. Bumper, and again, it's a reasonably well-controlled pull shot from Catherine Bryce. Knew that there was deep square leg out, so didn't want to hit it hard. So if you have just joined us and you're wondering what we've gone to here, Bryony Smith told me at the toss that Paige Schofield was out because she had a back niggle, and in Bryony's words, to be clear, not the words of yours truly, before this gets misunderstood,
or me,
or Jamie Reed next to me, Bryony said she's got a back niggle, she's old, Paige. Oh, beautiful shot, square drive. That is Sarah Bryce at her brilliant best. A little too full, a little too wide from Farrant, but my goodness me, Sarah Bryce capitalises on it.
Brilliant shot. Yeah, a little bit of width on offer, put away with aplomb. Brilliant bit of work. And just because we love Bryony, we'll just add a little bit more context to that. 28 for me is old because I am old. Is young, sorry, because I am old. But there are some very, very young members of this Stars squad, so you can see why she said what she said, or what she did.
Yeah, a few that, of course, were involved in that England Under-19 World Cup squad last year. That's turned straight to Franklin at short mid-wicket, and they've learned from that mistake. Blaze, no run that time.
Franklin's in nice and short there, isn't she? Wanting to try and restrict that single. She's already got the run out. Very impressive to pick up that run out. Good to see Farrant getting an opportunity back in the side this season after those 2 injury-ravaged campaigns.
Again, not trying to hit the ball hard, but timing it out to the cover rope, Sarah Bryce, and this is ominous early signs for the Stars. When both Bryces get going, it's a heck of a problem for a bowling attack to have.
It's a good rate, isn't it? Nearly up at 7.5 already. You're always going to have a good flow of runs, you would say, in the power play overs, which are for the first 10 in this competition. You can't, of course, have the fielders out, only a couple, and that does make it difficult and makes it easier for the batters, but they're picking their spaces nicely, and as Michael says, super exponents.
Blocked back by Sarah Bryce, who, if anyone feels good on a particular ground, 5 overs gone 36 for 1. but isn't necessarily their home ground. Sarah Bryce will have that more than most, because it was here last season in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy Eliminator where there was a huge deluge of rain for hours and hours, and eventually Blaze had to come out and try and knock off a relatively small total in a rain-reduced game, and Sarah Bryce smashed 34 of 26, including a straight 6 down the ground, to seal victory for Blaze and take them to the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy final. So she'll have the positive memories of that stored up when arriving at Beckenham today, no doubt. Fielded by Moore in the covers. (5-4) for Franklin here, with a deep cover and a deep square leg.
At the far end of the ground from where our broadcast position is, one or two people making their way into the grandstand. A reminder that entry is free here at Beckenham.
Sounded good off the bat from Catherine Bryce, straight out to Stonehouse. Deep cover, who, when she does get the ball in her hand today, I'm sure will want to just remind everyone of her undoubted qualities, having been very unlucky to not play in either game at finals day last weekend.
Yeah, the frustrations of being in a very talented playing squad. I think Bryony summed that up nicely.
Off the outside edge, straight to Gregory along the ground. Didn't push at it with hard hands, Bryce, which meant that wasn't ever in any risk of being caught.
No, just straightened up, wasn't she, the batter, and it's a very, very good bit of work by the bowler, so you have to say a tip of the hat to Phoebe Franklin.
Oh, that's nicked between slip and keeper. As Davidson-Richards is visibly frustrated, is threw a cap down on the ground in disappointment, and Sarah Bryce gets a fortunate 4.
Very fortuitous. Difficult for the slip fielder because you're going at it with your left hand. We'll just get the chance to see it again.
Yeah, it's bisected them.
Great power as well, in fairness. I mean, it is fortuitous, it really is, but when it's hit with that great pace.
Sarah was looking to get that through more of a backward point region though. Worked away for one more.
Well, the chat in the dressing room would have been early inroads. Make sure you get into that middle order as quickly as you can. And the Stars will be aware of the quality of the two Bryces. So to pick up one of these two relatively early, you just fear that they're both getting into the groove.
Catherine Bryce plays that one straight at mid-wicket. End of the 6th over. 6 gone, 42 for 1 off 6. You do sometimes hear yours truly allude to them purely by first name. It's simply for the ease of the fact that if one was to follow the traditional commentary parlance of referring to players by their surname, you would be quickly rather confused with the two of them out there. Sarah, the taller of the two.
I love the fact that they both use similar grip, or the same grip as well, and the Gray Nichols bats. Very, very impressive.
They just helps make them harder to pick apart. Not identical twins quite though. That's nurdled away through fine leg. That will be 4. Nothing that Corteen-Coleman can do about it. That's it. A nice traditional cricket shot, going with the angle of Franklin and using it against her. Franklin just straying onto the pads. It's a low risk boundary option.
Yeah, we just get the chance to see it again. As soon as it's on the pads, you just got to get a little bit of a connection. You just got to turn it round the corner, which she did. And Corteen-Coleman then is chasing more in hope than expectation.
Guided out to Davidson-Richards at mid-on. No run. This a rematch of when these sides met earlier on in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy campaign, when Stars won very comfortably by 8 wickets with 26.5 overs to spare. Blaze were bundled out for 126, and they only even got that far thanks to a stand of 77 for the last wicket. Kirsty Gordon making 41, Grace Ballinger 25. Straight drive back at Farrant. Gordon's unbeaten 41, at least salvaged a bit of respectability, but Stars chased it very comfortably. Farrant smashed 68, not out. Bryony Smith with 34. Stars comfortable victors, but Blaze ultimately beat Stars in the most important meeting between the two this season, which was that final at Derby 8 days ago in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Bumper from Farrant, real effort ball. Hit hard straight to deep square leg for 1. Stars had beaten Blaze when they met in pool play in the T20 competition. Pretty comfortably again. Stars winners by 5 wickets with almost 5 overs to spare. When the sides met 3 weeks ago at Derby, Blaze all out for 84. Emma Jones thrashing 30 not out in the chase. Slightly mistimed by Catherine Bryce. Came off the inside half of the bat. Good areas from Farrant, probing away.
Well, it's been a better over this. I know there was a boundary off the first, but only 5 runs from the 5 balls that have been bowled. Unusual from Farrant. She's been slightly expensive through the 4 overs that she's bowled.
Another bumper from Farrant, that time left alone by Catherine. End of the 7th over, 5 off it, 47 for 1, and having lost Graves to that run out for just 9, it's a very solid rebuilding job on here for the Blaze, with Sarah Bryce right now in particular looking in fine fettle.
Yeah, Sarah Bryce moving along nicely, 27 from 22. Bryce has come in at that fall of wicket, 9 from 12, 7 gone. 47 for 1 is the score. We are in the power play for these first 10 overs. Davidson-Richards to continue at slip, and there are sweepers either side of the wicket.
Sarah Bryce just covering up, blocking that one. Slip is still in play, and gone to a 6-3 field now as opposed to 5-4, which Franklin has had for all of her spell up until this point. Square leg and a deep cover, the 2 allowed out. Just under 3 overs left of power play. Nice length from Franklin, and it has Sarah Bryce wafting at it outside the off stump. It's quite clear Sarah Bryce in particular, is eager to continue her power play counter-attack here.
And I think that makes sense when you're seeing the ball so nicely.
Floater, little slow ball from Franklin. Out to deep cover for 1, so Sarah Bryce moves on to 28 off 25. I was watching her very closely warm up pre-game, and consisted of a lot of driving full tosses and half volleys in the V into the net. It's one of the things you sometimes forget, even with the very best players. It's about nailing those basic core skills. So that's squirm through Cranston. Chase needed by Stonehouse. Do only take 1 in the end. Good arm from Stonehouse.
Yeah, Stonehouse is a superb fielder out in the deep, quickly on the go, because she knew as soon as it went past the reaches of Grandstone, she had to shuffle away to the left. She did it very successfully. That's what you want fielders to understand the game, work exactly where the batters are in terms of positioning, and then chase accordingly.
Nicely struck by Sarah Bryce, back foot guide. Again out to Stonehouse, who's been a bit of a ball magnet out there early doors. 50 up for Blaze in good time, with 1 ball left of the 8th over.
Yes, a good point. There will be one or two maybe that haven't touched the ball in the field, and Stonehouse has certainly dominated. The ball's been following her.
It's a bit of a jab from Catherine Bryce. Didn't quite time that as she might have liked. End of a good over from Franklin. Just 3 singles from it. 50 for 1 off 8.
You just had the opportunity to see that white marquee on the screen as we saw that wide angle. That's exactly where we're viewing from here. We are at the county ground in Beckenham, where the Stars won the toss and elected to field. It meant that the Blaze would have first use of the wicket here. This Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy is back, and a big opportunity now for Stonehouse. She's going to get her chance, and you get the feeling that she's really going to want to try and take it after what happened just over a week ago.
Yeah, Alexa Stonehouse, a massive part of the Stars T20 campaign. Here she comes. Well, for a similar kind of angle to Farrant. Does tend to get a little bit more bounce and relies a touch more on that than swing, but can certainly get the ball to move too. Having been an important part of the Stars Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, was really unlucky to not play in either game on finals day. We'll have to re-bowl that one though, just over-correcting from the offside wide.
Chloe Hill back in behind the stumps.
Georgia Redmayne has got a niggle. I just handed Hill the opportunity. Again, Stonehouse just struggling for a radar. 3 wides in a row to start that spell.
Yeah, it's just trying to zone in on an area. You can see the frustration there. She's disappointed in herself. Alice Davidson-Richards, who's been there, just has a quiet word. Tells her to compose herself and not to worry, which is good advice.
Back of the length. LBW shouts, it looked high. That is one thing we can see from long on. Gone in up into the thigh pad and was swinging back. Stonehouse has got a big smile on her face. Is clearly having a chuckle about something.
Well, fortunate to bowl an excellent delivery there, which it was.
Into the pads again, but not even a hint of an LBW appeal about that one. That's more a ball that against a player of Catherine Bryce's quality, you're pretty relieved and surprised given the form she's in to get away with a dot.
Well, it shows the quality of the armoury within the South East Stars ranks, that you can have 2 left-arm bowlers bowling at this Beckenham end.
Back of a length, nicely bowled. Catherine Bryce rightly just keeping her bat inside the line of that one. Well, it's the luxury of a side with so many good all-rounders. You end up almost spoilt for choice in terms of where you turn to with the bowling attack. Bryony Smith herself doesn't bowl as much these days as she used to for the Stars, but did turn to herself on finals day last weekend. Another wide from Stonehouse. Just not quite settled into a rhythm here.
No, it's been the Bertie Bassett over, hasn't it? The licorice all sorts. We've seen some real good deliveries, we've seen some wides, and it's keeping Chloe Hill on her toes behind the sticks.
Just getting her alignment consistent, Stonehouse. Just trying to settle into that. It's a better ball. Comes off the pads of Catherine Bryce.
Well, the good balls that we've seen have been very impressive. And that shows when you look at the bottom there in the graphic, you can see that.
Yeah, so far it's been a long over without quite turning into an expensive over. There hasn't actually been a run off the bat. Nibbled away straight to short fine leg. Won't get anything for that. gorgeous. Save your legs. No need to move for that one. Catherine Bryce in full float.
Yeah, in the slot, just outside off stump and put away from the sign of a player who's perfectly on top of her game, and Bryce certainly is 14 from 19. Always nice to have someone you know so well out in the middle with you. 29 from 27, ticking at the other end very nicely. The run rate's dropped to just over 6.5 and over, but you still feel with these two here it could be a very, very tough order and a difficult chase.
Yeah, they're looking to settle in for a long partnership. Signs are that it might well be. Here's Franklin bowling her 5th over. Sliced straight towards Gregory at a short backward point, and it might just have dipped. And it bursts through the hands and ends up going all the way for 4. It looked like it might well have been a catching chance.
I wasn't sure if it fell short or just get the chance to see again. Inconclusive from that sort of range, but you have to think to yourself, they're never easy, because if you dive forward and it goes past you, you look a little bit foolish.
I think there was just a moment where it was having to make that snap decision. Open to face, guided out to Cranston this time at point, and it was awkward in the way it travelled off the bat of Sarah Bryce, the trajectory of it. When it slices like that, it can spin, it can hold up. Blocked by Sarah Bryce. Just 3 balls left of the power play. Been passed a note from our esteemed colleague Jamie Ramage from Deep Extra Cover, who's been trawling through the stats. This is comfortably set to be the Blazers' best power play in the competition this season, and it's no coincidence that that comes in the first game this season where they've had the Bryces. Straight at short with Wicket that time, and just 2 balls left thus far in the campaign in that 6-game block back in April and May. 14 for 3 against the Sparks at Edgbaston, 27 for 6 against the Stars at Leicester, 30 for 2 against the Sunrisers at Chelmsford, 43 for none against the Diamonds at Scarborough. Play and a miss from Sarah Bryce. And then in the last couple, 49 for 2 off the power play Blaze were against the Thunder at Trent Bridge. And then at the same venue, 52 for 1 against the Storm in their last Heyhoe game back on the 8th of May. And they're now, by comparison to those scores, sitting pretty at 63 for 1 with 1 ball left of the power play. The Bryce rebuilding job is very much on. And they'll get more from the final ball of the power play. They'll get 4. It's off the outside edge. Sarah Bryce was looking to guide this through the deep third area, but we had a perfect view from our position at deep third that certainly came off the edge in the end and went finer than she wanted it to. Davidson-Richards was briefly interested at slip. It runs away for 4. 67 for 1 off 10, and worryingly, a bit of rain seems to have started falling.
Well, that's a 50 partnership between these two. They came together with the score on 14 for 1, and they batted very, very nicely together. They know each other's strengths, and not that there's many of them, but weaknesses you would have to say as well. Franklin, well, that's disappointing to concede a boundary with the first and last ball of the over, because she's bowled quite nicely. She's only gone for 27 halfway through her set, 5 bowled. Stonehouse to continue.
Swipe and miss outside the off stump.
Indeed, yes, 10 overs up. The power play has concluded. Thank you very much indeed for those 10 overs from Michael McCann alongside. There is a little bit of light drizzle falling here at Beckenham. That's a glorious shot. Worked out to the fielder at deep cover. They'll take 1 and come back for the second. Long way out there as it's thrown back into Hill by the sweeper on that side. Bryce takes her score on to 16 and the ground staff are ready.
Yeah, great arm from Emma Jones, but nothing she can do to stop the second there. One thing, again, both Bryces do so many of the basics so well. They're both absolute whippets between the sticks. Very good runners.
Stonehouse has gone for 10 into her second over. Here she is running up past the umpire, and that just pushes the batter back, and we're just going to be pushed back slightly. 1 second.
Trying to keep out of the rain with various electronic cables.
We'll make Michael a honorary engineer for that little bit of expertise. This one onto the pads of Bryce, who tickles it round the corner, takes one. Alice Davidson-Richards just loses it momentarily. In fact, it's Tilly Corteen-Coleman down there. She quickly fizzes it back in.
Do at moments like this feel for our production team, Jake, working very hard behind the scenes trying to make sure that no electronic equipment gets harmed by the elements. It wasn't actually forecast to be any real rain around today. Hopefully it's just a passing shower.
Yeah, fingers firmly crossed. This is leg side and the fielder isn't going to cut that off. Kaylia Moore is out there at deep square leg, but there's absolutely no chance of stopping that. Hit with great ferocity. We'll get the chance to see it again. Stonehouse just goes leg side here in the slot and put away expertly. Two players moving along very nicely. Bryce going through the range, Sarah Bryce that is, 41 from 34. And Catherine's ticking nicely at the other end. You just get the feeling, even though it's difficult to control this ball, it's a wet ball, it's hard for the bowler. A wicket needs to be picked up here because these two can move through the gears effortlessly.
Yeah, the 12 has just run a few rags out there for various fielders to have in their hands to try and keep that ball dry. Easier said than done.
Stonehouse at the top of her mark. She's going to run up past the umpire. Jack Shantry is standing at this Beckenham end, and that's been fizzed in down the leg side. We have seen a little bit of this from Stonehouse. It's the first wide of the over, but she strayed and struggled with her accuracy in her first.
What a take that is from Chloe Hill. That's not easy for a keeper when someone's bowling left arm around. You've got to dive down the leg side, and there was late swing on that ball past the bat too. Quite very impressive keeping.
Yep, indeed, diving away to the left like that. Very, very elegant. 75 for 1 the score. And here is Stonehouse to complete this latest over. That might just beat the two fielders. It has. It's going to race away down to the deep square leg boundary, and there's going to be 4 more runs added to the total. And Bryce is now just 5 away from what will be a deserved half century.
Yeah, she's flying along here, Sarah Bryce. Stonehouse has not really found any rhythm in those 2 overs. She's conceded 20, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bryony Smith for now decides, given the smorgasbord of different bowling options that she's got, if she ends up changing Stonehouse for now, there will be a change at the City end.
Yep, little bit of spin. TCC coming on, Tilly Corteen-Coleman. Just taking 1 or 2 instructions from Smith, the captain.
Yep, she was the talk of the town at finals day at Derby last weekend. Has had one heck of a campaign, of course, signed by Charlotte Edwards in the 100 before she'd even played for the Stars, and then has been a massive part of the Stars story this season, particularly in the T20s.
Yeah, a tall left arm spin bowler, gets that little bit of bounce, gets that height, and that's exactly what you want to see. She starts with a dot first up, and the Bryces will both be respectful of Corteen-Coleman for the career that she's had so far, even though it is only in its infant stages. She's on her way once more, and again the same outcome. This time it goes to Tash Farrant at extra cover. Bryce is watchful, and Corteen-Coleman, who does have a good repertoire at that end where Sophie McClelland is standing, as this one's worked out to Stonehouse at deep cover, and picks up a single.
And I'm reasonably confident this is Tilly Corteen-Coleman's first bowl in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. She played
It
a
is,
game
yes,
earlier on in the
indeed.
campaign, but she didn't bowl.
No, that's fair comment. Kate Cross and Alice Capsey returning as England bowled first against New Zealand in the second ODI. Here at Beckenham, it's Stonehouse in action once more, trying to stop that second. And that's a good bit of work from the fielder at deep cover to restrict it to 1. 2 dots, 2 singles from Corteen-Coleman so far.
It is easy to forget you're watching someone that turned 17 on August the 23rd. Still only 16.
Yep, she's not even able to drive yet.
That's one way of
Amazing.
measuring it.
Yeah, I think that is a good way of measuring it when you look how difficult it is. You can't do that until you turn at least 17, and she's only 16 years of age, and she's playing out there on the big stage. Very well done, Corteen-Coleman. Another single here, which just brings Catherine Bryce back onto strike, and
Yeah.
she's going to end the over with a dot.
And you mentioned that England set-up. You get the feeling that we're going to be seeing her on plenty of much bigger stages very soon. Of course, we'll be playing, as mentioned, for Charlotte Edwards in the 100, and you sense that you are watching a true future superstar of women's cricket.
Yeah, you don't have to be a genius to work that out. I think there's going to be a change of bowling here. It looks like Emma Jones might get an opportunity. She's been fielding out in the deep so far. Good all-rounder Emma Jones, 88 on the back. Just confirmation that there is the change of bowling from this Beckenham end. We know she can hit a long ball. When we were at the Kia Oval for one of the Charlotte Edwards games, she hit the ball a long way. Big towering 6. What has she got in her armoury here with the ball in hand? She starts with a very quick one, just bending the back, and that's almost beaten Bryce for pace. Great ball first up.
So the consensus, speaking to a few players around the traps with Emma Jones, is that in terms of pace, she's right up there. The raw materials are all there. Sometimes can be a touch erratic, but when it's her day, it's an extremely exciting all-rounder.
Absolutely, very strong shoulder. You can see that. It's a relatively modest approach to the wicket, in fairness. It's only a short little run-up, but when you can bowl with that kind of ferocity, you've got that kind of power, you can bend your back to get that quicker one and send it through. Great skills.
Yeah, she's forced her way into the Stars team at the back end of the T20 campaign.
82 for 1. Here she is at the top of her mark and running up past the umpire. She sent that one down the leg side. We'll see it again.
And it's great credit to her that she's managed to do that, because it's been a Stars team that across both formats this season has been very successful, but she came in against the Sunrisers at Lords and picked up a couple of wickets and has never really looked back, and had various good all-round displays, including against the Blaze when the Stars won at Derby 3 weeks ago.
Here's Jones again, bowling a bumper, and just ducking underneath it was Catherine Bryce.
That was a low-scoring game where Blaze were bowled out for 84. Sarah Glentop scoring with 21. And then in the run chase, Jones smashed 30 not out of 15 to see Stars to victory, sealing it with a straight 6.
Well, the intricacies of the British weather, I think we might now have a little bit of sun. It's certainly getting a little bit warmer. Has that been nicked? No is the answer. It's raced past the outside edge. Catherine Bryce thought about nibbling. Jones has bowled a good set here.
Jones, who turns 22 in August, and is getting her first Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy bowl of the season here.
2 balls to go in the over. The run rate just over 6.5. That's down the leg side. We're going to see that one again. Let's just have a look at what's happening around the country. The Sunrisers taking on Lancashire Thunder. Sunrisers batting first, 48 for no wicket. Grace Scrivens, who's been very impressive so far, 25 not out, scoring at a good clip. Southern Vipers are playing Western Storm. Storm batting first, 45 for 1. They've had 12 of their 50. Good delivery on the pads of the batter here. They'll race through for a leg bye. Maybe a bit of bat involved there. The umpire not signalling. So 45 for 1 through 12 in that fixture. And Northern Diamonds against Central Sparks. Sparks are having first use of the wicket and they're currently 60 for 1 into the 14th of their overs, and Chloe Brewer is 37 not out. Another single picked up here down to Stonehouse at backward square leg. One more run added to the total takes the score on to 86 for 1, 13 done.
Yeah, this partnership is worth 72 and counting. Sarah Bryce is dominated. These two have both got very good cricket smarts, and they're good at understanding when it's one's day or the other. Catherine has been more inclined just to generally look for singles and give the strike back to Sarah, who seems in particularly good flow here.
Tilly Corteen-Coleman smiling as ever, always has that smile on her face as this one is worked out to deep point. Stonehouse again in the field. She's got the sunglasses there on the top of her head. Most of the fielders will have sunglasses, in fairness, if they're wearing their caps. You just think to yourself, it could be optimistic on a day like today, but you have to say, always think positively, as working away to her left hand side. Oh dear, is it going to run through the reaches of Stonehouse? She eventually stops it but concedes that second run. Corteen-Coleman a little bit frustrated. 2 runs added to the total takes the score on to 89, and Corteen-Coleman makes that gentle approach to the wicket once more and bowls a good delivery that has Bryce pushing forward. She'll be thinking about that half century. Just 2 away, and she'll get at least one of them here. She might get the second. I think she'll be able to turn. Good bit of work from Stonehouse out in the deep, but it is going to be a half century, and a very well judged half century as they race through for 3. Very, very impressive. Catherine Bryce picking up 3 runs there, taking her score on to 25. At the other end, Sarah Bryce 2 away from a half century, and she might get that opportunity now because she is back on to strike. Corteen-Coleman's got 2 to go in the over, and here she is bowling with a little bit of width to Bryce, who will pick up 1. Wants to try and turn and come back, but Stonehouse on the money here. They take 1.
This will be interesting for Corteen-Coleman because she bowled magnificently in the T20s, but it's a different skill bowling in a 50 over game.
It really is. To complete the over, this one just turned around the corner. It beats the fielder Danny Gregory and will race away to the boundary's edge. So runs are being plentiful here. Corteen-Coleman frustrated. She's generally so economical, but that's an expensive over. It's gone for 11, and the Blaze 3 away from the from the century now. They're 97 for 1 after 14.
In T20, you've got batters coming at you very aggressively, and so it's slightly different to the way the Bryce sisters are approaching Corteen-Coleman here. You can wait for a bad ball that you think is there to hit. You can have a look at a few. You don't feel that sense of pressure to score quite as much. Going at almost 7s here.
Yeah, it's a real good platform. Single here, and there is the half century. It's been a very, very good knock from Sarah Bryce, and you can hear the rapturous round of applause. She's batted very, very nicely here. Scored at a good rate, 41 balls for the 50.
Yeah, you are watching a master at work.
And confirmation, 9 4s contained within that half century. They'll next be looking to reach that 100 mark. They're just 2 away into the pads of this time Catherine Bryce from Jones, and they pick up 1 2 square leg.
The thing is as well, apart from that one nick between the keeper and the slips, it's come through just low risk, high percentage cricket shots and good accumulation, good running.
Well, it's an understanding of your game, and it's clever manipulation of the field. They've been very impressive in that regard. Here is the 100. Not the most convincing of strikes on this occasion, but they'll pick up a couple. Out it goes to the fielder in the deep, at deep mid-wicket, and there is the 100 coming up in the 15th over.
Yeah, Beckenham known as a good batting wicket, but even factoring that in, Stars would have hoped for a lot better having won the toss and chosen to bowl.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to see two batters moving along very nicely, as this one is just sprayed down the leg side. A good take again from Hill behind the stumps, and both of them are set fair. Certainly Sarah Bryce has reached 50. Her next target will be 3 figures, and Catherine Bryce just needs to try and keep her company, get through to 50, and then see where she can go for the Stars. They have to keep constantly re-evaluating. Good delivery that, just pushing the batter back. That quicker one banged into the surface, making it difficult for Bryce to come forward on that occasion. One or two more people just making their way in. I'm not sure the rain hasn't started again.
It has. Heavier than before as well.
Here is Jones to continue, bowling leg side of the wicket, and Stonehouse is on the move again. She's not going to cut it off, and that is Sarah Bryce at her best. Leg side put away very, very nicely, and that takes the score on to 106 for 1. Here's a chance to see it again.
Again, just a bad ball from Jones.
I think the ground staff might need to act very shortly if instructed to do so by the on-field umpires. This one again banged into the surface leg side, but it's straight into the reaches of Stonehouse. In and out it went, and that enabled them to get that second run. It just bobbled up, made it difficult for the fielder. 2 runs accumulated, and that is the end of the over. So 15 of the 50 have been bowled. The rate at 7.20, and the Blaze 108 for 1.
6 away from an 100 partnership, these two, and really has been a masterclass in batting from the Bryces.
And it shows that Sarah Bryce has been the aggressor, but Catherine's only scored 13 of those runs that have been put on. There's a think tank out in the middle there. Bryony Smith, Tash Farrant and the bowler Tilly Corteen-Coleman all chatting. Fred the weatherman says he's not happy, and nor are we, because there is a little bit of rain falling. Big LBW shout turned away by the umpire. Catherine Bryce facing up to Tilly Corteen-Coleman. And Corteen-Coleman, again, just confirmation from Fred that it's getting wetter, and there is a wicket, and that's a big wicket. Catherine Bryce has been bowled with that quicker ball by Corteen-Coleman. We know just how impressive she is. She loves taking wickets, and she's got one here.
Catherine Bryce was bowled by Tilly Corteen-Coleman for 30.
Just what players wouldn't have wanted, particularly when we might be just about to go after a rain delay anyway. The second wicket stand ends at 94.
The incoming batter for
Just trying to work that one through the offside.
Number 23, Marie Kelly.
And Tilly Corteen-Coleman has her first ever Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy wicket, looking to continue on her excellent form in the T20s into the 50 over competition.
Yep, it's going to be the first of many. Marie Kelly is the new batter, 28 years of age, getting an opportunity to come out after the wicket of Catherine Bryce, who was sent back. 108 for 2 is the score. That rain continuing to fall, but it's probably heavy drizzle, I suppose you would say, or has it got slightly lighter? What's the verdict, Fred? Heavy drizzle is what Fred says, so we'll go with that. Fred Atkins is with us from the ECB Reporters Network, acting as a weather forecaster.
Yeah, you can understand why the umpires are trying to keep them out there. Even now, it just looks like it might be getting lighter.
Yeah, the advice will be that it will pass. I'm sure of that. Corteen-Coleman to continue, getting the opportunity to bowl at Kelly, and that's just popped up. Presented an opportunity possibly for a caught and bowled. It would have been a difficult one. She doesn't have an outstandingly long follow through. Corteen-Coleman back at the edge of her mark. She's bowled the wicket taking delivery and 2 dots here so far. A little bit of width on offer, and it means that Kelly will get off strike here as she works the ball down to a wideish third. Picks up 1 and brings Sarah Bryce, who's been the aggressor in the innings so far. She scored over half of the runs. The rate very nearly 7 and over. Lots of youngsters are here today, which is always good. 1 or 2 dogs as well, which will please John Batham. Tilly Corteen-Coleman continues. He loves our little furry friends. As the ball goes out to Stonehouse in the deep once more. The Stars have certainly got value for money from her out in the field. Back in the side, of course, after missing out on finals day. She's been a key part of things so far this season, as has Corteen-Coleman after breaking in. And that is the end of the over, and another good one from the youngster. She's bowled 3, she's gone for 16, and crucially she's picked up the wicket of Catherine Bryce.
Yep, so that second wicket stand ended at 94. Now it's up to Kelly and Catherine to rebuild for Blaze. Catherine Bryce, who scored 106 runs across the 2 games at finals day, 44, and Blaze's semi-final win against Sparks in the first game of finals day at Derby, and then 62 in the final against the Stars. Emma Jones to continue. Rain is worryingly coming back and getting a touch heavier again.
Yeah, fair play to the umpires. They want to try and keep the players out there because they're hopeful that better weather is to come. This one just turned around the corner down to Corteen-Coleman, and they'll pick up a single. It's one of those kind of days you wouldn't go back out if you were in the pavilion, but the fact that you're out there, you'll try and stay out there, and I think Jack Chantry and Sophie McClelland should be praised for trying to keep the game going. There is a little bit of warmth in the air, which shows that the sun is there somewhere. The wind has just picked up a little bit, which will make it more difficult for the bowler, who's bowling down the leg side this time, and it's going to be 4 wides, you would think. 4 runs, in fact, so a little bit of bat involved there. Certainly beat me, but we'll get the chance to see it again. Let's rerun the fun.
It's taken a nick off something on the way through. You can see from the angle by which Hill was diving. Umpires clearly decided it was bat, as 12th is running on a few more rags to try and help keep the ball dry. The problem you get, of course, is that they then get wet, and then the whole thing becomes an unhelpful circle. Try and dry the ball with a towel that itself is pretty wet.
Yep, it's very difficult for Jones.
Of cricket in England.
Who's on her way once more, running up past the umpire. That's an excellent delivery. A big LBW shout waved away. You could see banged into the surface. It got big on the batter. And Kelly's done well to get away with that. Jones, big beaming smile. Good delivery.
Yeah, she's an exciting young all-round talent, Emma Jones.
Halfway through this latest over. 115 for 2 is the score. What can she produce this time? Well, she's put one on off stump. It's just got big on the batter again. Kelly has started brightly here, 5 from 6, looking to try and play to Bryce, who's 60 not out at the other end. That is the good fortune when you do come out early on and you've got a batter who is set. Jones here with that very gentle approach, and then you see that strong shoulder movement when she gets into that trigger. You know that she really can be expressive when she gets into that coil position. Very, very impressive, Jones. She's gone for 20, and I think Michael's summing up of her is probably about right. She bowls some excellent deliveries and then 1 or 2 4 balls, which always gives the batter a chance. She's not picked up a wicket so far. She's going to complete her 3rd over here. Into the surface it goes. This one was slightly uppish, but it's worked out to deep square leg. Stonehouse in the game once more. 1 run added to the total. 17 gone. 116 for 2 the score.
Yeah, very talented on and off the field, Emma Jones. Studied veterinary medicine at Cambridge, whilst on the field from a young age, playing a lot of cricket at Sawbridgeworth with her dad. And her brother has links to Hong Kong, but has turned down the chance to play for their national side, instead hoping to play for England one day. And you can see with her natural athleticism, her all-round abilities, why that could certainly be a prospect.
Yeah, she hits a long ball very impressive with ball in hand and a decent fielder in the deep, and when she does come into the ring there too. Corteen-Coleman, another fine exponent, just 16 years of age, starts this latest one. She's into her 4th over here and enticing the batter to take a couple of quick steps, Kelly, and get to the pace where she pushes the ball to the fielder Alice Davidson-Richards at mid-on. Another dot. Corteen-Coleman always has this strapping right the way down her left arm as she continues again, and this one's hit uppishly, just chipped over the head of the fielder at straight mid-wicket. Out it goes to Kalia Moore, the fielder in the deep, and they take another single.
Of course, Surrey fans will be relieved to know that Tilly Corteen-Coleman is one of the 10 Stars players already signed up to play for Surrey next season in the restructure.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would have been too surprised that they wanted her to get that biro in hand and sign the contract. That now has happened. Bryony Smith the first to sign up. There'll be a continue of names revealed as she bowls a quicker one, just drags one down, and out it goes to the fielder at deep cover for one more.
The likes of Paige Schofield, Alice Davidson-Richards, Alexa Stonehouse, Kira Chatley, Danny Gregory, Ailish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay all confirmed as at Surrey next season.
Corteen-Coleman to continue into her 4th over now and bowling into the pads of Bryce, who's seeing it nicely. 60 from 48. That is the end of the over. 18 have been bowled, and they're moving along very nicely, the Blaze. They've lost those 2 wickets. If you are just joining us, Teresa Graves was expertly run out. Good bit of work from Phoebe Franklin at mid-wicket. Graves sent on her way back for 9, 14 for 1 at that stage. We then saw a very impressive partnership between the Bryces before Catherine Bryce was the 2nd wicket to fall, bowled by Corteen-Coleman for 30, and that brought Kelly out into the middle to join Sarah Bryce, who continues to bat with aplomb. Jones to continue. And she runs up past Jack Shantry. The umpire bangs one into the surface and it races past the outside edge. That's an excellent delivery. She does have that ability to bowl that quicker delivery. Breaks out into a smile, looks a very focused cricketer, a good cricketer.
On the note of players being signed up for next season, of course Blaze have been busy. Next season Blaze will, broadly speaking, morph into Nottinghamshire.
As Jones continues. This one worked out to deep cover where they'll take a single. Kalia Moore does the fielding once more.
Already based at Trent Bridge, as they were last season for the first time, having previously been the Loughborough Lightning. 2 Bryces, Catherine and Sarah, have already put pen to paper, as has the captain Kirsty Gordon and Grace Ballinger, the quick bowler, as well.
Well, if you do collect football stickers and you get a gold or a shiny, that's what it must be like, knowing that the Bryces have signed up, because they're such great players, great team players, as well as their on-field performances. We're in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy here. We're watching the 19th over of the Blazes innings. A reminder that the Stars won the toss and elected to field. We've been able to stay out there throughout, despite having some rain falling at various points. Fortunately, it has stopped here as Jones continues and bowls one into the surface, which is picked by the batter and picked expertly. There's no way Stonehouse is cutting that off. It goes in front of square on the leg side and races away to the boundary's edge. Kelly into double figures. Let's see it again.
Yeah, Jones does like to go to the short ball. I think the potential problem with that on this surface is I don't think it's offering a huge amount of bounce. A lot of those short balls aren't quite coming up into that armpit kind of shoulder height that you want to be, and more of a comfortable kind of waist and belly button height where it's easier to play that pull shot.
Yeah, it doesn't look the quickest of wickets, as this one is banged into the surface again, slightly fuller, which meant that Kelly was looking to try and repeat the stroke, but it wasn't quite there. In the end, it just went to the fielder at square leg, and a dot ball is the outcome. We know how good Franklin is on that leg side. As Jones continues, sirens in the distance as this one again is leg side. It might just beat the two fielders. It does. It perfectly moves into the gap between the two of them, and Kelly showing that she wants to be in a hurry alongside Bryce for more runs to the total.
Just using the pace of Jones against her. Really stylish flick off the pads. Kelly looks in good touch, and the Blaze are going well here. It is a good looking batting wicket. It always is at Beckenham, but even factoring that in, Blaze will be very happy with this.
Yeah, I think you can almost settle in against a bowler. I wonder if you need to keep rotating. I think that needs to be what Bryony has at the front of her mind. Corteen-Coleman maybe will bowl a long set. Jones has bowled 4 now. Corteen-Coleman to continue. And it's just bowled into the pads of Bryce.
Well, you wonder with Jones having gone for 30 or 4 and with so many options.
Yeah.
She turns elsewhere now.
I certainly would look to try and do that. Gregory, of course, is there. You could go spin at both ends as they race through for a single here again. No real need to call. You just race through and you make sure you back up, which is exactly what Kelly did. Bryce put the thumb up just to say. Sarah Bryce, of course, a wicket-keeper by trade. Catherine, a genuine all-rounder. Both are genuine all-rounders, in fairness. They're brilliant at their own respective games. As we see another single here picked up by Kelly. Down the ground it goes to the fielder at long on. Alice Davidson-Richards, another option with the ball. She can bowl that heavy ball as well. Got that strong shoulder. A little bit of width on offer here. Should beat the fielder in the ring, and does. Another run for Bryce. Plenty of chatter out in the middle from the Stars fielders. As Corteen-Coleman continues. Again, just milking it by picking up singles, and then the boundaries. Well, throughout the innings they've been fairly plentiful as well. Stonehouse, the fielder here, as one more is added to the total. 4 from 5 so far in the innings. If Corteen-Coleman can bowl a good one here, this will be a moral victory for the bowler, and we've not seen too much of that. Again, pushed down to Bryony Smith, but it is a dot. 4 singles then from the over. Corteen-Coleman, as we've said so many times throughout this season, has bowled very nicely. 1 for 22 from her 5, and almost as if Bryony Smith and I are on the same radar, it is going to be Gregory.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Danny Gregory bowls 10 overs straight through here. That's what she tends to often do in the middle overs of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games. Will bowl her skiddy leg spinners. She tends to get more top spin than necessarily lateral movement. The one that actually genuinely moves quite a distance away from the right-handed batter is her variation ball. She's quite quick, doesn't get it above the eye line too often, so quite an unconventional bowler. Starts with a slightly short one, hit out to Farrant at deep mid-wicket for 1.
I'm fearful we might have a little bit more rain. Let's do an ATG and go around the grounds. Western Storm 77 for 3 through 18 of their 50. They're playing the Southern Vipers at Hove.
Davidson-Richards coming into the ring, up from long on. Touch too short from Gregory again, hit hard out to Farrant. That'll be 1 more. Of course, there's 4 Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games going on today. In match day 7, Central Sparks are 69 for 3 off 17 against the Diamonds at Scarborough. So that's just turned away for 1 more. Chloe Brewer gone for 37. Perrin and Webb at the wicket there on what traditionally isn't always necessarily the easiest batting track. And then, of course, Sunrisers against Thunder is off for rain, which is slightly concerning. That's at Chelmsford. Smashed through, wide long on, 4 runs, too short from Gregory, punished by Sarah Bryce, who is in the form to punish any bad ball. Just wasn't going to miss out on this. Rocked back deep in her crease, made full use of it. It's what you notice about good players, is spin their confident picking length and going back. Did so, comfortable boundary. She's got exactly half of the Blazers' 138 for 2.
Cross batted, wasn't it? The bottom hand coming into play, but hit with such great ferocity. No chance for Davidson-Richards to cut it off.
Gregory just finding her rhythm here. Gone for 7 off 4. Will get 1 this time, guided in the gap at square leg. So as mentioned, they are for rain in the 10th over at Chelmsford. Sunrisers 48 without loss against Thunder. Joe Gardner, who had the pleasure of commentating with it Charlotte Edwards Cup Finals Day last weekend, is back in action with bat in hand after a very good T20 campaign. She's on 17, Grace Scrivens has 25. And then, as mentioned at Hove, Western Storm going okay against the Vipers, who'd put them in. That's the end of Gregory's first. And the rain sort of hovering around, but we're down to light drizzle, which feels like something of an improvement.
Yeah, very gentle drizzle. I just went out to have a look. Fred's got work to do now, so we needed to do our own meteorological forecast, and there is a little bit of gentle drizzle, but nothing more than that.
Corteen-Coleman to continue here. That's the only wicket that a bowler has taken thus far. And he's fielding this one off her own bowling. Reminder that table is slightly oddly parallel. So that's short. Sarah Bryce gets her hands through it. Tumbling stop to her right from Stonehouse. They get 2. 4 teams with 4 wins from 6 and 2 defeats. Then 4 teams with 2 wins and 4 defeats from 6. Blaze bottom with 8 points. You get 4 points for the win, and then you can get a bonus point if you really thrash somebody. So that's straight to Gregory at short fine leg. They take one, good backing up, aggressive backing up from Kelly. She knew she had the danger in. And when I say thrash somebody, that is of course statistically defined. You have to have a run rate of 1.25 times better than the side that you've beaten across that game. So that's nibbled off slightly the outside edge of Kelly's bat. Get 2 this time to Cranston. He has to head out towards backward point. So you can get a 5-pointer potentially for a big win, or 4 points for any kind of win. Stars have 18 points so far. They've had 2 5-pointers and 2 4-pointers in victory. Hit hard by Kelly down the ground. Straight drive will take some stopping, but it is stopped by Davidson-Richards. It's excellent fielding, well-timed dive. 2 more.
Not only good fielding, but a good return as well. She's got a very, very strong shoulder to throw the ball in, and we probably should say well played to all of the fielders so far, because it's been difficult. Never easy. You've got to go full spike to make sure that you can move around effortlessly, and they've done that so far, the fielders, in trying conditions.
Out to deep cover for 1 more. Kelly looks in good touch. She has a runnable 24. It's added impetus and energy since heading out there. 22 overs gone, 147 for 2 then. So a really good platform being laid here by Blaze, who will fancy themselves for 300 plus from here. If they go at even just a run of ball, that would get them to 315. Change of bowling. In fact, beg your pardon, still Gregory. Gregory will continue. Fuller. It's blocked back by Gregory. Blocked back by Kelly to Gregory. He's got a 5-foot onside field. It's how Danny Gregory likes to operate. It's her classic field. She has square leg, deep mid wicket and long on out. And deep point. doesn't tend to offer a lot of width outside the off stump. It's down to Jones at long on. Ball noticeably slowing up in an outfield that has had quite the sprinkling of rain across the last half hour or so.
The concern for me is just how effortlessly Kelly has been able to bat so far, 25 from 26, and you know that Bryce is scoring at such a good clip. It is a real worry. They need wickets, don't they, here, the Stars?
Noticeably full of this over from Gregory. Fielded by Corteen-Coleman at short fine leg. She slips. Certainly still raining. It's not the most enjoyable conditions to play cricket in. There is always a debate to this point as to who you'd rather be. It's not necessarily always joyous to bat in it, but you would say it is particularly a nightmare for bowlers and fielders when it becomes the bar of soap.
I prefer to be a batter, yeah.
Swept hard and swept well, straight to deep backward square. Stonehouse Fields, just one.
The Blazers 150.
So that's 150 up in the 23rd over. A very good clip from the Blaze.
It really is. The two umpires are just going to have a little look at the ball here and a conversation. We're off.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think the fact that seeing someone like Corteen-Coleman slip when fielding there at fine leg possibly helped prompt that conversation. It has got just a touch heavier. It's been persistently around for a good half an hour now in one form or another, this rain. The good news is that we don't start losing overs for the first hour here, so it takes an hour before the match length itself starts to get shortened. But for now, we're off for rain.
Indeed, yeah, busy for the ground staff. They've got to get the covers on and they're making their way very, very quickly. The players will retreat to the dressing room. We'll take a little break, and the news from the middle, the Blaze 150 for 2, well set with the rain falling. Sarah Bryce has 74 from 62, Kelly 26 from 27 at the other end. Hopefully we won't be off for too long, but with the Blaze 150 for 2, we'll give you the chance to take a slight break from the live action, and we'll be back very shortly, hopefully. The right
just Ben, that's the right mic outside. That's the right mic. That's certainly not ball going short, very unfortunate.
I feel like an idiot because I normally, the other games were I'd have my leggings and everything.
I come back from Turkey last week, so it's a bit of fresh air all around.
But it was hot over there, wasn't it?
Yes,
it's
30s.
Late 30s?
Yeah, so much, yeah. So I think one night I went up to Friday night, Friday or Thursday night. It was one of them. It was like 10 o'clock at night over there. So it was like 36 degrees.
Wow.
But it was that. it wasn't like fresh straight 6 degrees either, do you know what I mean?
Probably not, but it was
very stuck.
riding over.
What do you mean? What do you, in what sense?
If it gets heavy, it might not drain very well.
Oh, I see, right.
I mean, there was one game, I think it was the Leicester game where 2 days were washed out, the first and last day, and I hung around 4 or half 4. They've been in there, hanging up the ground.
Oh, the Oval?
No, Lord's. The drainage.
Oh,
There was
the other day.
Leicester game, I think, the first day, rained steadily all day, and hung about till half there.
Please,
You know, there's always a chance
Yeah,
where it's
if
here.
it stops raining every 20 minutes, it's dry as anything.
Yeah.
Well, what an hour.
Because your duties of weather analysis.
Can't read it.
You haven't had many better, yeah. Better work, many worse.
Obviously never done Uxbridge yet. Thank God. Well, I don't think anyone has seen Uxbridge.
What's there?
I think Uxbridge is probably about the worst.
Barely,
Although,
He's barely
earlier, Alan
Yeah.
was very young at the time. Since Desmond Haynes was playing, since him and a guy called Hutchinson got 396. First day he got to the first wicket. Alan Nicholson was still never down. It was like 4 o'clock. I was really upset.
Who was at the other end?
But a guy called Ian Hutchinson, who played very, very little first class cricket. No, he was only the side of Michael Rose.
What are you doing here?
You're Jason Harrison, didn't you?
Yes.
Didn't play many games. I remember him.
Jason Cooney as well.
Exactly.
Jason Cooney.
The sun will be out in an hour. Tell
It's going to be
you.
out there.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Thank you,
What a
Doc.
great day, is it?
Trust your security.
Yeah, exactly. How are you, alright?
Yeah, I'm good. You? I thought you'd be at the Oval.
No, I have to come and do this. I've got my people at the Oval.
You got your people.
Yeah.
I'll see you there tomorrow then.
Oh, you there tomorrow?
Doing Alex Stewart Gate
Okay.
with Zaffa, because apparently there's a beer festival on as well.
Yeah.
Been there.
Well, this morning,
And tomorrow, yeah.
I got a phone call from Camden, 7 o'clock, and I'm at the Travel Lodge Hotel at the Oval. They've got the park in the ground. What? Got there, there's no parking. There's no fucking parking, they've got fucking camera kit. Apparently there's petting zoo and everything there tomorrow as
You the
well.
other side.
Yeah.
And no one told me, I went absolutely fucking mental. Spoke to Deeds and Deeds went, mate, I'm sorry, but did Toots not tell you? Didn't they? He said Toots was told. I rang Toots and said, what's going on, John? He went, no, I don't know, I've got no idea.
Come on, you've been there long enough to know.
That took me an hour to sort out this morning. I was here an hour later than I wanted to be clear. I've got a camera that won't work. I've got no static. That's how I was falling over, so we can't use it.
Oh, that's why you've moved the camera right to the side stick, because the static's on.
No, that's how we can't use it, because it's not safe. It blew over and bent. So I'm putting my static up. Well, I can't get it to talk.
It's got variety. You can see it's got variety.
I've got no time to do it because
Oh, just as well, I didn't say, oh, what I watched is somebody.
well, I bought 30 seconds. Oh, why is it inside the camera? Because I've got time to sort that because I'll see it and I'll wait.
Because
you've got parking.
parking, yeah.
And so, yeah, as I said, yeah, back.
Have you sorted your own car?
I'll have to speak to Ridge. Because there's no. Apparently we didn't have little sisters today. Apparently little sisters is the next day. Today. So I don't know if it's church day there. Or somebody said. Somebody said they didn't pay for it.
I mean, they've used it on
No, Fred, no, I won't be here for that.
so I don't think that's what it is.
Our man here says in an hour's time.
Yeah.
Sun will be out in an hour.
I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. So what fuck up so you're not in a good mood. And there's no ice cream, man. I know there isn't.
There's one tail we can't use because we fell over, and the other one got to an hour now.
Who was that? Oh, okay.
Right,
Well, this is because I saw that one.
you walk in front?
Yeah. Well, not that way. I walk my own way, but I'll walk in the same direction as you. Yeah, Matt Williams. I was there on. Tracks, you get the tracks up.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll go around the outside.
I won't call your names for it. not for A level,
That's even worse than getting here, isn't it?
It's a pretty good chance they'll probably hit because this Kent's so
It's central London.
as soon as it's down to 27.
They bring a boat couple. Seems to be much lighter. You've got Beckenham Hill coming up way.
Normally it's alright on the didn't have a great trip up today. I say that it's just the last I got to within a quarter of a mile of the ground and then everything round the hole. Apart from that, it was actually very smooth. But I figured that if you are driving, you're at a major advantage to anything you think on the track. So 15 minute delay is not much.
I mean, would you drive into the own?
No, definitely not.
Don't make more laws. Would you drive?
Definitely wouldn't drive to Ireland.
Exactly. It's
It's not worth the stress load.
just charge fucking parking. It's fine.
I did drive GPM back. I drove the coach a couple of times when I was test manager there. I know people get used to it, but I felt like 360 risk all the time. Yeah.
It's fine.
Get on with it.
No, I get it now. I get why
What's going on at Barcelona?
they encourage you to use public transport. There are too many people driving into the here. It's not quite as bad.
You went through the bench then.
Even
In the old tent.
even back, I still probably have half an hour quicker.
That's it. That's my first. We've got that 150. Yeah. You'd have to charge it. The forecast was going to be clear about 1 o'clock.
They count me
range a bit more. Even if he comes the other way to the second hill station there, that's more or less the same run. Great deal on that way either. Multitude of cafes and coffee shops.
Yeah.
It seems a bit warm as well.
Yeah.
Breeze stops. Last year, the again, and there's 2 5-ball overs, which I think there's a game of Brits got the 100, the fastest 100. So what happened then? She got dropped off boundary on the 6, so the field backpedaling, going further around. So she should have been on strike for the next over. Yeah, and she had 3 sixes in a row. No one picked it up. Then there was a 5-ball over after that, and then the man up there was the scores. So I might have jumped by the signals for extras and stuff like that. That flew up.
That's the thing is scoreboard is working scoreboard it's one of the most important things that
We were told so.
and yet it wasn't working when we were here on its own.
It hasn't worked all season.
And it hasn't been
Didn't have one there, I think.
There was a
manual
mini one there.
The old manual one, isn't it?
It's not there anymore.
Yeah.
That works
Yeah.
over there. So
and then the manual one,
Again, this is a game. So, if you're a casual spectator, then, scored. He was a football between one of the highest priorities. Even the umpires as well.
Everybody needs the whole game.
Especially if it's a DLS thing as well. You want to know where they are with the pass scores and what they should be at the end of that over.
The other thing is like, you could kick off about things. Like I heard that the guy that Ian kicked off about that after the year, and that's absolutely fair enough. But how does it? Will you get what you need if you kick off about something?
I mean,
This is just smart. No, if you can play in, you'll have an advantage with a slightly better view. But even that's not right.
at least it's all clear.
Yeah, I mean, last year, we ended up going up there, all sorts of players, all around town, going to scorers around, basically being a victim of the scorers by the match rest. So, going back up there, like says we can't have a table, we were with the damage to the plate. I didn't buy you a table like that, 50 quid down the road. And then you've got people out there drinking all day, players. So then it's just a couple of times. I still need to make loads of things to somebody's laptop. Not even realising what we're doing, you know.
Or you're on call or something.
But yeah, there are occupational hazards in cricket grounds. If you're out in the open, you are going to pick up stuff like that. Somebody sticking a pipe right next to their guy's laptop is just not good at all.
That's the recovery. 72, and that's 79.
Very light. You wouldn't go off for this.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's, no, they're off. It's got to wait till it stops to get back on now. I heard that when it was raining, because they were off. Necessarily didn't start to go. What are you looking like, mate?
There's another little tiny bit behind it, 10 minutes. I think we should be clear by then. The umpires will just wait until they come out. And to be honest with you, like I say, Willie's really strong.
Well, the thing is, if they, would have played through it, if they were playing that, they wouldn't come off of this.
No, he did get a little bit heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't even touched the surface really, it's a little bit greasy. They said a couple of girls slipped. Yeah, I think 10 or 15 and then we'll be taking them off and take 20 minutes.
Shouldn't lose any overs after that, should they?
I don't know, no, we look alright after that, but I don't know whether they'll lose any now. I don't know, I think we said 30 minutes before they start losing overs, so they might lose a few already. Yeah, we'll see.
Right, nice one. Thanks, mate.
No
Cheers.
worries, bud.
Appreciate that.
Cricket.
Sorry, mate. counter.
Which is?
For about 10-15 minutes, taking the covers off.
That's what they're actually
20 minutes, clear it all up.
So we're not playing for like at least half an hour. In that case, I'm gonna go eat my yogurt and be warm.
So the
Well, it's warmer in there than it was here. It's just I've come back to.
it's not so bad. So that wind seems to have gone away now, doesn't it?
It's a little bit less cold than I remember it being. So what? So by the time we get back on, we're probably into losing overs, are we? We can't be far off.
Is it an hour or half an hour?
An hour. It's normally an hour for 20 games.
Right. What contributes?
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Surely they can soak up those drinks or something like that, can't they? Or
No,
Yeah,
once
that
you
would
play in
be-
conditions and once you've lost an hour,
that's it.
you're losing it, and then after that, it's if cricket was sensible, they'd say an over every 4 minutes because that's 15 an hour and it all works nice. Instead, it's an over every 3.8756 seconds occurring, which is basically about 16 overs an hour. To get lost out again. So you reckon we're not going to be on for at least half an hour? Well, that's what we're on.
That's what he said there. He said it's really light and the surface is alright, isn't it? It's been a little bit
I
greasy.
think there's some more coming in about 10 minutes, and then after that, once it's clear, 20 minutes, then it comes on.
Cricket.
So,
I think it'll be alright. Even then, Rainey's going to lose 2 overs. Most meant 2-3 overs.
Yes.
If anything, it's not going to be a.
but it's going to be a later finish than anticipated.
Well,
Well, unless they,
they'll get second into the bowl down quickly. They'll have some super cue chase and 14
we're
overs.
looking at 300. Scoreboard pressure.
Difficult to, I mean, the wicket does look pretty good, but it's also difficult to only tell so much because the prices are that good.
Exactly that.
And they're both, particularly Catherine, but even Sarah had a good T20 top, and for Scotland,
But then,
they're top players, and they're probably in as good a form as they've been in near enough their entire careers. So you can only tell so much about the fact they've scored runs on that wicket, really.
but even the one that got run out, she hit a couple of lovely shots, didn't she? Just standing up, punching it through.
Yeah,
And
it does look a good pitch to bat on.
And Kelly's coming and Slayton's well work, isn't it?
Yeah, it does
So
look a good
it's-
pitch to bat on. But it's hard to. But remember that when there was that Diamonds game with the thrilling chase, yeah, they got close, but they got close because Dunn's hit 126 or whatever. So, yeah, basically,
Yes, I think she's coming. That option sort of gets taken out of your hands, doesn't it? Yeah, she's kind of on with that.
Yeah.
This could be. I think this is the bit he said that's behind it.
Yeah.
Quite a lot warmer.
Been a few times.
Just round there, it was cold.
Yeah.
still spitting. It's a bit warm as well. Like good bright. It's still spitting very, very, very light. Up the top there, two countries. Tried to get away with it, but he caught me. He's only out of the camera as well, so it wasn't like a out of the machine or something. Do you know what I mean? But beggars can't be choosers, mate. Unfortunately. It looks like the ground is not just spot on. 10 minutes over there. Just after you said that. Now this is going to this is going to test my thinness. Just don't seem to move at the bottom, does it?
No. Problem is, it's working a bit. It's pretty poor, isn't it? You would have thought they'd open at the front. Would it not slide along at all? I would imagine it's been designed for something like yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit soft. No, the bin is the floor, isn't it?
No, it's just. No, but I mean, but it is though, isn't it? As you say, it's a first-class cricket ground.
It's basic, isn't it?
And there's
It's
no,
so basic.
you know, if you were playing at a top league club, their scores have better facilities than next to match, don't they?
They needed to turn up on yeah. Are they here today?
Well, I mean,
Jake's here, yeah.
wouldn't have been-
No.
A little bit of the oval, wouldn't they?
Yeah, oh, of course they're all going to be over.
But they've got.
But they have been here, Fred, you're right. And
They have, yes, they were here. They were here at the start of the season.
When you've only got, say, 4 people that need to watch it, it's not so bad.
But the thing is, at the start of the season, this one, it was just literally just using animals stacks very much.
Like from here, they've used
perfectly.
perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so bad.
He's looking at his monitor.
Yeah, he's looking at the monitors, yeah.
Really needs to be there.
How long have we been off?
11:52.
So we've been off over an hour.
Approaching an hour.
Yes, we will. So
Maybe only 2 or 3, depending on an hour or half hour.
I think you can have an hour without losing anything. Thick.
Unless there's a dramatic collapse from the blaze and the star's not there for 20 overs. which isn't beyond the realm of possibility, but probability.
We're watching the football here, yeah. I think you're bang on.
I would say it's more likely that they get 300 stars.
Agreed.
So I think it's huge. I think that could happen.
Because it'll be a changed target, so they'll probably need an extra 21 or 2 less overs. And they're up to throw the back, aren't they? But stranger things have happened.
Well, looking at it right.
Are they still off at the Oval?
Yes, it's taken London to go London's out of ground. That's the right 3.
Who's taken a wicket there?
One of each. Rowan Jones, Higgins and Bounder.
I like Ethan Bamber, yeah.
It's just unfortunate. Top county cricketer going.
Yeah.
Mini Mercer, that's what he's
Yeah, it's that sort of speed, isn't it?
well, a bit, yeah, in his early days. Gloucestershire 49 for 5.
How many overs on there?
Tony Middleton,
good. Is it close to radio bar. This is an honorary couple. We've got two sets of commentators sitting right next to each other, and their only audience is basically themselves, because no one is listening to radio. If they're sat right next to each other, it's wow. They were having a kind of on-air argument. Well, supposed to be broadcasting to their respective audiences, but actually broadcasting. And after about half an hour, I can understand why it was happening, why it was taking umbrage with this type. So loud.
Is that loud when you come?
No, I mean,
just anyway.
Loud anyway, but you have your headphones for a reason, don't you? To shut out the background noise. And when they're not shutting up the background noise,
every 2 years they've got this like
Should be a car park then.
Well, I feel probably not that. I've never been there, so I don't know whether.
Do you live in Mansfield now?
Yeah.
Oh, do you? They're out there with Bromley next season, aren't they?
Probably football study class.
Very nice too as well. Thoroughly enjoyed Bromley when I was there. That's 4-3 Chesterfield, isn't it? Last,
You've got the guy having his ESL cap as well.
it's Millwall, isn't it? It's Millwall. He's done good work.
Apparently he's been there the whole year. So I thought we would have taken it. That was his son's gesture. He just put that on. Second before taking the winning penalty.
Exactly that sort of character. In a good way. He's very self-confident. No, we gave it.
Well, just after that game, that was the Sunday.
Well, thanks everyone for your patience while we've waited for the weather to improve. I'm pleased to say we will hopefully be restarting now at 1:10 so in just under 15 minutes time. We have lost some overs, I'm afraid, but not too many. The game will now be a 44 over per side match. 44 overs per side to complete this match. Hopefully we don't get any more weather interruptions. So 1:10 restart with 44 overs per side. That does mean a few adjustments to the allocated overs per bowler. Each side will now be allowed to have 4 bowlers bowling a maximum of 9 overs and 1 bowler bowling a maximum of 8 overs. In the Stars innings, there will be a 9 over rather than a 10 over that power play. They will, of course, also be chasing a revised target due to the interruption in the Blazes' innings. But the key facts is that we'll be starting again at 1:10, with the match now 44 overs per side.
Yeah. With Roy, yeah.
Want to use them all up?
Then again, though, if you can extend your free back, it's sort of
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't lose it.
Why hasn't he played more, Chris?
Yes.
And he came on to the first ball at the
just it came drop on the what they've done this season.
Big overseas now, big man. 6 minutes. Can bowl forward. Yeah. Back on position. Not back on to 11. Can't bowl 28. I looked at it a few years ago. They're top 6. The Lance, Sterling, Morgan, the Villiers, Hafiz, and Johnson. Still. And there has been just moments. There's a point in trying money out. So now we've got the money to go anyway. So. If two guys come off and they get away to the best use of the pitch, they get up to 60 for the power play.
I didn't see him shake hands.
Again,
Well, yeah, nothing.
Here he is. It feels like it's got a bit more as well.
It's got a bit more.
Oh, it's proper cold. It's got a lot more mellow to it. Why is it? Sorry, that's 7. Moscow at the moment, and 2 overseas players, so I'm not sure what they're trying to get at. But the only reason they signed them is because they've got no weakness.
Stop people walking here. They've got to go around the back. Down that bit, around that.
Well, best is a weird one because the sky overall average strike rate but what that fails to actually factor in is that the first half of that was basically Donald Bradman scoring at more than one ball. But then I'm going to say about 10 to 15 tests now, he's done literally nothing.
Well, it's
like,
just look at his performance in the World Cup. All the same. I mean, Smith should come in for him anyway. Liam Livingston was good on the overweight.
Please welcome back our umpires, Sophie McClelland and Jack Shantry. The South East Stars fielding side led by captain Bryony Smith. And resuming the Blazing...
And a very warm welcome. We are back and we are going to get some cricket very imminently. This is Jamie Reid, Michael McCann alongside at the tail of the tape. It's going to be reduced to 44 overs per side. We're going to get underway at 1:10, so just in a couple of minutes' time. And the Blaze will resume their innings on 150 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 23rd over, so we've lost 6 overs per side, and we are going to continue with Danny Gregory bowling at this Beckenham end. 2 balls to go in this over. As mentioned, Gregory is no wicket for 11 from the 10 balls that she's bowled so far, and Michael to pick up commentary.
Right, hoping to continue she was in before the disruption, because if there was anyone who wouldn't have wanted that rain today, it would have been Sarah Bryce. She was absolutely flying on 74 off 52 at the resumption. Any further rain and we will be shortened further. That's down the leg side. We've used up the time that was initially available where the length of the match would not be reduced. However, we are cautiously optimistic that all of the inclement weather for the day has now passed. The skies do look brighter, it's a bit warmer. Gregory, as she typically does, bowling the ball into the pitch, really drives the ball into the pitch and gets it to skid on. Single to finish the 23rd, so we are now more than halfway through the Blaze innings because of that reduction. They are sitting very well placed for a big total on 152 for 2. You could, if you wanted to paint it one way, with 21 overs left, and Blaze having just finished their Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, where they of course were the champions of that tournament, say that they might look at this as a bit of almost a T20 now, with 8 wickets in hand. They've got licence to go hard. Alexis Stonehouse is on.
Number 12.
She bowled a spell that wasn't quite up to her usual high standards from our end of the ground in the first passage of play. Now she's swapping ends, hoping the change works for her from the City end. And her first ball is right on the button. It nearly finds the edge of Bryce's bat.
Yeah, very good return, and you can see that big smile emanates from the face of Stonehouse. You look at her figures, she's gone for 20 through the overs that she's been able to bowl here, but she has bowled some very impressive deliveries amongst that.
Half volley. Nice looking drive from Sarah Bryce, but picks up the sweeper at deep cover, so Marie Kelly will face her first ball since the resumption. She'd looked in fine fettle for her 26 not out of 27 before the rain got so persistent that umpires Jack Shantry and Sophie McClelland took us off. Beautiful straight drive, as good as you'll see all season from Marie Kelly. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it back past the bowl of the 4. It doesn't get much better than that.
It really doesn't. Here's a chance just to see it again. Low down on the bat, but plenty of accuracy just to evade those stumps. The perfect carpet drive. Very, very elegant from Kelly. She's 26 from 27 and ticking lovely.
Just covering up this time and blocking that one out to extra cover. Better length from Stonehouse.
She plays with a lovely straight bat. Always so impressive to see when you play these limited overs competitions. I know this is over 50 overs, but when you play this competition and you play in the Charlotte Edwards, you do think to yourself, you have to get on with it, but there is time.
Almost finds the outside edge. Good response to Stonehouse from being hit for 4. Yeah, Marie Kelly's head coach at Blaze, Chris Guest, said that she has the ability to be one of the most destructive batters in the country. Described himself as being over the moon that she'd chosen the Blaze the way she's always looking to improve. She's been a fine part of this Blaze batting unit over the past couple of seasons, but again she won't get anything to show for that. So 3 dots to finish the over. Stonehouse coming back well, concedes 5 from it. 157 for 2 of 24.
Chloe Hill's just called for the helmet. And the good news is, weather-wise, there is a little bit of sun out there. We're finally seeing it. Some of those clouds are just moving on. And this is a real positive that we're perhaps going to hopefully see the best part of the day. We certainly hope that will be the case. Gregory to continue.
Full toss. A little bit fortunate to only concede 1 from it. Out to Emma Jones at long on. Gregory with her favourite feel, which consists of a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket and a long on in a 5-4. As that single brings up the 50 partnership between these two. You've kept the tempo going nicely ever since Catherine Bryce was bowled by Tilly Corteen-Coleman to make it 108 for 2. Back of a length, just guided out to deep point. 1 more. Of course, games going on all across the country today in this Heyhoe 2.0, as I've heard some call it, part 2 of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season. 6 games earlier on this season. Short, too short, pulled away hard. Will take some stopping, and it is stopped brilliantly by Stonehouse, diving away to her left-hand side, and then Farrant's in there to complete the tag team work and keep it to 2. That looked 4 for all money. That's fantastic fielding.
Well, Stonehouse has been so effective in that regard in this game, and it's not a one-off. She is a very good fielder, and the standard has improved, hasn't it, across the game. Throughout the game, we're seeing so much more.
Let's hit hard once more. Out to Farrant at deep mid wicket. So coming into today, Blaze had 2 wins from 6. Were one of 4 teams with just a couple of wins to their name. Stars one of 4 teams with 4 wins to show for things so far. Elsewhere at Scarborough, rarely known as Scarbados, but occasionally when the sun shines it is. Central Sparks. That's straight to Smith at mid-off, no run. Sparks 220 for 7. Katie George with an important 50. Davina Perrin made exactly 50. George is still at the wicket on 50, not out. Katie Levick with 3 wickets there. So Sparks 220 for 7 with 2 and a bit overs to go against the Northern Diamonds. So that's just worked away into the offside for 1 more. Sunrisers against Thunder, much like us here at Beckenham. So that's the end of Gregory's over. 25 gone 162 for 2. Is similarly rain affected, so that's been reduced to a 48 over contest. And Sunrisers are 157 for 4. 50s for both openers. Grace Scrivens with 51. Joe Gardner top scoring with 63. A couple of wickets for Fee Morris to help Thunder pull things back. And then finally Hove. Storm and Vipers in something of a regional derby, you might call it, are in action. Innings break there. The Storm have been bundled out, having been put in. They've made just 156, which you wouldn't expect to be enough. Stonehouse starts in the over. She's just worked into the onside for 1. Fran Wilson top scoring with 31. Natasha Rafe, Wilson, beg your pardon, with 34. Rafe with 31. 3 wickets for Mary Taylor, 3 for Georgia Adams as well. Vipers will fancy themselves to knock that target off. Maybe give themselves a boost to their net run rate too. Guided away by Sarah Bryce with a straight bat for 1 more. For those unfamiliar with the format, 14 games, everyone plays everyone twice, and then semi-final time, 1v4, 2v3. Final to follow, of course. Back of a length, just worked by Kelly. That's a deep fine leg for 1. Right now you sense Stars primarily in containment mode, trying to see if they can stifle this partnership. Easier said than done.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? You want to try and take a wicket, you want to bowl wicket-taking deliveries, but these batters are in, both of them.
Pulled away by Bryce. That is a soft dismissal. Sarah Bryce will not be able to believe what she's done. She's looked absolutely glorious for her 81. Stonehouse with the short ball. Think it was a slower ball as well. Sarah Bryce was on it very early and could only end up chipping it to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, straight into the arms of Franklin, who's been very good throughout this game in that specialist position. It's a wicket for Stonehouse, and I'm pleased that she's got one. She's just pushed one into the surface. It's sat up invitingly. Phoebe Franklin has made absolutely no mistake, and that is a huge, huge wicket. We said about seeing the back of both Sarah and Catherine. Catherine, of course, going first. Sarah is also now back in the pavilion. And a little bit of rebuilding as Heather Graham makes her way out, the Australian.
For the Blaze, number 77, Heather Graham.
Well, what a knock that was from Sarah Bryce. It's a privilege to be here and see it in person. Graham will look to counterpunch. It's naturally free-flowing, positive batter. Will be an element of flexibility within this Blaze middle order, given the game situation and the fact it's been shortened down to 44 overs, as well as such a good platform being set by the top order. Plenty more batting in the hutch for Blaze, of course. Got the likes of Gordon, Ballinger, Claridge, McCarthy, Gross and Kirk. For now, Graham facing up. Straight to deep cover for 1, so confident, strong shot from Graham to get off the mark. Whilst Sarah Bryce will be back in the pavilion disappointed. Great credit to Stonehouse. It was a good back of the hand slur ball that deceived Bryce. Found herself mistiming it to Franklin. Into the pads, big appeals. You'd have thought going down leg. It's hurt and winded Kelly. Seems to have hit her not so much on the pad as somewhere on the foot, which can be quite nasty. Those even modern spikes have got plenty of give at the front of them for the Yorker, but if you get hit on the side of them, can be quite painful.
Yeah, and that really is painful. You can see wincing there, finding it very, very difficult, Kelly. The one positive, she's 34 from 37 and seeing it nicely, gets the opportunity to go down and speak to Graham, but suddenly, post the Bryce period, it does give an opportunity now that maybe if you could pick up a couple of wickets very quickly hereafter, you've got every chance, and it didn't look like that at one stage.
Runnable from here gets Blaze 275, which, given they've got 7 wickets in hand, they'll see as a minimum. Stars will hope to bring about something of a middle order collapse here.
Well, I think 275 is going to be an ask. Batting second, you need to start brightly, don't you? Use the power play overs.
Well, bowled by Gregory. Graham, maybe they're playing for it. It'll be a turn. Gregory tends to be more skiddy, get the ball to zip through. Might have been the arm ball as well. Flighted by Gregory, nibbled round the corner. It's relatively rare that you see that one from Danny Gregory, where she gets the ball right up above the batter's eye line, just bowls it a bit slower for a bit more loop. A bit more of a traditional leg spinner than a top spinner, that last delivery. That's more typical of what you tend to get from Gregory more often, driven down the ground for 1. Shorter, all timed out into the covers for 1 more. Heather Graham, someone who is a really valuable addition to this Blaze side. Has played 4 women's T20Is and a women's ODI for Australia, and frankly in another era where this Australian team weren't so ridiculously good, would have played a lot more for a country you'd have imagined. Worked away to Cranston at short third. That'll be 1 more. Just a little period of accumulation here as Graham settles into her work.
Yep, it always happens, doesn't it, when you've got a new batter out there in the middle. Surprisingly, we've had 6 bowlers used by Bryony Smith, the captain. No Kaylee Moore as yet.
Just push to cover. And that's the end of a decent over from Gregory. It concedes just 4, 171 for 3 off 27. I guess in relation to Moore, you would say with the overheads, initially you're obviously going to go with plenty of seam up front. It was cloudy and murky earlier on. And then Corteen-Coleman and Gregory, in terms of the spin pecking order at the Stars, are certainly above Kaylee Moore. There's no doubt about that.
That's a fair point, yeah.
So you're going to Gregory and Corteen-Coleman, and then Moore after that will have to be patient in waiting for an opportunity. Stonehouse too short, and he's hit hard out to Corteen-Coleman at deep backward square leg. It's not easy being in this Star side as a specialist bowler, which more or less is, because your captain has such a bevy of options that you're not quite sure when you'll be turned to.
Well, you look, you've got ADR, you've got the captain as well, so I mean, yeah, there's a plethora of talent.
Hit hard down the ground. Great shot that from Graham. Away for 4 through wide mid off. Just slightly over pitch from Stonehouse. Didn't fully time it, Graham. Slightly more muscle, but it was a really good, strong shot. Decided she was going after it, went after it with real conviction.
I reckon Graham might like a game of golf looking at that shot.
Short, and has managed to get something on it. We'll need a big chase on deep backward square leg coming around. He will have no chance in truth. So back-to-back boundaries for Heather Graham. Stonehouse just overcompensating, having been too full, goes too short. Hand down leg. Graham could just help it on its way.
Yep, just nurdled round the corner. It was to the right, wasn't it, of Tilly Corteen-Coleman. She had some ground to cover up and make up. Unfortunately, she couldn't get there. Stonehouse has been expensive here.
Graham slightly mistiming this one. She didn't want it to go to extra cover, was aiming more towards mid-on or potentially the bowler.
Yeah, when she rehearsed it, it looked much more effective, as is always the case.
Slow ball, well bowled, and Cranstoun can't hold on to her left. Not an easy one, was in full flight aerially, had to dive and leap to her left, Ailís Cranstoun. But having got two hands to it, the reaction tells you she'd have hoped to have held on, and it is a life for Heather Graham.
It really is a fielder of Cranstoun's quality in that specialist position. You would expect her to pouch and keep hold of it.
It's one of those, it would have been a very good catch, but given the amount of work that is done on their fielding, end of the 28th, 181 for 3, the reaction says it all really. It's the kind of ones they do practice a heck of a lot.
Yeah, Stonehouse hasn't had a great amount of luck in this game. She's been very involved in the field, she's been excellent in the field, bowling wise. She's bowled both sides off the wicket on occasion. She's picked up the 1 wicket so far, the big wicket of Sarah Bryce. But she has been a little bit expensive, going at 8 and over. The run rate just shy of 6.5.
Nice looking straight drive for 1 from Graham. He's on to 13. In those 5 appearances in white ball cricket for Australia, has been predominantly used as a bowler. You would say she's more of a bowling all-rounder, but she's a very capable bat too. Particularly destructive hitter. Hunter Jones at long on for 1 more, and with the way Blaze have rejigged their side today, with Tammy Beaumont and Lucy Hine out and Cassidy McCarthy and Teresa Graves coming in, it's just put slightly more responsibility on Graham with the bat. Didn't get too many opportunities to bat at length in the T20 competition. That's a absolutely perfect extra cover drive from Heather Graham. The Aussie international showing all of her class. It was over-pitched by Gregory, but it was escorted to the rope with a minimum of fuss.
Well, I've been very impressed with the Blaze, the way they've been able to have new batters coming out to the middle and make it look effortless, the way they've been able to start their innings. You look at Graham quickly on to 17 from 11. Kelly did it beforehand.
Short to straight to short fine leg. That's good backing up from Kelly. Knew the danger end was hers and called Graham through on that basis. Nothing Corteen-Coleman could really do about it. It's good hustling for the quick single, and that's the benefit of this platform. Blaze can take calculated risks from here. I really want to keep their foot on the pedal. Still be dreaming of 300, as they should be from this platform. Gregory short, hit hard to the right of Jones. 2 was the initial call off the bat, but good work from Jones going around to her right quickly meant that there was no real prospect of the second.
No, you put your key fielders, the fielders who've got that good return as well, into the prominent positions. Jones at one end, ADR at the other.
Into the pads. Dot ball for Gregory. The rare relief of a dot ball at the moment for Stars, who are finding life difficult here against a very impressive Blaze batting unit. 189 for 3 off 29. The wicket does look like it's playing well, but even when you factor that in, this is quite the score that's been piled up thus far. 15 overs left. Even just a run of ball, which looks modest from here, gets you 279.
And that's a real chase. I think we are now going to see Kaylee Moore.
Yeah, it's had to wait a while for a turn. The 3rd spinner to be used today after Corteen-Coleman and Gregory. It is almost easier in this Stars side to keep a track of who doesn't bowl than who does offer a bowling option, such as Smith being sport for choice. More into the attack. One of the 4 changes for this Stars side from the team that lost against Blaze in the 2020 final 8 days ago. He's met with a firm drive straight to mid-off from Kelly.
Yeah, it's really Cranstone and the wicket keeper.
Pretty much. Down the ground from Kelly, it's a favourite area of hers, and for the second time today she's accessed that straight boundary once beautifully along the ground, this time with the lofted shot, but unfortunately looks like Alice Davidson-Richards has picked up an injury in the process in diving to try and stop that and keep it in play. Well, hopefully this is not as bad as it first looks, but the early signs are not good. Just in the way that Alice Davidson-Richards went down.
They are both smiling. I'm not sure she's hurt her left hamstring, the way she's got it elevated.
Bryony Smith is having a chuckle about something.
Oh, she's in agony by the look of that.
Yeah, I was about to say, when a colleague of ours in the press box was saying that she was smiling, Alice Davidson-Richards is sort of known as the kind of cricketer who has the, women's cricket journalist Polly Starkey put it, the widest smile in women's cricket. She has an ability to sort of smile and laugh off her way through any situation. So if she's smiling, it doesn't actually necessarily tell you that something bad isn't happening. And it looks to be either a thigh or a hammy potentially that's gone in the dive. It's getting a bit of treatment.
Yeah, the smile was on show, but was it more of a grimace? I see what you're saying.
Or a wry smile of,
let's see it
this
again.
Is not where I wanted to end up. It's a full throttle dive. Came off her foot and then skidded on an outfield that is still a little bit wet from arrow serve rain that we had earlier on. She's back to her feet, which is good to see, but is visibly limping and will be off for now, and you'd imagine a good while yet. The 12th will come on. In today, 4 stars is Beth and Miles, so Miles will be on for a decent stint, you would expect. Hopefully this turns out better for ADR than it might first appear to be here, because it doesn't look great.
Well, we did see her earlier in the season have to bat with a runner, if you remember, so she will look to try and bat if possible, swing from the hips, but you really want her to be fully mobile, especially in an expensive run chase.
So Miles is on and has gone to short third. Pushed out to deep cover by Kelly for one more. She has 44.
More and more people making their way in. A reminder, it is free entry here at the county ground in Beckenham. Lovely to see the women's game continuing to grow. If you are close by, come and join us. You'll be welcome.
One more for Graham. Brings Kelly onto strike. Kelly with her highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy so far this season. In this innings, she managed just 58 runs across the first 6 games of the campaign. Quick field change, gone from a 5-4 onside field to a 5-4 offside field. Well timed extra cover drive, just one out to Gregory. As the sun for the first time today has burst its way through. Welcome return, having been pretty consistent for the last 10 days or so, but then not really popping its head out until now, today. Hit hard by Graham through extra cover, 4 runs. Gregory wasn't far from it, but such was the power, she had absolutely no chance, and Graham providing some real destructive ballast once more.
Well, we might get the chance to see it on the replay here. It went straight past the gentleman who was fielding. He's got a very young baby there who he's now holding, but his wife or partner really helped him by throwing out the long hand there. Very, very impressive piece of work. Well played. Got to protect the little one.
195 for 3 off 30 overs. In fact, 199 for 3. The scoreboard just ticking over from that boundary. So 10 off that over. Players continuing to blaze away. 14 overs left. They'll fancy themselves for 300 from here. Set just a tickle over 7 and over would take them to that landmark. That would be one heck of a chase.
Yeah, if you score that many runs, you deserve to win a game.
Gregory resuming. Remember, we had that high-scoring thriller here between Blaze earlier on in this campaign involving Stars, where Stars nearly pulled off a List A women's record run chase against the Northern Diamonds, lost by just 3 runs, chasing 311 to win. Sophia Dunkley scoring 130 in a narrow defeat. Down the ground again from Kelly, who really likes that spot. It's the 3rd 4 that she's hit in the day, right back past the bowler's head. It's a great part of the ground to access. It's very rare any team would have anyone there. Comes down the track confidently, meets it on the half volley. That's a real high class shot.
And she's within a scoring shot now of a half century, and it would be really deserved. Running along at a runner ball, it's been a great contribution, and it is going to be a super run chase this. It's going to be a high scorer. I wonder if you need a bit of control. Do you look at getting Corteen-Coleman back?
For now, Kelly is on 49. And now Marie Kelly has her first Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy 50 of the season.
Kelly's 50 from 50
and a
balls
beautifully
including
composed 50
4.
it has been. 50 off exactly 50 balls at bang on a runner ball with 6 fours. The highlights for me, those 3 shots back past the bowler, 2 on the half volley off the spinners, and then a drive all the way along the ground off Stonehouse too. Rocking back this time, carving that away through cover, and that will be 4 more. So celebrates the half century with another boundary. I should say that time spectating as she watches Graham smack it to the rope. So the Blaze assault continues, and right now Stars, and usually for a side that normally have such an array of bowling options, are struggling to find the answers. Slog sweep this time. Franklin is out there to keep it at 1. So this over's already gone for 10 off 5. Stars are just trying to find some control.
Yep, the boundaries have been plentiful. They've been able to score runs all around the wicket. There's not been many dot balls. There was one at the start of this over. You certainly can't join them up in this innings.
Won't get anything for that. That's gone to Corteen-Coleman at short fine leg to complete the over, which concedes 10. So 210 for 3 off 31. And right now, plays thoroughly on top. And this, which is, of course, match day 7 of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, will be at the exact halfway point of the campaign after this game. When it comes to games played, trip up north next for Stars, away against Thunder next Sunday, and then away against the Southern Vipers in 10 days time on Wednesday the 10th of July, and then in home action here against the Sunrisers 2 weeks today. Those the next 4. More on for a second. And Boulder! Straight through from Kalia Moore. A brilliant breakthrough. Heather Graham, who was looking in fine fettle, has to go for 28 off just 18. The Australian just trying one shot too many. Was through it early, beaten and deceived by the flight and turn of Moore. Spinning back in and hitting that middle stump. So Graham has to go for a nice cameo of 28 of 18.
That's Heather Graham.
And out to the wicket comes Ella Claridge.
And the incoming batter for the Blaze, number 33, Ella Claridge.
That's exactly what the Stars need to do to try and stifle the flow of runs. See if they can keep chipping away and taking more wickets, because now Claridge will have to come out and settle into her work. She does already have a high score of 64 not out in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season.
Well, Graham's played an excellent hand there. They put on 44 for that wicket and she scored 28 of those runs. So the aggressor, and that makes it easier for Kelly, who's now got to try and pick up that mantle with Claridge, the new batter out there in the middle.
Swipe and a miss first ball.
The intention clear though from Claridge. She wants to try and put bat on ball.
Back of a length, just jabbed away by Ella Claridge. Well fielded by Cranstone at extra cover. Yeah, you mentioned before Cranstone and the keeper being the only two not to bowl. I was actually about to mention that you just need to get Cranstone bowling in one way or another, and then it's easier to keep track of, because Bryony Smith can point to anyone she wants in the field at any time and say, go on, you have a bowl. Hard out to deep mid-wicket. Of course, I say that with my tongue firm in my cheek. There is a level of sophistication and planning that goes on at this level that is well beyond that, but it's certainly a luxury for a captain to have such a ridiculous amount of different places she can look to for a wicket. Kelly content to take one to long off, and we'll keep the strike. 212 for 4 off 32.
Well, New Zealand's women have just been dismissed for 140 against England in the ODI series, that game being played at Worcestershire. 5 wickets, yeah, for Eccleston, bowling very, very nicely there. Such a great cricketer, Sophie Eccleston.
Alice Capsey getting her opportunity as well. She's picked up one of the wickets to fall. It's not really been seen for the South East Stars so far this season because of her England involvements. Gregory continuing, turned straight to short fine leg.
Amazing, all of the cloud has just dispersed. They're fluffy white clouds now. We're just seeing a plane go overhead, but so much blue sky. It's almost a different day.
4 seasons in one day, the old English summer. Short rocks back in her crease, using full depth of her crease nicely. And that's a fantastic bit of fielding. It will be a run out as well. Wow, Phoebe Franklin has a second run out in the game. There was a bit of a mix-up between Claridge and Kelly, and Phoebe Franklin has done it again. She ran out Graves early on in the piece from short mid-wicket. This time she's had to run around a long way to keep the ball even in play. Dived and stopped, turned and throwed, and by that point there was confusion in the middle. It's another run out for Phoebe Franklin.
Well, it's a brilliant bit of work, because not only did she stop the ball, she kept it in her hand, and it meant that they were only able to take one, and it's a huge, huge wicket to pick up Kelly, because she's been batting very, very nicely here.
Number 25, Michaela Kerr.
Yeah, Kelly had looked $1 million. Her first Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy 50 of the season, and it wasn't just the fact that she scored 50, it was how good she looked for that knock. Scoring runs all around the ground, really in control, taking good options. But she's run out. looking for a second that wasn't there because of some outstanding work from Phoebe Franklin, who has, with her run-outs, taken 2 of the 5 wickets to fall here.
And the catch for Stonehouse's
And the
dismissal,
catch,
yep.
Kayla Kirk has joined Ella Claridge out there. To deep square leg for 1. So Claridge gets her second, brings Kirk on to strike. He moved to England to play cricket here in 2021 with ambitions to qualify for the national side. Born in Johannesburg. It's in the Titans Academy. And has played in England in the KSL era as well. He's played for the Northerns in South Africa. Provincial cricket as a captain too. Picked the Lightning, Loughborough Lightning as it was in the pre-Blaze era because of Mignon de Prie's association. That South African connection. Quick single in the inner ring. Do just about scamper home. So suddenly you'd say the Blaze have got to redial their ambitions here. 300 now looks a distant way away. I think more realistically, if they can score a run a ball from here, that would get them to around 270, 280. Nicely bowled by Gregory, just guided out for 1.
Well, we said about having 2 batters with low scores out there, and you've almost got it, haven't you? The run rate is very good at 6.5. I'm not saying it's not, but there's 11 overs to go in the innings plus the remainder of this. You just want to try and stem that flow of runs.
Short and hit hard. It was almost a catching chance. Instead it was a good stop on the half volley, because had that got through the substitute fielder Bethan Miles, it would have without doubt been 4. Instead it's only 1. So 217 for 5 off 33. Jamie Ramage from Deep Extra Cover in the press box of us has just passed me a bit of paper. This is the kind of statistical badgery we're all here for. So Eilish Cranston hasn't bowled since 2016, but with her left arm mediums she has taken 23 wickets in her career at a very respectable average of 28. But I think it's fair to say, given that it's been 8 years since her last bowl, that it would be something of a surprise if Bryony Smith turned in that particular direction. But everywhere else is a frontline bowling option in one way or another.
She could be a potential golden arm, don't rule her out.
More for now will continue. Just 11 left in this rain-shortened game. Plenty of flight. This is down the ground. There was a little hand on it from Moore. That is what stops it going to the rope for 4. Instead they come back for 2. She's quite a traditional spinner, Moore, in the sense that she's much more inclined to get the ball up above the eye line, slower, more lateral turn, doesn't fizz it in and skid it on so much as Gregory, say. That's about as skiddy as she gets. She's pushed that one through a bit more.
Yeah, it can be very classical. Nice to look at Moore's approach to the stumps, and then she gets into that position to release. She's bowled nicely here.
Just worked her way off the back foot for 1. Yeah, difficult situation to come on and bowl in when you haven't played a lot of cricket, has been in and out of this Stars side. It's a very difficult side to get in, one of the hardest regional teams to do so. Trying to find the gap at cover for 1, instead only finds Cranston, so Claridge won't get anything for that. Yeah, we've got to that point suddenly, the sun's out, it's humid, and you can see the humidity in the air. It's remarkable, the change in weather. Straight at Cranston again, this time with much more power and timing from Claridge, but still no reward.
It's a plane just going overhead, taking someone to sunny climes, no doubt. Alex, our data analyst, who earns more than most, has just come back from a holiday to Turkey. I would imagine that would have been a private charter.
He's more completing her over, hit hard in between the two sweepers. It's Stonehouse who has to come around from deep backward square leg, and does so with good speed and efficiency to deny any prospect of the second. So 4 off the over, 34 overs gone, 221 for 5. So 10 overs left. A runner ball from here gets 281. Jamie Reid alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, and it is Jamie here at beautiful Beckenham who will lead you through this last passage of a rain-shortened first innings.
Thank you, Michael. 221 for 5 then is the score. Both batters needing to produce a little bit of work out in the middle. Ella Claridge has 4 at the other end. Kirk, the South African, undefeated on 5. It will be Claridge who faces up, and Gregory to continue, running up past the umpire, pushing the ball down the track, and they'll come through for 1, a shy at the stumps. That's not easy for Hill because as it was fizzed in, that's hurt that hand, but you can see exactly why they did shy at the stumps. They've been good in the field with the 2 run-outs so far, both courtesy of Phoebe Franklin, who bowled nicely, opening the innings from that City end. Good delivery, sliding down the leg side. They might run through for a leg bye. They do. Hill shies at the stumps. Wide it goes. In fact, there might have been a bit of bat there. There was no signal from the umpire.
Yeah, I think it was bat onto pad from my first look.
223 for 5 the score moves on to, and Gregory, with that relatively short approach, just bangs one into the surface. Out it goes to deep cover, and they add another. But fortunately, from a Stars perspective, the boundaries have just started to disappear from the innings. There will still be boundaries, of course there will, as we get towards the closing stages. We're into the final 10 overs, the final 60 balls of the innings because of the rain interval. It's been shortened to a 44 over per side contest.
Well, that's the difference taking wickets makes. You might be at the death here, but you've got 2 batters who've, between them, barely been out there for 10 minutes, and it's not easy to just come in and thump it from the get-go.
No, and indeed you've got 6 and 7 as well, which makes it tougher. Driven down the ground here, the opportunity for Bryony Smith to think about a catch. I think it's just going to run away past her. Stonehouse came over to try and give some cover in the run pursuit, but it just evades both and runs down to the boundary's edge for 4 runs. Let's see it again.
Outfield ran pretty quickly there. The sun has already dried up a lot of that rain that fell in the hour or so, and remember that would have been 10 days of constant sun before today on it.
Smith does have that heavy strapping to her left knee, which has made her mobility perhaps a bit more difficult than usual in the field. That needs to be taken into consideration. So 1 more run is added to the total. Nice to see the sun back out. Tip over into July tomorrow, would you believe? And it's been an eclectic bag so far. The British weather, more to continue.
So 9 overs left here. Runner ball gets them 284. I think right now if you offered the Blaze that on a certain TV game show with red and blue boxes, they would be saying, deal, thank you very much.
Yeah, you would take a deal and get on with it. The Stars will certainly be hoping that it won't get up towards that sort of figure, and they've got to make sure that they're inventive in the field, and they look to try and pick up wickets where possible. They're bowling spin at both ends. Gregory has been expensive. Corteen-Coleman is ready, as this one is just worked out towards deep cover. It should race away to the boundary's edge, and does. You could see that Gregory was giving it pursuit, but as it raced away, it always looked like it would be 4 runs, and that is the sum outcome for Ella Claridge. And Moore needs to try and rethink her strategy. She's at the top of her mark with a gentle approach as she goes past umpire Sophie McClelland. Drilled down the ground. Good bit of fielding. excellent bit of work to restrict any more than the 1 run they picked up.
Claridge just starting to find her rhythm. It's got long levers. Will fancy herself to access the straight boundaries here in particular.
Running along a runner ball as Moore continues. This goes looping up into the air over the head of Chloe Hill. She wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone, in fairness. All it was able to do is loop up and run away from the opportunity of a catch. Here we see it again.
Yeah, these are an absolute nightmare for keepers with helmets on. Don't really have any way of knowing where the ball is whatsoever.
No, you could see that was exactly what happened as the ball is drilled here to extra cover. It eventually beats Cranstone, who tried to dive down on it. Gregory helps her out coming in from the deep. The field continuing to move around as Bryony Smith comes over to just strengthen this offside, a 5-4 offside field as Moore continues. That's a full toss. You can't bowl it there, and that's been put away very elegantly. When you've got a batter of Claridge's quality and strength, you know if you bowl a full toss either side of the wicket, you're almost certainly going to get picked off, and that's exactly what's happened here. It's a good hand this from Claridge.
Yeah, it probably was marginal for a no ball call on height as well. I think it just dipped under.
Here's Moore to continue bowling a quicker ball, and Claridge just reaching for it, driving the ball to mid-on or long on and taking 1.
So Claridge will keep the strike with 8 overs left. Claridge, who's been a prolific run scorer with Buckinghamshire and Leicestershire coming through, has previously played for the Trent Rockets in the 100 as well. One thing that will encourage Stars is that it does look like a pitch with very few demons in it. It does look like a good pitch to have a bat on. The problem for Stars is that they're also going to have that lurking, looming scoreboard pressure.
Tash
Farrant is back at this Beckenham end. The left armour, an opportunity for her to get involved. Corteen-Coleman's still got a couple left.
Yeah, you'd have to say Farrant wasn't quite at her brilliant best, despite having overhead conditions in her favour earlier on in her first spell.
No wicket for 31 from the 4 that she's bowled so far. She's got the opportunity to bowl 4 more though, so you would think she will bowl out from this end if she gets it right, and so often she does. 241 for 5 is the score, a slower one out the back of the hand. In fairness, she picked it, the batter.
Yeah, Farrant had a memorable T20 Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day last weekend at Derby, with 10 to win for the defending champions Southern Vipers in that second semi-final. Farrant comfortably defended that 10 needed from the final over.
Well, that's what you get with experienced bowlers, and that is exactly what Farrant offers. As this time she offers one up outside off stump, which is turned away into the leg side out towards the fielder at deep mid wicket, and they take 1.
And then, as if that wasn't enough, she produced that ridiculous, deliberate run out at the bowler's end where she guided the ball onto the stumps with her left hand.
The signs of a player who knows the game and knows her own game very, very well. Always a good player to watch, Farrant, and she's on her way once more. Again, worked her way into the leg side, out towards deep square leg it goes. They're trying to turn 1 into 2. Almost a run out opportunity. It went to the wrong end, but it's a good bit of work from Jones, who does have that strong right shoulder. Fizzed it in towards Hill, the wicket keeper. Had it been the other end, you could have had the opportunity to potentially run out Kirk.
Yeah, they've hustled well in the field today, Stars. You'd say they've fielded better than they've bowled.
Yep, they've needed to, because they haven't been at the best, have they, with ball in hand. Here's Farrant to continue. This has gone high up into the air. It should fall close of, or short I should say, of Stonehouse, who juggles with it as it bounces up in front of her. 2 more runs to the total. That was certainly aerial. It had the fielder half interested, but falling quite a way short in the end. Stonehouse certainly does have some wheels in the field. She can get around very elegantly and look to try and negate any extra runs. Farrant to continue, just holds one back. It's been drilled down the ground with great power. That was hit like a tracer, very, very powerful. And you can see she probably did well to evade it, Farrant. She might well have travelled with it. Let's see it again.
Yeah, didn't actually quite fully time it, Claridge, but that demonstrates the power and strength that she's got. Came slightly off the inside half of the bat, and yet still races away.
Yeah, caught quite low down the bat, but it's a very, very heavy bat, and when you get that kind of execution, this one banged into the surface and she's tickled it round the corner. Very, very elegant batting again. You have to say she's worked out exactly what she might get next, and there is the chance to just see it again.
37 overs.
The 250 is up, and when you see situations like this, you just wonder quite where the Blaze are going to get here, because Claridge has looked very aggressive so far.
12 off that over from Farrant, and the question for Bryony Smith would be, does she back Farrant to come back at that end, or does she look elsewhere? For now it will be Corteen-Coleman from the City end, which isn't too surprising, placing Tilly Moore.
No, she gives you the control that you need, and maybe that wicket taking ability. If she could pick up Claridge, the prize scalp now. Kirk is going to be on strike here, ticking at a runner ball, but you're looking around, you're hoping that bowlers will be able to contribute, and Corteen-Coleman certainly does. She picked up Catherine Bryce. Stonehouse was able to pick up Sarah Bryce. We've seen a couple of run outs and a wicket for Moore as well, as Corteen-Coleman continues. Started with a dot, and again the same outcome here.
Yeah, 1 for 30 off 6, which might not sound remarkable, but is as good if not better figures than anyone else for Stars today.
Yeah, it's 5 and over, isn't it? And when you see the rate is nearly 7, just goes to show how improvement, or how impressive this has been. Just offers that little bit of consistency and the ability to stem the flow of runs. Corteen-Coleman understands her game very nicely.
I guess the next question for Smith is, does she stick with Farrant? Does she think of going back to Franklin?
Well, Franklin bowled well, didn't she, in her first inning, in her first spell, sorry.
Yeah, none for 27 off 5, but did have those favourable overhead conditions and the swinging new ball, 2 factors she wouldn't have coming back on now.
Fair point. Corteen-Coleman to continue, a slightly quicker one. Claridge has read it, drives it down the ground. We'll pick up 2 here. That's certainly the modus operandi. Hit the ball, hit it hard, and try and hit a boundary or get back onto strike.
Well, Claridge likes to hit in the V anyway, and you get more value for your straight shots here at Beckenham, so it suits her in that regard.
34 from 23. It's been a real aggressive contribution. You can see that she wants to make sure she keeps batting in that manner. Corteen-Coleman here has gone for 3 from the 5 balls that she's bowled so far. Can she finish this latest over by stopping anything more than 1 or 2? She wants to try and stop Claridge having the strike. She works the ball out leg side here. Out it goes to Kalia Moore, who's doing the fielding, and they'll settle for 1. They didn't even think about trying to turn round, and that's because they want Claridge to face as many of these balls as possible.
Yeah, it's good intelligent batting. Kirk has been all too aware of her role in the piece for the most part. He just wanted to find the plentiful gaps and the strike back to Claridge, who's dominated the scoring and has dominated the balls faced in this partnership. Just 6 overs left, and you would say that these two's good work, particularly Claridge's, has brought the 300 right back into play here for the Blaze. 6 overs left, 7 and over gets them there. Farrant, despite having conceded 12 from her first over of her second spell, is kept faith with from Smith. You can understand why. Smashed away. It's a half volley to start off that over though, and it is deposited by Claridge, who absolutely loves the width on that. A chance to free her hands and crash it through the line of the ball for 4 through extra.
Well, she was batting out of her crease as well. The positive here is that Hill is going to put the helmet on now, and that will certainly take away that option. Not only have you lost Alice Davidson-Richards in terms of any overs that she might possibly bowl, I'm not sure she would have bowled any today, but you miss her in the field as well. She's very, very good in that long off, long on position. What can Tash Farrant do here? She's going to continue. It's being driven down the ground or two. Extra cover again. They're going to race through and they'll take one, which means that Claridge is off strike as she moves on to 40, but it's been a great, great hand, this.
You would expect Kirk, unless she gets a particularly bad ball, will just want to find a single here. We were mentioning that she's played second fiddle. Well, Claridge has scored 40 of a standard 49.
Yep, indeed. Kirk, sorry, that is, who this time does bring up the 50 partnership, just tickled round the corner. So she takes her score individually on to 11. And when you consider they've put on 50 of those, it's been remarkable, hasn't it, this from Claridge? It's been a great, great contribution. 37 balls for the half century. It's come at just the right time when you're a Stars fielder or you're bowling. You're thinking to yourself, is there an opportunity to come right back into this game? Chance of a run out. Quickly through. Claridge has got those long strides. Tash Farrant into her 6th over. She's gone for the half gallon. She's gone for 50. The boundary first up. She's now gone for 7 from the 4 balls that she's bowled here. It's not been easy for the bowlers, in fairness. Maybe they could have bowled better, I agree with that. So this one's just tickled down to fine leg, where Corteen-Coleman is fielding and throwing the ball back into Hill. Jack Shantry and Sophie McClelland, our 2 on-field umpires. Peter Such is our match referee. The Stars coming into this game 18 points from the 6 games that they've played, second in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy table. 4 wins from 6, it's been very good. Just wraps the pads, big LBW shout, turned away by the umpire. Claridge missing out for once, and that is the end of the over. 265 for 5, 39 gone.
Players are closing in on their best Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy total so far this season. In their 7th game, they really struggled in the batting department without the 2 Bryces in that first 6 games of the campaign, but Sarah today with 81, Catherine with 39, 120 runs between the 2 of them has set the foundations very nicely for a big old total here. Just 5 overs left. Run and ball gets 295.
Corteen-Coleman to continue. This has just been worked out to the fielder at deep backward square leg. They pick up 1.
To give you a sense of quite how bad it has been, even when you factor in the tough weather we had in April and May, players really were struggling with the bat.
Corteen-Coleman with that gentle approach. Again, leg side, good bit of fielding though. The fielding has been very impressive from a Stars perspective. Alexa Stonehouse this time again. She's been right at the very top of the tree in terms of fielding brilliance, along with Franklin, who's picked up those 2 run-outs. This time they just raced through for a leg by.
Players made 135 all out against the Sparks, 126 all out against the Stars, 87 all out against the Sunrisers. You're getting the pattern here. That was April.
Yeah, it does make a big difference for Blaze when they've got the Bryces in the side.
And May wasn't much better. They chased 189 to win against the Diamonds by just 2 wickets with 2 balls remaining in a thriller. They were bowled out by Thunder at Nottingham for just 174, and then in the 1 game this season before today they'd 5 with the bat, chased 276 to win against Storm, to win by 4 wickets with 2 overs to spare.
Just over 4 overs to go here in the innings. Driven down the ground, a chance of an opportunity, a run-out chance after a dropped catch. It was all happening there. The sum total is it's going to be a dot ball.
Very eventful dot ball. It's nicely struck by Claridge. You wouldn't have blamed her for thinking when it came off the bat that was 4 runs.
Corteen-Coleman did well there to get the hands up. Again, another quicker delivery, tip round the corner. They're going to pick up a couple here. It is the substitute fielder, Beth Miles. And wides have been signalled by the umpire. Claridge 9 away from what will be an excellent half century. Kirk ticking 14 from 17. This one just wraps the pads. It is Kirk facing up. And that is the end of the over. So Corteen-Coleman has bowled 8, 1 for 38 from those 8 overs. So another good contribution, picking up the wicket, the 1 wicket off Catherine Bryce for 30. Clean bowled for that score. And she's only gone for 38, so it shows that she's bowled with good control as well. 4 to go in the innings, 270 for 5.
Now, Farrant is coming off. We thought that Farrant would likely bowl out from the Beckenham end, but she has been uncharacteristically expensive today. So Phoebe Franklin, who went for 27 of her 5, is, just by the looks of how that decision seemed to be made by Smith, slightly unexpectedly going to bowl, because Farrant had got the ball in her hand seemingly about to start the over, and then it looks to me like Smith has made a snap gut decision, which sometimes as a captain you've got to do. Franklin will bowl medium pace wicket to wicket with Hill up to the stumps.
Slightly strange as well that we're going to need another change at the other end next over. Franklin to continue here, a reminder that she did bowl at the other end in her first spell, and that's not a great comeback because that's been driven powerfully out to the deep extra cover boundary for 4 runs. With the field up on that offside, it's just raced away.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It is an end change from where Franklin had bowled well and had that new ball in the overcast conditions. I can only think that with Farrant going for 51 off 6, Smith has just decided it's a bit too much of a risk to actually have Farrant bowl the last couple.
But do you want to bring Stonehouse back for the next over? Do you bring Farrant back at the other end? It's a slower ball this time. It's a conundrum. Can Cranstone stop it? She can. The life of a captain, hey?
Yeah, that's a good point. It might well be a change of ends for Farrant. It might just be that for whatever reason, and one thing we probably haven't mentioned enough today, there is a bit of a breeze around. Maybe that's not quite working to Farrant's advantage.
You've got Jones as well as another option should she be required. I think you would probably look to try and go with pace. This is a much slower delivery that's been picked by the batter. Out towards Tash Farrant it goes, and Farrant, as ever, equal to the cause, stopping any thought or any suggestion of a second run. And Jones is just being called up into the ring here to square leg. Tash Farrant moves slightly squarer. Claridge 4 away from a half century. Don't bet against her doing it next up. This has gone high up into the air. It should evade the 2 fielders, and there it is. Half century for Claridge. It's been an excellent knock. 50 from 35 deliveries. What a contribution. 8 fours contained within the knock as well. Thanks very much indeed for that, Alex. She certainly scored at a good clip. Here's this latest one. It was almost a half tracker, wasn't it? It sat up invitingly. She's put it away. She's beat the 2 fielders. And it has been some contribution, this, from Claridge. She's still not done. There's work to do here. She knows that it could be very difficult for the Stars. It's going to be difficult anyway as they pick up 1 more.
And that boundary took place past their total in the successful run chase against Storm. This is now their best 50 over innings this season, and Claridge's 50 is the fastest of the 3. It took Sarah Bryce 41 balls, Marie Kelly 50 balls, and it took Ella Claridge just 35 with 8 falls.
Thank you, Michael. 281 for 5. The score remains 1 ball to go in this. Down the leg side it goes. They're appealing for a catch, saying that maybe a bit of bat was involved. The umpire undeceived, Jack Shantry. All he does is extend the arms either side, and the wide ball has been signalled. So Franklin will need to take this again. Mr. Extras has been busy, 14 wides within the innings so far. 281 for 5 is the score. This is a leg side high full toss. It should fall just ahead of Farrant. Good bit of fielding to restrict it to 1. To sit up invitingly, in fairness. That is the end of the over. So 3 to go in the innings. 282 for 5 the score.
Yeah, 300 is the next mini milestone for Blaze. There was a moment where Claridge and Kirk were together, 2 new batters, and Stars would have fancied themselves to put a squeeze on, but then Claridge quickly got into her work and has carried the impetus on.
So Tilly Corteen-Coleman is going to continue here. Can one bowler bowl 10 then?
Correct. 9, because of the way it divides up.
Okay, so one can bowl 9, so she will bowl out, which makes sense. And then what they've got to try and do is find somebody to bowl that final over, and that could be Tash Farrant. So you can kind of see what has happened. One ball off the next one. Bryony Smith doesn't get much wrong as captain. She's beaten my elementary maths. And Corteen-Coleman has got 1 left. She needs to stop going for 50. That's what she wants to try and do, as this one is just opened up. Down to 3rd it goes, and there's going to be 4 more runs as soon as it went past Cranstone. Let's see how good Fred is here. I fancy him for being very, very good. We might get the opportunity to see him. We did see him on that wide angle. Brilliant bit of work. Not only is he good with words, very, very good in the deep.
Way down to backward point for 4 more then. Stars just struggled all innings to find any sense of control.
Well, Corteen-Coleman's brought the most of it. This is a quicker ball. It's been hit high up into the air. It's going to evade all the fielders. They're on the chase here. Stonehouse is the quickest of them all, and she can't even stop it running over the boundary's edge down towards the flats, which was the old pavilion. That used to be where the pavilion was sited here at Beckenham before Leander Sports took over this ground, and it's been changed beyond recognition over the years. Kent County Cricket Club have become leaseholders here along with the South East Stars, and it's meant that the Stars have been able to play in Beckenham, and they've enjoyed it. It's always a good batting wicket, as this one with plenty of bottom hand is worked out to the right hand side of Emma Jones, who's done well there at long on.
Yeah, general consensus on the women's cricket circuit is that if you're a batter, it's one of the very best in the country to have a bat on. Rarely many demons in the pitch at all. Doesn't take a huge amount of spin. Fast outfield too.
Corteen-Coleman to continue again, plenty of bottom hand. It should evade the fielder. Kalia Moore races away and gives it gallant pursuit, but she can't quite get there despite her best efforts, and it's going to be 4 more runs. Suddenly the Blaze have found the way of finding boundaries, and they found them to such good effect. This looks a very, very ominous score. 298 for 5.
Well, Claridge has got the full licence to throw. Nothing to lose here. And it's been uncharacteristic from the Stars, who generally have been so good at control with the ball, particularly at Beckenham. It's a ground where they know how to bowl on this. It's their home track. They know the dimensions of it. They know what works.
Corteen-Coleman to complete her set, just opening up the face, and it did go slightly uppishly towards the fielder Ailish Cranstone at short third, but it is a dot ball to end. Corteen-Coleman 1 for 53 from the 9 overs that she's bowled. 12 balls to go in the innings. The Blaze are going to go past that 300 mark. They're 298 for 5.
Yep, that over's gone for 15. There is, of course, 2 sides to every coin, and in the Blaze you are watching a very impressive unit of a team who have just got, when it comes to 50 over cricket for part 2 of the campaign, the Bryce sisters back, and collectively as a batting unit have batted very impressively with good impetus and tempo, have run well between the wickets on the whole, apart from the 2 run outs. I know that sounds ironic to say, have put bad balls away well. It's been a very impressive collective batting effort from them.
Phoebe Franklin to bowl this penultimate over. Good delivery, the old sand shoe crusher, picked out by Kirk. Down the ground it goes. towards Stonehouse. No thoughts of a second because everybody knows how rapid she can be to get to the ball. She's done nicely there.
If there's one player I had to pick out, it would be Sarah Bryce as the opener. She set the tempo for the innings and the tempo for the game for Blaze.
Yeah, 81 scored. Catherine Bryce scored 30, but this has been a very, very good knock from Claridge. She could potentially go past that mark. It will be difficult to get past 81, but you can't go against her. And there is the 300 coming up. Ripple of applause from the people who made their way down to Beckenham for this one. What can Phoebe Franklin provide here? No wicket for 42 into her 7th over. This is a slower one out the back of the hand. They wanted to race through for a single. It just wasn't there. You can see what Claridge wants to do. She's desperate to get on strike. Kirk just wants to nudge one and get her on. Both batters on the same page there. Kirk 18 from 23, which is a decent enough hand down at the bottom end of an innings anyway. Again, another slow ball picked. It's going to go straight into the arms of Tash Farrant, who makes no mistake. A great bit of work because that was hit with good ferocity, and you could see that she judged it to perfection and picks up a very nice catch out there at Cow Corner.
Well, on the whole, Kirk has barely played a shot in anger. She's just been looking for those singles to get Ella Claridge the strike back, but she decided with so little time left in the innings it was time to open her shoulders, and fair enough for doing so. That was only 3 or 4 yards from going for 6, but Farrant was confident underneath it. And one thing to watch for the youngsters at home was the way she rocked back. She knew she was comfortably inside the rope. By rocking back to take the impact of the ball, and there was no danger of any elbows hitting the ground. It's one thing that they do a lot of work on in indoor training, landing on mats in all sorts of combinations and ways of rolling to make sure that the ball stays safely in the mitts.
Josie Groves is going to be the new batter, just taking her guard from Jack Shantry, who's one of our 2 on-field umpires, along with Sophie McClellan. Peter Such is acting as match referee here at Beckenham, where we've got blue skies and 8 balls to go in the innings. This has been hit into the air, but it was almost a strangled shot, if you will, and the one positive I would say, Groves has been able to get Claridge back on for this final ball of the over.
She's a good ball striker in her own right, Josie Groves. She hit 14 not out off just 4 balls on finals day at Derby last Saturday for Blaze in their first semi-final against Sparks.
Claridge, though, blazing along, 66 from 42, a slower ball. She's picked it, and that's hit the arm of the non-striker. It means that she will get the strike, but she's lost a couple of runs there, and she's hurt her teammate. No intent involved, but that's very, very powerful for Groves to have to try and stop. I'm sure she's hurt herself and will need the physio on.
Yeah, it's Skondo on the shoulder, the left shoulder. Groves then limped her way through to the striker's end. And they'll hope this is nothing too serious, Blaze, because Josie Groves is a key part of their attack with her teasing leg spinners.
And it was the wrist that it struck. So slightly lower down, you can see her shaking out the wrist.
Switching to the city end and replacing...
And Tash Farrant will bowl the final over of the innings.
Tash Farrant.
Yeah, Blaze will need Groves' excellent leggies later on, but she's got a little bit of time to rest and recuperate before that point in the piece.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do though is see it seize up in any way. There will be some spray going on and there will be some tablets taken, I'm sure. 1 over to go in the piece, and Tash Farrant will get a rare bowl from the city end. She doesn't really bowl from this end. That's a looper gone high up into the air. It's going to come down towards the 3rd boundary. It's going to evade everybody and it's going to race away for 4 more runs. So as hard as they try, Claridge has got the answers.
Yeah, Claridge fortuitous to have the answer there for once. Most of the time today it's been through excellent judgment and power. That shot was all power as opposed to anything else. Was trying to go hard through, kind of slap it through extra cover really. It was the hockey shot.
5 balls to go in the innings. Farrant again at the top of her mark. What can she produce here? She needs to come back with a good response. It's gone high up into the air again. Down it goes towards Jones, the fielder, out long on, and she's judged it perfectly. That really is a great bit of work, because when they come out of the sky like that with such great ferocity, you never know if you're going to get underneath it. But Jones has judged it perfectly, and Claridge's innings is at an end. Very good bit of work in the deep, and that's the prized wicket.
What an innings it's been though. 71 off 55. Just picking up from where Sarah Bryce and Marie Kelly had left off earlier on in the innings, and carrying Blaze past the 300 mark.
12 fours contained within that knock of 71. Not surprisingly, it is a list day best, and you have to say very impressive from Ella Claridge.
Beats her 64 not out from earlier on in the campaign. Cassidy McCarthy heads out for a relatively rare bat.
Yep, a little bit like Alice Davidson-Richards. She is a native of Tunbridge Wells. And here is Farrant, the left armour, to continue. This has been drilled expertly past the right hand. That's a brilliant shot through extra cover. And McCarthy, off her first ball, has just nailed one.
It's just what you want at the back end.
Well, there we are. Can she repeat that? She's got 3 more opportunities. What can Farrant do here? Into her 7th over, 1 for 59. Uncharacteristically expensive here. Tash Farrant, who was born in Athens, continues, drilled down the ground, again putting bat on ball, and that's another boundary. Gun barrel straight. What a strike that is again from McCarthy. 8 from 2.
Oh, McCarthy with the licence to go after it, and going after it with aplomb. It takes them past the 311 that Diamonds posted here in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy earlier on this season, and that was in 50 overs, not 44.
Well, one batter's really got to have their day. You need another to make a massive contribution as well, but somebody's really got to score 100 if you are going to be successful here. This one just tipped round the corner, and the umpire's given a wide.
Well, to this point, much like the Stars have done with the Bryces, Kelly, Claridge, you actually probably realistically to chase this need at least 3 batters to make major contributions.
Yep, I think you need 100 and probably 250s, and that gets you a long way towards. We'll wait to see if that can happen. Not too much to ask for, is it? We don't even know if Alice Davidson-Richards will be able to bat. That's certainly another conundrum and something to think about, because effectively you could be 1 batter light.
I mean, you think of that Diamonds game, Stars lost by 3 runs even with Dunkley making 130.
316 for 7, and of course no Sophia Dunkley. This is hit high up into the air, looping towards Cranston, who makes absolutely no mistakes. So there is going to be a wicket, and Groves is going to go. It means that Farrant gets a wicket, her first of the innings so far. Just held it back. It was caught very low down the bat, and Cranston making no mistake coming in. In fact, that's Tash Farrant's second, isn't it, of the innings, because she got one off the second ball of this over. 316 for 8.
Kirsty Gordon.
So out comes Kirsty Gordon, who's worked hard in her batting and can hit a long ball, and has annoyed the Stars earlier this season with the bat when these sides met in this competition. She came together with Grace Ballinger with her side 49 for 9, and Gordon made 41 and Ballinger 25 to get plays up to 126 all out. Stars still went on to win comfortably, but she's particularly down the ground a capable 6 hitter. She's got 1 ball here to try and launch one off Farrant.
Well, the run rate is 7.21 per over, and you have to think to yourself, when you get that kind of run rate, 99 times out of 100 you are going to win. Drilled down the ground, plenty of power in it, cross batted. They're going to come back for a second. Franklin looking to try and help the bowler Farrant to a run out. As it is, all they can do is pick up 2 runs, so a good contribution at the end from Gordon. 2 from 1, which takes the score on to 318 for 8. It means that the victory target will be 319, and there really is work to do. In fact, that will be slightly increased, won't it, with the way this works. But the situation is, just looking at that scorecard, what a hand it was at the top of the innings from Sarah Bryce. She made 81 from 71. A half century for Kelly. It was a very good contribution from her. And then Claridge at the end, what could be match defining. 71 from 45. A great contribution. And it doesn't look good for the bowlers. 16 wides within the 18 extras. And looking at those bowling figures, you saw a little bit of control from Corteen-Coleman. She only went for 5.89 runs and over. Some of the others more expensive. You look at Farrant at the top, 2 for 67 from the 7 that she bowled. Franklin did bowl with a bit of control as well, 1 for 44 from 7. She was effective in the field with those 2 run-outs. But it is going to be a very difficult chase. We'll take a short break. There's confirmation of some of those partnerships. We saw 94 up at the top, then 58 and 87, and that is the tell of the tape. It's going to be a real tough chase for the South East Stars. We're back in around 20 minutes time to see if they can chase down what they need to chase.
Alexa Stonehouse, 5 overs, no maidens.
Yeah, there was now 50 on nothing.
What's the gut feeling, Fred, about the finish time? You think they
Finish?
If you've got all match time. So do you think they'll just obviously they've got to go before one. Losing by 40 runs, that's to lose by 100 runs, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is quite close, isn't it? So,
They do walk with it, that might have a challenge.
Two days after setting the record, it went that. Tried to get away with it, it was on the bottle. It's interesting to all run out.
Yeah.
Lost it here. 178 for 9. It's a good recovery. It's an 88 rate. Rolls of the lane over it. It's £1. Farrant 167. Warwickshire 145 tomorrow. New Zealand women against England. 145 all around. Derbyshire won the toss, decided to bat. I've known that when you take short notice, not for a long time, you know. I do recall very early days when actually anyone of any decency turns up short, I'm sure anyway. It's worth waiting for that.
Yeah, the frost
especially when it's announced. Six overs away from last season as well. So I suppose there's a fair chance of staying up as well. I'd imagine it will be capital this year. Whether it be the Red Bull game or the White Bull more matches will be something next year. Because they were, what they've done to the point, they've got enough of it to the point. And then they were quite far down the line with Brexit across the year. The replacement for Simpson. Although I think being based in London for its franchise is probably a bit easier to be based in Bath. I don't know. Did you play for 100 we spoke to Rocket? I think I know he plays out in South Africa. I know that's a cool thing, but it's not accounted. So it's encouraging, so it's said that the only thing that's on cruising. 50 for naught, chasing 141. There we go. Ryan Higgins, man. Farrant first. They're stopping James Franklin. Even though he did win the title as captain next year. I think he's cut across them because Franklin was the batsman and the full bowler.
Already knew
They started off alright. The round one was over time. They had one slump and they put it outside. Yeah.
It's a little bit that costs you quite a lot of money to play on. At some point, if the owner, or whoever's running it, thinks like, £300,000, that's pretty much what
If you can find a couple of good defenders and someone who can score regularly, i.e. Michael Chick, like you're sort of laughing at that level. So I don't know if I'm laughing, but you're going to find it a lot easier. If you can find someone who scored 20 goals a season in the red. But
there are a lot. I mean, like,
well, they've lost them part time anyway, right?
yeah.
And, so Dorking were part time. They got they're back in the south now. It's not. Do you know what? It's not quite the Rags to Richards tale that it gets spun.
No,
It's you know the big vineyard as you go into Dorking. Denby's, is it? Denby's my mistake. It's a great big vineyard hotel. His mum and dad own that. So it's not quite the jumpers for gold. It's not quite the jumpers for goalposts.
Yeah, he's a very interesting guy.
Oh, yeah, he's no, he's very quotable as well. He gets carried away a bit, but then that's fair enough.
You're right. I mean, there's no way they're not. How many people are getting through the game?
Well, the Bromley game on Easter Saturday, Good Friday was very good.
Yeah.
It was a very good crowd. I mean,
But even that isn't.
was it Easter Monday? It's one of them. But
Even that isn't covering that.
that's not going to sustain it. But hence that's why they're part time. It took a lot of players from Leatherhead when they were in the Isthmian League as well. It took a lot of players from Leatherhead to Kingstonian. That's what got them out of the Isthmian. Sort of got into the National League South. Threw a bit of money there to get in sustain it. I've done Barney as well. They had an absolute meltdown. Just absolute bomb. Yeah,
Red, what time's the restart?
3:02.
Yeah, it's what I thought. So one of the players saying it's 10 past 3.
Ahead of the South East Stars innings, just an update on the Duckworth-Lewis Stern calculations for a revised target due to the shortened game and the interruption to the Blazers' first innings. Calculations have been run, and it turns out that in fact South East Stars will require 319 for victory. So that is a revised target, but it is also one more than the Blaze themselves actually scored. So the revised target for the South East Stars for victory would be 390.
Not you. No, but you know what? The weird thing is, it always makes me giggle. In that same game, I already got most of it. Oh, did you? Oh, he did?
Because it just worked.
Wait, so how were you, I mean this respectfully, Fred, but how were you playing for that? We were short.
And they were always very big on lap and stuff like this.
Ah.
I was like,
True.
I went on.
Wait, so you went in the back end, went in
One very
yeah.
Drop this. Hurled the ball back. And I thought it worked.
Joe.
Yeah, good job. Yep.
In that game, I wouldn't imagine that he was going to last lengthy career, so which playing at probably ranks about somewhere in the low 600s game. But the idea was that he put on a bit of a shut.
No, it's perfect.
How do you do it, didn't it?
Thanks very much.
I think he put on board, and he was still so good.
My wallet's
Basically, bowled about 4%.
Who's his friend, the bowler? Oh, okay.
Is it?
Every game I go to, that's right. Every team, everybody plays there. Last time I think where we go.
Why? What do you do?
So what we're going for? Half price reckon by that?
Not very close.
The target hasn't changed though, is it?
Yeah.
Still
319. Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
I think I'll get to. I'll definitely get 250.
I think between 250 and
I think
300.
the last probably the 44 overs. The 44 overs.
I'd expect so. Yeah.
No, I'm going back.
Although they haven't got page actually. True, they haven't got page.
I suppose if ADR doesn't that make it 220. Oh, is she? Oh, right, maybe she will.
But she won't be able to bat for a while.
All right, Jake?
Yeah, go for the go.
And a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the county ground here in Beckenham, where you will see the match summary at the end of their overs. We could see that 318 for 8 was the score for the Blaze from their 44. The numbers have been crunched, and 319 is going to be the victory target for South East Stars. We thought it might go up a few, but actually it is going to be 319, which is going to be a chase. Not an easy one. The run rate needs to be in excess of 7 and over. And the two who are going to get the innings going up front will be Bryony Smith and Tash Farrant. Those two will open the innings. My name's Jamie Reid, and opening the innings here in the commentary box, a very good afternoon once again to Michael McCann.
Good afternoon, Jamie. Good afternoon, all. I think not an easy chase is an understatement. It would be a women's list day record run chase. And, of course, this isn't even a 50 over game anymore, it's a 44 over game. So that gives you a sense of how stiff the target is. And Stars nearly pulled off a women's list day record run chase when they were chasing 311 to win here back on the 8th of May against the Northern Diamonds, falling 3 runs short despite Sophia Dunkley's 130. Last ball was caught on the rope to give Diamonds the win. The one advantage here for Bryony Smith, the skipper, and Tash Farrant opening up alongside her is you wouldn't say there's really a sense of a burden of expectation psychologically here. The target, even accounting for the pitch being good and the outfield being decent value, is very stiff. Stars have not bowled up at the high standards that we've seen from them across much of this campaign. Charging in at them will be Grace Ballinger, who has added a yard of pace to her game in the last couple of seasons. Very talented young explosive left arm crick bowler, will get the ball to move as well. Came of age in 2021 in particular, coming up through that Warwickshire pathway. Has played for the Northern Superchargers as well as the London Spirit in 100 too. She'll be a real threat with the new ball. As in front of us, Alice Davidson-Richards behind the boundaries, going through what essentially looks like an informal fitness test, just seeing if she can run off that thigh injury or hamstring injury that she picked up earlier on when fielding. Ballinger's getting ready to bowl the first ball of the reply from the City end, 319 to win. Short, and well, that will help the Stars because it goes for 4. Just nibbled away by Bryony Smith. Ballinger not quite where she wants to be in terms of line, and the home captain takes full advantage.
Far too straight, wasn't it, the delivery from Ballinger? It was just a gentle loosener, and it was picked very elegantly by Bryony Smith. Here it is again, just outside that back pad, and as soon as it presented an opportunity, she just quickly shuffled the hands, tickled it round the corner. The dream start for Smith.
Ballinger with a 5-4 offside field. It's got a deep point and a deep square leg. Smith this time will find deep square leg for 1. Bringing on to strike Tash Farrant.
Bryony Smith is one of those, if she finds her straps early on, she can really go on and punish you. So the Stars will certainly be hoping that the skipper can lead from the front here in the run chase. Wasp showing at 38% early on in these proceedings. It'll be interesting to see if they go north of that, because that generally gives a good barometer on where we are as a match.
Yeah, you would say that feels optimistic from a batting team's point of view. That's got the Stars' chances right now at 38%. Field shifts around for the left-handed Farrant. It's a 6-3 offside field with square leg and deep third, the 2 that are allowed out. Some LBW appeals. It's gone into some vacant space. Short fine leg. Catherine Bryce does the fielding. That'll be 2.
Brilliant bit of running. You saw that Farrant, as soon as it wrapped the pad, she knew that the bat had missed out, but she'd run that first one hard and then present an opportunity of turning and coming back. She knows she's quick between the wickets, and that's very, very good going. I'd say this ADR involvement is in the balance here. Chatting with the physio in front of us.
Imagine ADR's hitting could be key later on, potentially. It's Ballinger. Farrant can only find short mid-wicket, but of course there's a long way to go for Stars to even get to that point. They need a base, they need a foundation, they need someone to really do what Sarah Bryce did for Blaze, which is comprehensively win the power play. Blaze piling up that 318, but Sarah Bryce's 81 off 71 up top was critical in that.
Yep, you need 2 or 3 to put their hands up and really make a telling contribution.
Blocked out into the covers by Farrant. Of course, does have a good bit of history this season against this opposition. Hit 68 not out. The Stars won by 8 wickets with 26.5 overs to spare when these sides met in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy in the reverse fixture on the 24th of April. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay took 5 for 31 as plays were bundled out for just 126. Overpitched and crashed away. Farrant's first boundary. Stand and deliver stuff.
Brilliant end to the over, and that's where she is particularly strong. If you angle it across her and she gets that eye line going and can open up that offside, that's a brilliant end to the over. Hit with great power, good accuracy. Catherine Bryce now will have first use as a bowler at this Beckenham end. And it's been a good purposeful start, this. 11 off that opener with the 2 boundaries off the first and last ball.
As for the opening over of the innings from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce will be feeling pretty confident about things. What a season she's had. Scotland, of course, progressing through those global qualifiers. And then
for each side.
Since returning,
Bowlers may bowl a maximum
she's
of
carried
9 overs
that
with
exemplary
1
all-round
able to
form,
bowl a maximum of
as well as the
8.
leadership skills she brings to any side, whether captain or not, into T20 cricket. Now playing her first Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy game of the campaign. Straight at mid-on, her sister Sarah standing up to the stumps. 5-4 offside field. With deep mid-wicket. Blocked by Smith. Deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket for Catherine Bryce, who tends to predominantly her stock ball is an in-swinger. Didn't quite fully time it, Smith. Was not at quite a full-blooded drive. Knew that the length wasn't quite there for it. Shorter. Smith can get her hands through that and has bisected the sweepers. And what I thought she had, but actually that's a very good stop by Graham. We had to make a lot of ground around to her right. And then the work is completed by the throw-in from Cassidy McCarthy.
Good work, wasn't it, from the Australian Graham in the deep. Smith always hits it very powerfully.
Fuller, and the on-drive is stopped by Claridge. Catherine Bryce just looking to, as she typically is so good at doing, build some dots and pressure early on here. Shorter, flashed away through the covers. Smith's second boundary up into double figures, and a good over from Catherine Bryce. He's slightly damaged by the last ball going to the rope, so 6 off it. Starting reasonably well here, 17 without loss after 2.
Well, it's a good over from Bryce, only 2 scoring shots, the 2, and then that boundary off the last. They finished the first over with a boundary. They've done likewise in that second over, and they need to make sure they keep crunching through the gears. The run rate, well, the required rate is over 7. They've started nicely, the rate at 8.5, but it does seem a long way off that 319 victory target. They need partnerships, don't they, throughout the innings. Ballinger at the top of her mark, ready to bowl this third over.
It's a good length from Ballinger. Farrant can't do a lot with that. Grace Ballinger, who was talking to the Naughty Child podcast led by Polly Starkey about balancing a degree in cricket, saying when I was 15, 16 I probably didn't think I'd be playing professional cricket in 5 years' time. Game's progressed so fast recently that I had to look at other professions. I don't think that's a bad thing to have something else to fall back on. Oh, beautiful. Doesn't quite find the edge. Farrant will be relieved that it didn't. Very nice lines and lengths from Grace Ballinger, who added to just have something else. Kind of takes the pressure off my cricket as well to some extent, because it means I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket, so to speak. And that quote gives you an idea of how quickly things have moved on in women's domestic regional cricket across recent years. Yorker from Ballinger. It's a good one. Well dug out by Farrant. Good cricket all round.
Well, it's been an excellent start to this over with the 3 dots. Ballinger has that unique bowling style, but the one thing you will always get from her is plenty of effort and endeavour. That rate will continue to climb all the time you miss out and don't score the runs that you need. You've got to make sure you're at least 1 boundary and over. It's that much of a chase.
I think Farrant was just trying to guide that through backward points, slightly inside out. Good signs again for Ballinger, who's put together a really nice over here, having gone for 11 off her first.
Well, that is the tricky thing. When you get those 4 dots, you're suddenly thinking to yourself that you need to try and hit the boundary if you possibly can. Even then, you'd only get 4 off this over if the other one's a dot. So the pressure's always on that chasing side.
Good off drive from Farrant, but it's straight at mid-off. The pressure continues to build. I know a lot of analysts look at the fact that more wickets fall off the 5th and 6th balls of overs than any other ball, and it's because of overs like this where the pressure is built through the piece that creates chances.
Well, we've yet to see a maiden in this game. Will we see one here, or can Tash Farrant produce something just when her side needs her?
Farrant again, straight at mid-off. So end of the over. It is the first maiden of the match. Well bowled by Grace Ballinger. With 3 overs gone in suddenly blazing sunshine of beautiful Beckenham. Stars are 17 without loss. Catherine Bryce getting ready to bowl her second. This is match day 7 of 14, and there's Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy cricket going on right across the country today. Looks like a little bit of a slower ball cutter from Bryce. England going very comfortably at New Road against New Zealand at Worcester. Look extremely well placed to make it 2-0. So that's blocked by Smith. New Zealand made just 141 all out. Amelia Kerr top scoring with 43. Maddie Green made 30, 5 for 25 for Sophie Eccleston. Wicket for Alex Capsey, of course, of the South East Stars. Charlie Dean with a couple. So that's straight at mid-off. The dots building here, the pressure's building. That's 9 dots in a row now. England very comfortable in the run chase. 109 for 1 in the 16th over. Maya Boucher has 69 not out, better than a runner ball. Tammy Beaumont was run out for 28, and Heather Knight is out there on 9 not out. Straight back to Bryce, more dots. Blaze heading towards back-to-back maidens, and that's particularly concerning for Stars in the power play. The power play becomes even more important when you're chasing a big total like this.
And the rate up to 7.5 and over.
Short, and the pressure tells. Smith has picked out mid-wicket. Kirsty Gordon takes a simple catch. The pressure was built by Ballinger's maiden in the previous over. Catherine Bryce continuing the run of dots. Smith desperate to break the shackles, rocks back and hits it straight at the visiting skipper to get rid of the Stars captain, who has to go early doors. And the Stars' task in this big run chase just got even harder. Smith gone for 11, 17 for 1.
And Kaylia Moore has been pushed up the order here in the hopes of putting bat on ball. Nine overs of the power play with the reduction. We've only got 44 overs, remember, to chase down these runs. It shows that that run rate required up above 7.5. The run rate's dropped to 4.5. And we've had 11 dot balls, including that wicket, in a row. Not an easy situation for Moore to come out and find herself.
Yes, this is interesting. Moore so far in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy has a high score of 42. She's made 54 runs and been out just once. It's just blocking back that first one from Bryce. You'd imagine this is a bit of a rejigging that's come about from that injury to Alice Davidson-Richards, but it's still a bold move. Moore tends to bat in the lower middle order, if not the lower order, for the Stars, but we'll get a promotion up here to try and help lay a foundation. 17 for 1 off 4. Wicket maiden for Catherine Bryce.
I wonder, if I'm the captain, whether I would think about promoting somebody like Emma Jones, somebody who can really put bat on ball, certainly in the power play overs, can strike a long ball. ADR can do likewise, but we don't know what involvement she'll be able to contribute. Emma Jones is padded up, so she could be in next.
Ballinger. looking to build on that maiden in a previous over, and she almost gets Farrant. Back-to-back maidens here from Blaze, a second of which was of course a wicket maiden from Catherine Bryce. The pressure is right on this Stars batting lineup.
Well, they started well with ball in hand. Ballinger slightly expensive in that first over, but she's come back strongly. No wicket for 11 into her third. Sign of a good bowler.
Flicked away. Nice looking shot on one leg from Farrant. It was a somewhat leg side-ish half volley, but my goodness me, watch the timing and the poise as she puts it away with ease. Great shot.
It was very impressive, yep, just making sure that she cleared that front foot to open up the leg side.
Straight back to Ballinger that time.
Good response, wasn't it, from the bowler? Plenty of chatter out in the field. You would expect that from the Blaze coming into the game. 8 points from 6. They've come down on the wrong side of a couple of relatively close ones, so maybe it doesn't tell the true story. But South East Stars, 18 points from their 6 coming into this. Faring much better.
Hit hard by Farrant. Too wide and too full from Ballinger. It gave Farrant a chance to throw her hands at it. Gets it all the way along the ground through point for 4. So Farrant leading a nice counter-attack in this over after those 2 consecutive overs when no runs were scored.
Yeah, boundaries both sides of the wicket, and it shows that if you do offer a little bit of width to Farrant, she can put you away. Going a runner ball, she can be the mainstay of an innings, and that's what they need, somebody to bat some time.
It's down the leg side. Ballinger will have to re-bowl that one. It's worth saying in regards to that table that they were without 2 players that are so good they're almost cheat codes on a PlayStation game really, in Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce for that first 6 over block, and you've already seen the difference they've made today. 120 runs between them with the bat, and then Catherine Bryce picking up the wicket of Bryony Smith. Farrant just blocking that one out to mid-off. So 9 off the over already from 5 balls bowled. Elsewhere, it's a full programme of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy action today. Northern Diamonds need 240 to win against the Central Sparks Scarborough. 50s from Katie George and Davina Perrin helping Sparks to that total. Katie Levick taking 4 for 46. With the bat, Diamonds going well. Lauren Winfield-Hill making 46. Emma Marlowe's 42 not out. Up there alongside Captain Holly Armitage. Diamonds 108 for 1 off 24. Well placed to see that one through, you would think. Back of a length from Ballinger. Just guided out to point. At Chelmsford, in a game that much like ours has been marginally reduced due to the weather. It's a 48 over a side contest there. Sunrise has made 253. 50s for Grace Scrivens and Jo Gardner opening up together. Hannah Jones with 4 for 50. Fee Morris and Sophie Morris with a couple of wickets each. Thunder in reply 39 without loss in the 8th over. Emma Lamb and Seren Smell setting the foundations. Bryce looking to build on her wicket maiden. Just jab down into the offside. Moore will get off the mark from her second ball faced. And at Hove, Western Storm are in more than a pickle, really. You would say they're facing imminent defeat. They made just 156 all out. Fran Wilson top scorer with 34. 3 wickets each for Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor. Southern Vipers need just 32 to win from 26 overs. Ella McCacken making 49, Charlie Knott 22. The experienced campaigner that is Georgia Elwes has just been joined by Georgia Adams. Elwes has 49 not out, so you'd think that's a question of when rather than if Vipers will win that. Price coming round the wicket to the lefty, driven straight to extra cover. Really good spell of sustained pressure here for the Blaze. They'll really fancy a couple more wickets in the power play to take total command of it. Nice looking cover drive. They will take one. Slight misfield means Kirsty Gordon has to get round. Heather Graham not able to gather it cleanly.
Well, the last thing you can afford to do is give away a run out at this stage of the innings. We saw a couple. Phoebe Franklin very, very good to run out Teresa Graves and Marie Kelly.
Follow one from Bryce Moore, not really able to do a lot with it. Of course, the Blaze have that confidence of having beaten the Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup T20 final just 8 days ago, and the confidence that winning trophies gives a team. Into the pads but swinging down leg, hence the lack of appeals with any particular venom behind them towards umpire Chantry.
Well, you mentioned about Wasp being set high at the start of the innings. It's dropped to 15% here.
That's worked away behind square on the offside. It's kept to 1. Claridge with the fielding. End of another tight over from Catherine Bryce. It goes for just 3, and Stars have got to be careful because the power play is quickly disappearing here without them really capitalising on it. 29 for 1 off 6, and I know off the top of my head that Blaze was 67 for 1 off 10 at the end of their power play, for a comparison.
Yep, they're halfway through it then, or 2/3 of the way through it then. You get the 9, don't they? And they've had 6 of them that have elapsed. Ballinger is going to continue here with the number 1 on her back, and in fairness, she is the star of the show with the ball. She's been very impressive. Bryce as well, very economical through the 3 that she's bowled, 1 for 9. Just 3 coming off that last one, and boundaries are needed, and the pressure is on Kaylia Moore, 2 from 5, giving Farrant company after the relatively early dismissal of Bryony Smith.
Sounded good off the bat, but no reward for it for Moore. He's still on 2. Ballinger with a 5-6-3 field here, with a slip in play, and why not with the way she's bowling. She's got a deep third and a deep square leg. It's the 2 allowed out. Moore is just nibbling it behind square for 1. You'd think that Farrant will continue to look to be aggressive, aware of the need to capitalise on this power play, but easier said than done. Of course, it was Blaze who knocked Stars out on this ground last season in the Eliminator. This season, those full-on semi-finals instead. That's a great shot from Farrant, who trots down to the non-strikers. She needn't do so. High class from Tash Farrant, over-pitched by Ballinger. Lovely straight bat presented, 4 runs.
You mentioned about some of these players who can be multi-dimensional, can do it in the field, batting and bowling, and I guess you can say Sophia Dunkley can bowl as well, but you just miss her batting so much at the top of the innings. She knows exactly how to pace a run chase, and that's where the Stars have been good over the last couple of years, being able to chase down totals. You just see frustration that she's with England carrying drinks.
Oh, finds the outside edge, Ballinger. It's a bit of fortune for Farrant. This boundary is fortunate as the previous one was glorious. A moral victory for Ballinger, but nothing more for the bowler. It goes wide of slip. It wasn't a catching chance. It bounced in front of Claridge and wide of her anyway. It would have been a great stop, frankly, to prevent 4. So Ballinger can take heart from that. Well, on Dunkley, you think of that run chase against Diamonds, it was Dunkley that really built the thing. Push back to Ballinger.
Yeah, she's just got the perfect temperament, and sometimes when you don't score freely in an over, certain batters might panic. Sophia Dunkley thinks, I can go again next over, and to have that mindset to back your ability shows the sign of an excellent human being and a fine cricketer, and she's both.
Ballinger just losing her alignment. That's down the leg side, and it will go for 5 wides. Sarah Bryce not quite able to take it cleanly. A shake in the head of frustration from the keeper, but it's left a very difficult task by Ballinger there.
Well, Bryce is one of the best. If she can't get across and stop it, you're not really expecting a bowler to put it there.
Much better from Ballinger. Good Yorker. Farrant does well to dig it out. Good cricket all round. 10 off the over then. Healthy over, much needed for the Stars. You know, 43 for 1 off 7. For those unfamiliar with what exactly we were alluding to there was a thriller of a game here on the 8th of May where Northern Diamonds posted 311 and Sophia Dunkley hit a fine 130 to take the Stars extremely close. She was out in the final over, and Erin Burns managed to just about help Diamonds win the contest. The last ball was caught on the rope. Had it gone for 6, Stars would have won. As it was, Diamonds won by 3 runs, with 619 runs scored across the piece between the two teams. An extraordinary game of cricket. Catherine Bryce settles into a new over, starts with a dot. And this time it's an even higher target. There is just 44 overs rather than 50, and there's no Sophia Dunkley. Moore just about digs out that in-swinger, was slightly uncertain. Remember, this is the penultimate over of the power play because of the game being rain shortened. Slow ball from Bryce out the back of the hand. Gets her a dot. Kirsty Gordon's warming up at short mid-wicket. Skipper's going to give herself a bowl soon, it looks like. Again, Moore just looking a touch uncertain as she drives back to Bryce. Has 3 off 11. Stars will be really aware that Clear Moore will be as well, not wanting to get stuck here. Needs to try and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Again, that's another dot from Bryce, who is on her way and 1 ball away from a second maiden of the innings. The first was, of course, a wicket maiden. More working this one, but straight to point, so it will be a maiden, and that just builds the pressure even more. The required run rate is well in excess of 7.5. Bryce has 1 for 9 off 4. That's typically Brycean figures. 43 for 1 off 8.
She offers you such good control, Catherine Bryce, and that's exactly what you need. You need somebody to bowl with discipline at the start of the innings, and I fully agree with you. You need more to put bat on ball here, just to take some of the pressure off of Farrant. You know that she's going to tick, and if she is going to be the mainstay, you need to score runs quickly around her.
And suddenly there's just 1 over of power play left, and it will be Kirsty Gordon to bowl it. Gordon, who spoken openly about the fact that before the start of last season she felt like Blaze, previously Loughborough Lightning, had underachieved in regional cricket. My goodness me, they've made up for that since then. The first ball is hit straight to extra cover. Of course, last season Blaze topping the group in the T20s and losing in the final at Worcester against the Vipers. This year went one better, beating the Stars in that final 8 days ago. Farrant on the back foot this time, straight at point. The dots are building though, and the dot ball percentage in this power play, I'd imagine, will be very high. A concerningly high amount for the Stars. So Farrant feels like she's got to do something. She steps down the track and hits this hard through cow corner, but she won't get a boundary. We'll get a couple though. Just sense that something's got to give here.
Yeah, one bowler's got to go long, and when you see Bryce so economical, you've got to try and chase one of the others.
The back foot just punching this time to extra cover. Farrant. The dots continue to pile up. It's not necessarily a bad run rate if you were batting first, but it's the context of the big run chase that's on here. Farrant this time goes inside out. That's a clever shot, just trying to manipulate things. Gordon hasn't got protection out on that offside boundary, apart from the long off. It's a strong shot. It's a clever shot through extra cover for 4.
If you are a fan of Formula One, good news for George Russell. He's won the Austrian Grand Prix after a late collision between Max Verstappen and Lando Norris.
Pushed up to mid-off. And that is the end of the power play. 49 for 1 off 9. Thanks to Alex next to me, who's just mentioned as Gordon concedes 6 from that one. 38 dot balls from the 54 bowled. So that's going to bring your dot ball percentage as being in and around the 70% mark, which is very high. Most teams look at a metric for the power play dot ball percentage as being maybe in and around half, particularly more in the T20 format, but that is a concerningly high number of dots for the Stars, and ultimately what it means is that they're behind the 8 ball, having used up what often can be the most plentiful boundary scoring opportunity of the power play. Catherine Bryce to continue. Short, just jabbed away by Moore, and Moore's now 3 off 14. We've already had 3 maidens as well. We didn't have a single maiden in the first innings of this contest. Moore just getting clever, getting funky. We'll get 2 for it. There was indecision, and there's not quite a run out.
South East Stars 50 in the 10th
and the 50 comes up for the South East Stars. 51 for 1 in the 10th over.
Farrant much quicker between the wickets there. It did put a little bit of pressure on Moore, but in fairness she came back home for that second.
Good improvisation from Moore. There was deep backward square leg, but in quite a square position. Was trying to get it fine. Gets a 2. Oh, it's a horrible ball from Catherine Bryce. That's not a phrase you hear a sports commentator use very often at all. It's a lollipop, full toss, no ball, and about shoulder height, which Moore duly gets a cross-court forehand out for and thumps away to the mid-wicket boundary. Just the release ball that Stars would have desperately needed.
Takes the run rate to 6. It just slipped out the hand, in fairness, from Bryce. The arm went straight up to apologise.
Back on a more conventional length, and Moore with a swipe across the line only finds Gordon at short mid-wicket. Yeah, that truly is a collector's item, and I've commentated on a lot of Catherine Bryce's bowling in both Scotland and Blaze colours. It's back settling into a normal pitch map the very next delivery. In swinger, just trying to hit the pads that time, and it did, but drifting down.
Bryce has been economical. You look at those figures into her 5th over. She's only gone for 16.
Getting into the pads, swinging down leg, but it does seem like Moore is just struggling with that angle in her back path.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because if you can't hit the big shots, you've got to try and nudge one and get Farrant back on.
Worked out through.
But she's got the strike, see?
Wide of square legs, and Moore will keep the strike. The over concedes 4. 1 for 17 off 5 for Catherine Bryce. 57 for 1 off 10. So they're 10 runs behind where Blaze were after their power play. Blaze was 67 for 1 off 10. Stars 57 for 1 off 10. Of course, that last over wasn't power play because of it being range shortened game. More on into double figures as 10 off 20.
And Kirsty Gordon, the captain, will continue twirling away at that city end. It's got much more pleasant here at the county ground in Beckenham. A reminder that we did have that rain which suspended play for around about an hour. We lost 6 overs per side, and you have to say, in fairness to the Blaze, they've just kept going, and there is a real tough ask now to get north of 300. 57 for 1 is the score. Thanks for joining us on the South East Stars live stream. It's a pleasure to be with you, an enhanced stream. Jake and the team working really hard behind the scenes to give you a better viewing experience. Down the ground comes Moore. She's just not really timing it. 3 dots here.
10 off 23 now. You would sense we're getting to the point where a big shot is coming from Moore. The scoreboard demands it.
57 for 1 is the score. This time she's looking to try and open up the offside, but all she can do is pick out the fielder, and Teresa Graves is the willing recipient. Another dot. The pressure lifting, or the pressure continuing rather, and it just puts pressure on Farrant at the other end, because she knows if she does get an opportunity to get on strike, she needs a big shot. Moore picks up a single.
And that's spot on. I was just about to say the exact same thing. Yeah, when you have someone in a big run chase like this, you just can't get going. It's actually a problem at both ends.
Absolutely. You see it so often. You think to yourself, you almost want that person to get out, and it isn't that person. It's the other batter. And could it be Farrant here, the left-hander, who opens up the offside? They come racing through. Moore might well have been in trouble there, a potential run-out opportunity.
Well, had the throw been not even a direct hit, I think a throw just into Sarah Bryce's gloves would have done the trick here.
Terrible throw, wasn't it? Poor return.
It's not easy to execute that on the run, but Blaze would have, given their normal high standards in the field, would have expected or hoped that that would be a run out, and that is the kind of thing that the pressure does. That tight single that in truth is too tight. You really probably don't want to be taking that. You take it because you feel like you just have to.
Replacing Catherine Bryce, number 77.
Now here comes one of the stars of the Blazes Charlotte Edwards Cup T20 triumph, Heather Graham, who had a brilliant tournament in Australia and overseas. Has 5 appearances for her country, including in a T20 earlier on this year against South Africa.
27 years of age, very much hoping to be pivotal with the ball in hand. Looking away to our right hand side, we can see that Adish Cranstone is padded up, so too is Emma Jones. You just get the feeling it might be the time for Jones if a wicket was to fall. 60 for 1 the score, as Farrant opens up the offside, works it out to deep cover and takes one.
Graham
and it
was,
brings more on to strike.
oh, beg your pardon, I was just going to say Graham was Blaze's best bowler in that final win against the Stars 8 days ago. Took 3 for 16. She'll bowl naggingly accurate wicket to wicket, and we'll get a little bit of nibble as well. Has good variations, cutters and slur balls.
It's an understanding of the game, Michael, as well, isn't it? Coming into this situation, it's a good time to bowl, of course it is. The run rate below 5.5, the rate required getting up towards the 8 mark, and another dot ball here against Moore. Nobody wants to see a batter out there finding it difficult, and unfortunately that is exactly what is happening for Kaylia Moore. Promoted up the order. When you get the instructions from the team, there would have been a chat. Johan Myberg, the coach, talking to Bryony Smith. They would have been hoping to find somebody who could contribute, and this has been hit high up in the air. It should be a catching opportunity, and the wicketkeeper Julie does the work. Always going to be easy in the end for Bryce, Sarah Bryce that is, behind the sticks. You would expect a wicketkeeper to take the catch, and Moore stay is at an end. Graham picks up a wicket, and she won't be too unhappy to be making her way back, because it's been fairly painful, and it is going to be Cranstone coming in by the look of it.
Well, we've been saying that the pressure had to tell in a big shot for Moore, a boundary, or potentially her getting out, and it is the latter that has happened. Had to go for it at that point when you need across an innings more than 7 and over, and you're striking it under a run every other ball, which 11 off 26 is. That's going to induce something, and indeed Moore is now gone for 11 off 27. Eilish Cranstone up at 4 I like. I think Cranstone hits the ball in some very unorthodox areas. She's sort of have nicknamed her a bit of a pocket rocket, really. She's, in terms of strike rate, coming into the games today in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, she had the second highest strike rate of the competition. Not just for Stars, for all 8 regions. 137 runs per 100 balls, which is more than 8 and over. If she can go it anywhere near around that clip, Stars will be very happy.
Yep, she's inventive. It is a big ask, that's what I would say. Hopefully it does happen, because we're here for the Stars, and we're very much hoping that these two left-handers can really contribute here. What can Cranstone offer? Well, clearly guile, expertise, and maybe a little bit unorthodox at times. This time she's looking to try and work the ball into the covers, but it's not going to beat the fielder, who's straight on the money. Catherine Bryce racing in, all of the fielders making sure that they're supporting the bowlers. Graham's only gone for 1 from the 4 balls that she's bowled so far. She's picked up the wicket as well. Bryce also picking up the wicket of Bryony Smith, so those are the 2 that have fallen so far. Farrant still out there battling away, and Cranstone off the mark through the leg side.
Of course, remember that Stars are missing Paige Schofield today, out with a back complaint. She would have been oh so helpful in this middle order engine room.
And Sophia Dunkley on international duty. I mean, that makes it so difficult when you miss a thoroughbred, 2 thoroughbreds. Those 2, Alice Davidson-Richards might not be involved. So just to add context to what we're saying, we want Stars to win. We hope they will win, and it's not out of the question, but it is a tough ask as Farrant opens up the leg side and picks up another 1. She's ticking nicely. If Cranstone could get going, but that run rate required, as you'll see at the bottom of the graphic, is now just over 8.
Yep, you would think that Farrant needs to essentially try and perform the type of role that Dunkley did in that near successful run chase Stars had against Diamonds here in early May, to be the one to go on and not just make a century, but a big century. But right now, all that seems a long way away.
Well, the worm shows that you're dropping short of where you need to be in terms of what the Blaze were able to do. There is going to be a change of bowling. Marie Kelly with her off breaks just comes on, and there is the run rate, and you will see falling short of where the visitors were at this particular stage. What can Kelly provide here? Bowling to Tash Farrant.
So, Kelly only bowls her offies for Blaze relatively occasionally, but I think they like the matchup of the off spinner to two left-handers, which makes complete sense.
It really does. Bowling in glasses and running past umpire Sophie McClelland. This one races past the outside edge. Farrant just feels that she's missed out on one there, and you could see instantly that she just wrapped the bat against the pads. And Kelly to continue, bowling a quicker one. She perhaps saw the batter coming. Farrant wanted a couple of quick steps, and the run rate now has dropped below 5 and over. The sun has dropped beneath a cloud. It's got a wee bit colder, but the good news is it's faring much better. That's a good shot, plenty of bottom hand on this. Great bit of fielding, it really was in the deep. Heather Graham, so impressive from the Australian. She just dropped that hand. She's out there at deep mid wicket, and as she dropped one hand, she saved a couple. Farrant back for 2, but that might well have been more. She's on to 34 and facing up again. This time she goes offside, picks up another single out to the sweeper.
I mentioned she is only an occasional bowling option. To give you an idea of just how occasional, she's only bowled 5 overs in the Blazes' first 6 50-over games in the campaign this season, Marie Kelly, of her offies.
Well, she did well with the bat. She'll look to try and complete the game and be effective with ball in hand and in the field. 1 ball to go. She's only gone for 3 so far, Kelly. Can she complete this first over profitably and positively? Well, Cranstone's going to pick up 1, but it's only 1, which means that she will keep the strike, and that is the end of the over. 66 for 2, 13 gone.
So again, just 4 off it. That's one that Blaze will be happy with. Speaking of people being happy, England women's team will be very happy. They've completed a comprehensive win by 8 wickets. Didn't even need half of the 50 overs available in completing the run chase, with 24.3 overs of batting. 100 not out, a first England ton from Maya Boucher off 88 balls. Tammy Beaumont with 28, Heather Knight made just 9, and Nat Silverrunt with 2 at the end.
Nice little red inker. All looks good at the end of your career. Talking of looking good, that's exactly what we want from Cranstone, as she puts one through the leg side and then races back for a second. It's going to be a tough ask. Farrant just had to drop the bat because it was thrown to the bowler's end. Those two very quick between the wickets. Cranstone might be shorter, but she certainly shifts across the ground and through the gears, and Farrant was back too. She's ticking at a runner ball, Cranstone doing likewise. And here is Graham, the Australian, to continue bowling wicket to wicket. This has just popped up. They race through for a single. Again, she made sure that she dropped the bat there. Cranstone takes her score on to 5 and brings Farrant back on. 15 away from what will be a well-crafted half-century. She's yet to fully get going, but the fact that she's out there and she scored half the runs shows just how telling this contribution is so far. Farrant facing up here to Graham and driving down the ground. Again, as they have been throughout, right on the money in terms of their fielding. Kirsty Gordon, the captain this time. Plenty of happy, smiley faces from the Blaze, who've made their way down principally from the East Midlands, and this one's being given down the leg side. It went. Farrant not happy, but she has just tickled it through to the wicket keeper, and that is another wicket falling, and the opener is on her way back. Unhappy to go. 69 for 3 the score.
Well, that's another massive pillar of the Stars batting lineup removed, and Heather Graham who was the chief destroyer
Tash Farrant was
for
by
Blaze
Sarah
when they
Bryce
beat Stars in
Heather
the
Graham.
Charlotte Edwards Cup final 8 days ago with 3 for 16, is doing it against the very same opposition again.
Southeast Stars, number 88.
Australian has a second wicket, but you would say a lot of it goes down to the excellent leg side glove work from Sarah Bryce.
Well, I can't say that anymore. When you're standing up like that and a bowler's bowling down the leg side, and then it takes a fine nick to be able to grab it and pouch it like that, a great bit of work, and it shows the all-round importance of the two Bryces in this Blaze side. The overall statistics show it this season. You've only got to look at how they've been in terms of the results that they've picked up with and without them. When they're in the side, they are so much better. Emma Jones, and the pressure's on.
Well, they lost 4 from 6 in block 1. This is the first game of the 8-game block 2, and I would be surprised, given what an impressive side Blaze are, particularly with the 2 of them back in it, if we don't end up looking at their campaign as a proper before and after story, because 6 wins from 8 would probably be enough to get them into the top 4 and into the newly created semi-finals for this season.
Yeah, it's better, isn't it, with semi-finals, mate, no doubt about it. We hope that the competition will continue to grow. 69 for 3 is the score. Jones using that bottom hand to work the ball into the leg side, straight into the willing hands of the fielder on the bounce.
So for those unfamiliar, until this season it was the case in both the T20 and 50 over competitions that the winner got a pass straight to the final and second played third in an eliminator.
Here is Jones with that high lifting of the bat. Has she nicked it? She has. What a catch that is again. You have to say, from Sarah Bryce, just slightly backing away to make it easier, but that's got big on her, and that really is another great pouch. We wondered if Jones should be promoted up the innings. Well, that hasn't worked, has it, necessarily? Few things are for South East Stars today, but take nothing away from that grab. That is a piece of brilliance.
Graham's just managed to extract a tiny bit of extra bounce, but you can see that Sarah Bryce rising up ends up taking that around shoulder height. She gets her right shoulder out of the way, she gets those hands up nice and high. It's 2 stunning pieces of wicket keeping, but it's 2 very different types of pieces of wicket keeping. One involves staying low and getting down the leg side and losing sight of the ball briefly as it passes the batter, and completing the catch to get rid of Tash Farrant. And then that dismissal from Emma Jones is a completely different type in terms of the give of the hands, the instinctive movement of dropping that shoulder back and then riding that extra bounce. You are watching one of the very best at work, and it is a joy to do so.
Yeah, it's outstanding keeping. It's also very good bowling, you would have to say, because she's banged it into the surface, not with express pace, but it's just got big on the batter. It's made it difficult for Jones, and the task now is huge. The run rate's dropped below 5 and over, the rate required getting up towards 8.5 and over. Phoebe Franklin is the new batter coming out to join Ailish Cranstone. We're into this 15th over, and you have to say, what a game it will be to win. Look at that wasp, it's dropped to 1%. Kelly to continue, and opening up the leg side is Cranstone. Out it comes to the fielder, Cassidy McCarthy.
So with this, of course, being part of a 14-game league season, there's so much more on it than just a game in and of itself. Remember that Blaze can get a 5th point in victory if their run rate is 1.25 times better than the Stars in the match. And of course, net run rate at some point towards the end of the campaign could be the thing that ends up making the difference when chasing a semi-final spot.
Yep, it so often does. You want to try and get to the semi-finals and then hopefully to the competition showpiece. This is leg side for Franklin. It's sat up invitingly, but again, it's only going to find its way out to the fielder, Josie Groves, as the wind really picks up.
So without me to sound like too much of a doom-monger, it's really important for Stars that even if they do end up losing this one, which is still a long way to go, they put up as good a fight as they can.
Very impressive from Cranstone. She's just changed the trajectory and it's going to race away down to the boundary's edge, and the ball just about beats the field. You could see that Grace Ballinger was giving it good chase, but that's 4 welcome runs.
It's a clever shot from Cranstone. It's what I mentioned when she walked out. She hits the ball in unconventional areas. She can be a real nightmare to bowl to when she gets going, and it's shots like that which are why.
She shuffles around in her crease as well. That makes it difficult because you need to work out whether you chase her or where you look to try and bowl. Sophie McClelland, our on-field umpire at the City end, just looking on. And slightly behind her, as you can see, is Kelly. And bowling this time onto the pads of Franklin, who opens up that leg side. Alice Davidson-Richards is padded up, so you would think that she will be the next in, batting at 7. She can hit a long ball as Kelly continues, and this races past the outside edge of the batter. Franklin is that player. Kelly's bowled nicely here. That's the end of her second over. She's gone for 11, including 7 off that one, so the first was more economical. 76 for 4, 15 gone.
We have a result from elsewhere. The Southern Vipers have for now at least gone top with a 5th win from 7 this season in 50 over cricket. They've comprehensively beaten the Western Storm. They'll take the 5 points from this one. They've won by 7 wickets with more than 20 overs to spare. Storm 156 all out, 3 wickets for Mary Taylor and 3 for Georgia Adams. And then Georgia Ellis with 65 not out, and Ella McCacken's 49 key in seeing Vipers to a very comfortable win.
Here is Heather Graham to continue, and again, as has been the tale of the tape so far, it's another dot. You could see she wanted to try and open up and work the ball down to third, who's set deep. As it is, just another dot, and some very vigorous chewing of the gum there from Graham, the Aussie import, who's at the top of her mark and running up past Jack Shantry, our on-field umpire rather. Worked out to deep square leg and picking up a single is Cranstone, who's been busy. 11 from 11 so far.
Elsewhere, Thunder have lost a couple of quick wickets against Sunrisers. Thunder 111 for 3 in the 19th over, chasing 255 to win. So pretty even seesaw contest there, it looks like. Emma Lamb's gone for 48, Severn Smell making 32. Jodie Grewcock with a couple of scalps.
Should be a good end to that one here. Well, it will take a remarkable end for Stars to get a positive result from this. That's down the leg side and will be signalled as a wide. If you do go on to win it from this stage, somebody really has got to make a telling contribution.
Oh yeah, this is stuff of legend if you win from here.
You could be having drinks bought for you forever if you do make 100. A quick clip. Graham continues and working the ball out to deep cover is Franklin.
Elsewhere,
Carry on.
just going to say Northern Diamonds well placed for victory against the Sparks. They need 73 to win off the last 16 overs with 6 wickets in hand.
Gentleman here making his way round, and you can see that he's got some protection, which is good. You think to yourself, that sun may not be too strong, but when the wind is there as well, we need to make sure, all of us, that we stay protected. Keep topping up. And here is Graham to continue. No thoughts of a single, just driving the ball down the ground was Cranstone.
Well, I could actually hear, just as she hit that, some words that I think were "oh my god" from Cranstone in frustration at the fact that she hit the full toss straight at Claridge at mid-on.
Yeah, you want to try and put it either side of fielders and pick up runs that might be on offer. That's going to be a dead ball. The umpire just signalling, and not only the umpire, Kirsty Gordon as well, the captain, in sync. I'm not sure if a fly might well have gone into the eye of the bowler. Yeah. I had it happen to me not so long ago. Very painful, not nice. Graham's okay. Good to continue. Pesky little individuals, those flies at times. Stars winning the toss, selecting to field here. And now they're chasing down a very big target as the ball is drilled down the ground here. Oh, it's gone straight through the clutches of the fielder. Went with one hand, and you have to say that was very casual. 4 runs. Ballinger, Grace Ballinger, the fielder. In fact, it's not Ballinger, I don't think, is it? Is that Marie Kelly? Marie Kelly is the fielder there. Got to make sure we get it right, otherwise I'll be told off.
Some characteristics. She's normally very good.
Yep.
Phil Marie Kelly.
I've got 3 daughters, so I'm used to being told off. This time the ball goes leg side, they take one and settle for it.
I remember Kelly taking a screamer of a catch in the CPL actually for the Trinbago Knight Riders that did the rounds on Instagram a little while back. Got a few million views. 84 for 4 off 16. So it's a productive last over off Graham. But right now Blaze have got Stars exactly where they want them.
They have indeed, yep. The target's 319. They haven't got a batter set. You can afford to give bowlers time to twirl away. Graham's been so impressive, picking up those wickets.
It's almost identical figures to what she managed in the T20 final 8 days ago.
Here is Kelly to continue, bowling on off stump to Cranstone, who just pushes forward but only to the fielder. Kelly's played her part. Not a frontline bowler by any stretch of the imagination. No wicket for 11 into her third. On her way once more, a couple of quick steps, it just hits the pad. She certainly didn't pick that delivery. England's men get underway at the Euros in just under an hour's time. The Manchester United midfielder Kobe Mainu will play for Gareth Southgate's side. He'll start. Turn round the corner. This time Ballinger is the fielder. And it's a dot. England's women won the cricket earlier. You would have expected them to chase those runs down, but still pleasing to do so as Cranstone picks up another single here and brings Franklin back onto strike. The wind making it difficult out there for both sides. Lots of people watching on, plenty with pensive looking faces. They come to see the Stars as the ball is worked out here by Franklin to deep mid-wicket. As they return the ball in, middle stump comes out of the ground, which means that, in fact, the umpire's not going to really need to do any repair work, because as good as she is with everything, Sarah Bryce can also repair wickets. Jack Chantry, because he came galloping in, did make sure that he did a little bit just to show that he was playing his part. The run rate just a shade over 5 and over 8.5 required now for victory. Couple here though, it might race to the boundary's edge. It has. So 4 more runs signalled by the umpire, and Cranstone suddenly ticking along very nicely. It's been a good hand from her so far.
Well, it's exactly as advertised. Very good at manipulating gaps, very good at deft touches, clever scoops and paddles, and demonstrated it again there. Manipulation of the field. Knew there was nobody behind square on the offside, just used the pace. Had the pleasure of commentating on the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day last year with Eilish Cranston, and we were chatting off air about the extensive time she's had out with her wrist injury, and the fact that in that time she came back to the game and realised that the game had moved on, and opposition, particularly through their analysts, had at that time worked out somewhat how to approach bowling to her and keeping quiet, and she realised that she needed to learn and move with the times in terms of developing her game. She's done that magnificently.
Heather Graham, the Australian, to continue. No surprise with the contribution that she's made so far. A cross-batted shot straight down the ground by Franklin, but only into the arms of the bowler once more. 3 for 13 into her 4th over. She's got that smile, that beaming smile again. Just mops her brow as she goes up to the top of her mark once more and races in, bowling right arm over the wicket to Franklin, who plays it very elegantly into the offside, and they're going to come back for a second. Good running. Cranston wanted to turn nice and quickly to give Franklin full value for that shot. Graham not used to going for too many runs, certainly not in this game. We're into the 18th over, a reminder because of the rain break that we had earlier on in the day. 44 overs per side in this game, 319 the victory target, 92 for 4 becomes 93 for 4, as Franklin picks up one more. Difficult because you're thinking to yourself, you need to make sure you keep ticking, you need to keep scoring runs off Graham, but you need that boundary and over. Certainly with the rate up to 9, you're thinking to yourself, you're almost looking at a couple every couple of overs, because the last thing you want to do is continue to just keep going along at 5.5. It's going to make it so difficult at the end, but they need to put themselves in a position where they can and keep fighting and fighting hard. Cranston takes one more there, but Graham, a master of her craft, has only gone for 4 in this over, and she's bowled 4 deliveries. Wicket-keeper standing up, which makes it difficult for the two batters. Cramps up their style.
It's quietly intimidating when a keeper is standing up like Sarah Bryce, and you know that any mistake, you'll be gone. Any tiny nick, any error even down the leg side, you step out your crease, you miss it for the tiniest of seconds. Actually reminds me of a video I was watching from Sarah Taylor recently.
Well, look at those 2 catches that she's taken so far in the innings. You know the quality. This one into the pads of the batter.
And those 2 are actually quite similar types of characters, and Sarah Taylor was basically talking about the fact that I didn't really need to sledge, it's not me, it's not my personality, it's not really the way I play the game, was very quiet. And Sarah Bryce is relatively similar. He's not the loudest in this Blaze team by any stretch of the imagination, just lets the gloves do the talking.
Well, if you're that good, you don't necessarily need to sledge, do you? You just give the look. One more run here. They might be able to turn it into 2. Cranstone is quick. Turns back. Picks up 2 more. 24 from 21. She's really found her feet here.
97 for 4 of 18 then. It's almost a quiet, menacing sense for a batter when you know you've got a keeper of that high class behind you. There's no real need for them to say a lot. You're all too aware of their reputation at international and domestic level. And those 2 takes within two balls of each other, even by her very high standards, are Bryce's brilliant best.
26 overs to go, 222 more runs needed, and there is going to be a bowling change here.
Yeah, so Josie Groves into the attack, one of the most promising young leg spinners on the circuit, came through at Stony Stratford Cricket Club once upon a time, had an excellent finals day. 2 for 16 in the semi-final win against the Central Sparks, and then 3 for 33 against the Stars in the victory in the final. His tool gives it plenty of flight and rip, and has good control and variations.
Yep, 19 years of age, the leg break bowler, and she just has to stop here. Dead ball just signalled by Sophie McClelland. Almost lost control of the ball there, but she's back at the top of her mark and coming in here. and bowling one that was juggled by the wicket keeper. I think there might have been an outside edge there, just banged into the surface. It got big, didn't it, on the batter. Franklin, 7 from 9, lives to fight another day. Maybe that's the bit of luck that she needs as she faces up once more. And again it races past the outside edge and into the keeper's gloves. Groves has started well here. Here she is from the city end, continuing a little bit of flight here and working the ball out to deep cover is Franklin, who takes one.
Josie Groves, born in Milton Keynes in September 2004.
Thank you for that. That makes us all sound old.
Plenty of us
feel
remember
old.
exactly where we were in 2004.
There we are.
Just 19 years old. One of the most exciting spinners coming through in English cricket right now. There's something joyous about watching a leg spinner in full flow. One of the hardest starts in the game.
It really is. You need to make sure that you're so effective. ADR wanting to make sure that she stays nimble. Remember, she picked up that injury whilst fielding as Cranstone just works the ball through the leg side. Almost had an injury in the press box here. Might need a change of chairs. Alex has done himself a mischief.
Meanwhile, Cassidy McCarthy's been asked to warm up by her skipper Kirsty Gordon, so should see her seamers into action shortly.
The good news is Alex is okay, our data analyst, and what a catch that might have been, diving away to the right hand side. So impressive from McCarthy. She did bring the ball under control, she did have it in her hands, but it just slipped out.
So this was the classic elbow on contact with the ground. That was what knocked it out. Elbow on impact, disturbing the ball. It was in then out. What a take that would have been.
Frustrating for Groves because she's been so impressive here in this start. And what a shot that is from Phoebe Franklin, moving into double figures, drilling the ball through extra cover, and there is the 100 for the South East Stars, coming up at the end of the 19th over. Great carpet drive, probably the shot of the innings so far from Franklin.
Yeah, the 100 up, it's not really as quick as Stars would have liked it to be in truth, and it's come at more damage than they'd have wanted in the 4 wickets, so well behind the 8 ball in both markers. But Cranstone is counter-attacked nicely. She has a good habit of doing so in the middle order. Change of bowling at the Beckenham end, having taken 3 wickets and bowled impressively. Heather Graham will have a break and Cassidy McCarthy will come on. McCarthy, who played a couple of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games last season and has played 4 this season, has bowled just under 10 overs in the 50 over tournament this campaign, and has gone wicketless, going at just over 5.5 an over in terms of economy rate. He's played a couple of games for the Trent Rockets in the 100 as well, having come through the system at Sussex and then gone to Loughborough University. Was at the Vipers as well, but never played a senior match.
21 years of age, McCarthy bowls from a good height and starts off with one a long way outside off stump. You can see exactly what Cranstone is asking. She feels that it should have been a wide. The umpire disagrees.
Well, you wonder as well where Cranstone might be taking guard as well to adjust to the angle.
McCarthy at the top of her mark once more. Here she is running up past the umpire, and again she was through the shot. She just held that one back. Cranstone rehearses it and goes offside rather than leg side. She will feel that she's missed out there. McCarthy with 2 dots will be delighted by her start. Grew up in Crowborough, played cricket for Tunbridge Wells as a junior. Those two border each other. That banged into the surface. It should be a no ball and is. Places like Crowborough and Horham, just in East Sussex, just over the borders. Mary Downsider used to be based there, if memory serves. Always a nice drink in the sun. 104 for 4 the score. into the 20th over we are as McCarthy comes in once more. Tickling the ball round the corner and picking up one. Can she turn it into two? No. It's a very good return from the fielder out there in the deep. McCarthy very much looks one for the future, if not the present, Michael.
Yeah, it's tricky with this Blaze team because it's hard fighting your way into it at times as a youngster.
She's been impressive so far. 105 for 4 the score. She bowls onto the pads here of Franklin, the right-hander. Just opens up the leg side and picks up another single. Singles are fine, twos are fine. It's the boundaries they want to try and stop. And at the moment, there's just so much work to do with that run rate creeping up towards 9 and over. Wasps gives a 2% chance, so they feel that the Stars are in a better position than they were 3 or 4 overs ago. I suppose by the virtue of the fact they've added some runs, they probably are. McCarthy to continue. This has gone high up into the air. Third wants to get involved. It's going to fall just short. The wicketkeeper in pursuit now. They're going to take 2.
What a bit of luck for Cranstone. That has gone a long way up and somehow ends up in right between Sarah and Catherine Bryce. Neither could really do anything about it. It's not a drop catch as such.
No, it's tricky when you're chasing in and you're moving so quickly through the gears to try and get there. How can McCarthy get out of this over? It's a big LBW shout, waved away by the umpire, who quickly shook his head, and that is the end of the over. So 20 have been bowled in the innings. 108 for 4 is the score. There's 24 overs to go, and there's still a further 211 needed.
Well, this pair have at least stabilised things. They've added 39 together. You would say it still seems extremely precarious for the Stars, but it seems marginally less so than being 69 for 4, which of course they were when Emma Jones was out to the last ball, the 14th over. So in the 6 overs since, these two have scored at the runner ball and got themselves settled. But they've got to keep going and indeed push on even further. Here's Groves once more. The talented young leggy. Sliced from Franklin straight to backward point. The simplest of catches for Cassidy McCarthy, and Franklin has to go for just 13. Groves gets her reward for a fine first over, tossing the very first ball of her second over up. Plenty of flight, plenty of spin.
Was caught by Cassidy McCarthy off the bowling of
Just as the partnership was at least stabilising things, it's disturbed. 108 for 5.
South East Stars new batter, number 24, Alice Davidson.
So Alice Davidson-Richards is going to bat. She comes out at 7. Franklin gone for 13 off 15.
The guy, one of the guys was next to me, his chair collapsed about 5 minutes ago. I said to him, it could be office on it, however, I speak this.
And you would say at this point really needs a full-blooded assault from these two to keep up any vague hope for the South East Stars. May even be towards damage limitation points. Blaze will know that if they win with 1.25 times the run rate of Stars or greater, they'll pick up 5 points. You get 4 for the win, you get an extra point for the most emphatic of bonus point wins. So Alice Davidson-Richards, or ADR as she's so often known, is facing up. Will be interesting to see how her movement and mobility is after picking up that injury at long on whilst fielding. He's driving confidently enough. Square driving through the point region. Graham does the fielding. Gets 1. But it must be said that didn't look entirely comfortable in playing the shot or in heading down to the non-striker. She was going for effectively some fitness tests with the physio in front of us earlier on in the Stars innings. Cranstone gets a single this time, bringing Davidson-Richards back onto strike. only got into cricket through a cricket mad dad, who once he found out that she had good hand-eye coordination, urged her to keep playing and see how far it would take her. It's taken her to being a full England international, of course, including a Test 100. Here she'll get a quick single out to point. Well, that is a good sign for the Stars, at least. The fact that Davidson-Richards can push that ball in front of McCarthy and confidently sprint down to the non-striker's end for one more.
Well, Davidson-Richards is the type of cricketer who can really give the innings some impetus, and that's exactly what's needed at this stage. Nelson on the board.
Yeah, and almost 9 and over needed, of course. I'll have to re-bowl that one. Didn't get anything on it on the way through. Cranstoun might fancy herself in this matchup with a leg spinner turning the ball into a hitting arc through the onside. Slog swept with purpose by Cranstoun, but will only get one. Has hit the sweeper hard though, which is always a good sign for a batter. Slight field change for Davidson-Richards. This will just be turned away for one more, so over with quiet accumulation after the wicket, which saw Groves get Franklin for 13, 21 gone, 114 for 5.
Put yourself into the mind of Davidson-Richards. What are you thinking when you go out? Are you thinking just to keep accumulating and see where we are in 5 overs time? Are you thinking you go big from the off? How are you playing it?
I think for now, should probably have a look at 10 or 15 balls and just try and keep scoring off every ball and ticking along. But quickly, you would imagine the thoughts would turn towards looking positively for boundary options. I mean, when you've lost this many wickets, you don't want to go completely hell for leather straight off the bat. Can afford just to, not so much sight as that's the wrong word, but can afford to just try and put bat on ball a few times and find singles, find the gaps before building her way into the innings. Here's McCarthy. Nice straight bat from Davidson-Richards, but straight back to the bowler. Of course, has had to come in a very perilous situation here at 108 for 5. Five-4 onside field here, so clearly the signal is that McCarthy's got to bowl straight here, not with too much width outside off. Turned away down to deep fine leg for 1. Singles by no means enough here for the Stars. That required run rate, it's not that it's at 9 and over, that won't worry these players in the modern era. It's more the fact that you've got to score at such a high rate for such a prolonged period of time, having already lost 5 wickets. Comes down the track, Cranstoun, and that's a sign of what the kind of match situation we're in induces from a batter. Cranstoun knows she's got to get on with it. She's batted very well for a 30 thus far. It is that old divide between batters and bowlers in cricket sometimes, but you would have to say it's the bowling that has put Stars in a pickle here, as that's cut away out to deep third for 1. The top order hasn't functioned as you would want it to have 5 players back in the hutch, and Farrant is the only one with her 35 who's scored more than 11, is of course not great, but the pressure of that big scoreboard total definitely telling you, Phil, in what we've seen. Worked away by Davidson-Richards with the angle. McCarthy following an in-swinger there. I'll get just 1.
still doing football. Going to one-on-one. Going out. On two. One, maybe yes, still like that. On one.
Cranston with a bit more fancy footwork. Gone deep in her crease, works it away for one more. So it's good over from McCarthy, good containing over as Stars desperately try and kick on. Just 4 singles from it, 118 for 5 off 22.
Well, it's much easier for Kirsty Gordon because wherever she seems to look, she gets a performance from her bowlers. McCarthy, no wicket for 9 through the 2 that she's bowled. A little bit of a chat between Cranstone and Davidson-Richards as the players take a drink, and just a chance to reset and re-evaluate where they are in this run chase. 2 experienced cricketers talking. Davidson-Richards fortunately looks okay health-wise. We did wonder how effective she would be. And 1 or 2 people all around the ground starting to put on their coats. That's because the wind is up and the sun has just dropped beneath one of those clouds. There is the tail of the tape. Cranstone 32 from 33. Davidson-Richards ticking 5 from 6. The wickets to fall. Smith caught by Gordon off the bowling of Bryce for 11. Farrant made 35. Another 11 from Moore. 13 from Franklin. Jones not getting going. Cranston continuing to tick here, but they've been very tight. They bowled 11 extras in fairness across the accumulation and the bowling figures. Well, you can see the standout performer. It's the Australian Graham, 3 for 20 from the 4 that she's bowled. Also a wicket for Bryce at the top, who bowled with good control. Look at those runs per over, 3.40. That tells its own story. Ballinger slightly expensive. Gordon bowled with good control, but Graham with those 3 wickets, the standout performer so far. And there is the match summary at drinks. South East Stars require a further 201 runs for victory, and they've only got 22 overs in which to chase them down.
Well, they need a minor miracle. It's not so much 201 off 22 even that's the problem. It is a good batting wicket. It's an outfield with great value for shots. It's the fact that they've lost 5 top order wickets. It's such a difficult road from here. You're kind of almost, if you imagine a performer at the circus, you're treading the high wire, really, because you can barely afford a mistake. You think of a T20 game these days, you do see these kind of totals hauled in, but it's from the context of a full batting lineup ready to go hell for leather at it. And of course the other thing is that, unlike in a T20 game, players have got the luxury of so many different bowling options that if someone's bowling well, they can keep them on for 8, if not with some, of course, 9 overs, with this game being a 44 over match, rain reduced from the 50 over contest it initially was. So the cards are stacked in the Blazers' favour. Worth reminding you as well that Stars are back in action here against the Sunrisers in a couple of weeks. Away games against Thunder and Vipers before then. First ball after drinks is slightly strangled LBW appeals. Spin of Groves taking it down the leg side, you'd imagine, and also the angle from right arm around.
Yeah, it was really only the bowler, wasn't it, who asked the question. Goes back Cranston and finds deep point for 1. So Cranstone on to 33. She's looked good. It's just been difficult for her coming out in such a tough situation. Walked out at 60 for 2, which quickly became 69 for 4. ADR gives it the long levers, thrashes that through extra cover. Great shot, 4 runs, her first boundary. Steps down the track. That's quite the weight
to meet leg spin and hitting with the turn.
Well, if ADR can quickly crunch through the gears, we could still have a game on our hands. Good bit of work from that man over there who, not sure if he's dressed up, he looks like he could be a fictional character in that tracksuit. Maybe that's wishful thinking
One
from
down
me.
to-
Can we see him again?
One down to long on. I think he is very much real.
He looks like a furry character to me.
Big LBW appeals and gone. Very full, very straight. Cranston has to depart. Had been looking good for the 33 runs that she'd made. Now the latest to go, and Groves is spinning a web here. Her second wicket, as it just gets worse and worse for Stars.
It's been a good hand, hasn't it, from Cranstone, but unfortunately she has to depart, trapped in front. Up goes the index finger.
So Cranston joins Tash Farrant as the joint top scorer in the innings so far. Both
Chloe
made
Hill, the
35.
wicketkeeper, coming in. Apologies, Michael.
Chloe Hill.
Yeah, this is really tough for Hill, who has not necessarily played that much cricket even for the Stars so far this season. As we have a look at your favourite spectator.
That is quite the outfit. I love it. Look at his shoes as well. Very
You're not going to miss him,
colourful.
are you?
You're certainly not going to miss
You're
him.
ringing your mate at the cricket. It's like, tell me where you are in the ground. How are you dressed?
He's got the two phones and he's on the big screen.
$124 for 6. So Hill getting ready to face. Pushed out. Really tough this for Chloe Hill. You've not necessarily been in the side a lot this season. End of the 23rd, 124 for 6. And suddenly you are out there batting with your team under a lot of pressure. So McCarthy to continue. Tall young seamer charging in. Just shaping into Davidson-Richards. Works it out to the sweeper for one more.
Alexa Stonehouse is padded up. Presumably she'll be the next batter in. McCarthy started this latest over nicely. She's bowled well here so far, the youngster.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity to bowl as well. It's the kind of situation you want to be bowling in, to be honest. That's a wide, and I don't mean that as any disrespect to ADR or Chloe Hill, but more the scoreboard, the wider game situation. McCarthy will back herself to help the Blaze to victory here, with the cards already stacked in their favour. Win here would take Blaze on to 3 wins and 3 defeats so far this season. Guided out to deep third for 1. We'll have to re-bowl that one, McCarthy. Just struggling a touch with her line in this over. It's the second wide of it. Elsewhere, looks like there's about to be a result at Scarborough. Seems like Northern Diamonds are any moment about to beat the Central Sparks, which would take Sparks on to 2 wins from 7, a 5th defeat for them. The Northern Diamonds would have a 5th win from 7, joining the Southern Vipers in terms of 5 wins from their 7 games. Sparks posted 239 for 8, powered by 50 from Davina Perrin and 52 from Katie George, 4 for 46 from Katie Levick. Full toss. Will be a bit of frustration for Davidson-Richards as she only finds Graham the sweeper for 1. In reply, the Diamonds chase built on 46 from Lauren Winfield-Hill at the top. Emma Marlowe, a feather opener, made 55, and Bess Heath, right now 54 not out, looks set to provide the winning runs at any moment. Couple of wickets for Grace Potts and Bethan Ellis, not enough for the Sparks. Bumper just left alone. Nice effort ball from McCarthy. There's plenty of promise in her bowling. 24 overs gone, 129 for 6. So 20 overs left, but 191 to win, and as we've already explained, for various circumstances, there might be 20 overs left, but this isn't by any stretch a T20 in terms of fielding and bowling restrictions, and wickets lost already too. Groves continuing what's been a magnificent spell. Slightly over pitched, but only straight to mid-off.
Yeah, only 4 wickets left, and Davidson-Richards isn't at her imperious best in terms of fitness and physique.
That's away for 1 more. For those wondering what we're alluding to, she got injured at long on diving in the first innings and was visibly limping and struggling to walk. She did an impromptu fitness test mid-innings and has come out at 7. 1 this time for Hill. Plenty of flight from Groves, from Davidson-Richards. 1 more down to long on. Confirmation that game I was mentioning has finished now. Northern Diamonds winners by 4 wickets with 6 overs to spare. A good finish is not from Bess Heath, getting the Diamonds onto 5 wins from 7. Just guided away off the outside face. A clever shot, little run down for 4. Welcome boundary, a rare boundary in what's been tough going for the Stars. An intelligent shot from Hill. So Hill's first boundary, she'll be feeling all the more confident for it. Full toss. Hit hard into the gap, will be cut off, and they'll only get 1. You're seeing the difference of Davidson-Richards struggle to run there, because I think in normal fettle she'd have definitely turned and gone for 2, but she's visibly limping even as she goes to meet Hill for a chat mid-pitch at the end of the over. 8 off it, 137 for 6 off 25. So 19 overs left here. The required run rate, very unlikely, 9.5 or so an over, with 6 wickets lost as well. You would think that the game should belong to Blaze. McCarthy continuing. Short, pulled away. towards deep backward square. That'll be 1. Davidson-Richards back on to strike. Have to re-bowl that one, McCarthy.
Well, it's a good opportunity and an experience for the 21-year-old, getting that chance to play here, a ground that she would know.
Straight at short mid wicket. Yeah, McCarthy, not totally the same as Emma Jones, but there's certainly similarities in terms of being a young, quick bowler. There's a lot of promising raw natural gifts, but work and time naturally needed at this level to hone that. Straight back on the bump ball to McCarthy. Fields well off her own bowling.
Yeah, very impressive that. When you can field off your own bowling, when you can field effectively. Tall and strong, got that powerful right shoulder. I think that's a good likeness. It's been a good hand, good contribution so far.
Working that one away. It's a short fine leg as Davidson-Richards. Get one more. It's Davidson-Richards, who's once upon a time was a Leeds Uni student, has worked as a personal trainer as well, but now very much a key part of Stars and next season Surrey's era of professionalism. Bumper skied up, but it will be safe from Hill. Stopped on the bounce, another single. Period of accumulation continues, but you think with a scoreboard only heading in the directions that it is, that there will come a point where a big shot is required.
Just fell short, didn't it, of the fielder at long leg.
Short again. This will be one more. So McCarthy's over, concedes 5, 141-42 for 6 of 26.
18 overs to go, then the target 319. There's a long way to go. Hill coming in to try and give Davidson-Richards a little bit of company out there in the middle. And there is going to be a return of Kirsty Gordon, the captain.
A change of bowling at the City end, replacing Josie Groves, number 24, Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, no, we won't mention them
Gordon on here. Why a few wickets to Blaze captain. He's settled into that role very nicely since the start of last season. Clever deft touch from Adia. Bring her 2. Gordon, who quite honestly said, I've always been pretty fired up. My disciplinary record isn't fantastic, but I've had a lot of comments from this year from friends in different teams about how mellow I've been. The supportive and caring side has come out a bit more. So that's blocked into the onside. I did mention that quote while on commentary on the Charlotte Edwards Cup Finals Day ECB YouTube live stream of Sophie Luff, the Western Storm skipper, alongside me, who was chuckling as I read that out loud. Able away for one more. The first thing she said is, I don't think anyone would ever describe Kirsty Gordon as mellow. Might be marginally more mellow than she once was. A fiery competitor and an impressive leader of this Blaze side.
Sometimes you do need it to be a little bit uncomfortable. You need to make sure you create that environment where you can chat constructively.
Straight to short mid-wicket. Gordon going on to add that you'll never get rid of that other side of me completely, but captaincy is about knowing your individual and what that person needs in that moment. What are they going to bowl? What are they trying to bowl? What field do they need? It's here. Well, Gordon won't get a wicket, and she's unlucky not to do so because that skied straight up but into a bit of space out in the offside, down towards deep third. 2 more. It's quite accumulation here for the Stars, but it's a long, long way from what they need. In truth, the required run rate's now into double figures. 5 has come off the last over. 147 for 6 off 27. And you'd say, as impressive a player as she is, that Alice Davidson-Richards definitely looks like someone for whom that bad injury she got in the first innings is influencing a bit how she's batting. She seems visibly in a bit of discomfort.
2 away games to come after this. Next Sunday, the Thunder up at Blackpool, followed on the Wednesday, the 10th of July, Southern Vipers, the next opponents, and then at home again 2 weeks today, Sunrisers. A 10:30 start here at Beckenham.
More of McCarthy here. Great shot by Davidson-Richards. Didn't really, and it sounds an odd thing to say, try and hit the ball too hard, just timed it. Came through with a straight bat and then let that bottom hand eventually come through to...
There's the 150.
Onside. Yeah, it's a milestone, but it's a milestone that's come up far slower than Stars would have wanted, and with far more damage than they'd have liked to sustain a realistic assault on this target. It's out to square leg for 1 more.
There we are, 100 balls left in the innings, 167 wins it.
Bumper effort ball. It's out to square leg. Just 1 more. Sounded great off the bat. Ballinger makes a good tumbling stop to her left. Means that it's only 1 when off the bat. For all money it looked like it might well be 4 with the timing and power behind it. And even batting with an injury, Alice Davidson-Richards still looks very impressive. Straight back to McCarthy, that one. So again, it's been a good over, but unless this last ball goes to the boundary, it still won't be enough for what Stars need. The required run rate at the start of this one was 10.1. Asking a heck of a lot of these two and what is to come. Bumper hit just about over the head of mid-on. Not quite a catching chance. Bit of a cross-court forehand or a baseball style shot, you might say. So it is 2 boundaries in the over, 11 off it. And for once in what's been a tough run chase for them, Stars have actually got what they needed from that 158 for 6 off 28.
And Fred from the ECB Reporters Network, rolling back the years, he's been very effective in the field, in fairness to him. He certainly caught my eye. And I would imagine Bryony Smith's been suitably impressed.
I thought you were going to go on the whole sort of sign him up thing. I was going to say, I think Stars are okay. More than 10 and over needed.
Fielding coach, maybe.
It's Kirsty Gordon eyeing her first wicket of the day. Instead, ADI is driving down to long on. Top order hasn't functioned as they'd like for Stars today. I'd say in the field, Stars actually, for my 2 pence, fielded very well, but the bowling was not at their normal excellent levels collectively. It's just turned away for what will be just one.
I think you made a very good point earlier, Michael. It's very, very difficult to put it right when it goes wrong early on.
Yeah, that Sarah Bryce knock for me set the tone of the game, and the momentum of the match has never actually really changed a lot since. Sure, there's been, that'll be one more mini swings, but Blaze have always held control of the contest. And there is also an element of adjustment from 50 over cricket to 50 over cricket when you've just played a block of, in the case of both of these teams, 12 T20 games, 10 group games, and then 2 on finals day. Oh, that's gone. It's another dismissal for Sarah Bryce. It's fantastic from Kirsty Gordon. The skipper gets her first wicket. 161 for 7. Another one bites the dust for the Stars. The pressure told. Hill felt like she had to do something. And the quietly menacing figure of Sarah Bryce behind the stump snares another.
Yep, she just overcommitted. That back foot strayed, and the wicket-keeper, as she has done throughout, will continue to do the business. Great bit of work, just waiting, then whipping off the bells. Gordon's been impressive, 1 for 16 into her 4th.
Well, she did joke to me beforehand when the toss was being done, Kirsty Gordon. I'll try and remember to not walk off after 20 overs. Such was her side being so used to T20 cricket, but having had such a good T20 campaign Blaze, remember that they only lost 1 game of the 12 that they played across the group stage and finals day. They've carried that form on into the 50 over stuff. And out comes Alexa Stonehouse in the most perilous of positions. Required run rate is comfortably into double figures with just 3 wickets left in the hutch.
Couple of dark clouds ahead as well, which are never welcome.
Stonehouse just guiding that first ball she's faced straight to short mid-wicket. Blaze eyeing bowling Stars out, grabbing those 5 points and getting an early coach back to Nottingham. Into the pads, Gordon's appealing with real ferocity. We've been talking a couple of overs back about what a fiery competitor she is. Hunting more wickets here. Obviously, that's very much not behind the bowler's arm, so haven't quite got the perfect view when it comes to the line, and it certainly looked a decent shout, but Sophie McClellan said no. And that would make to be the end of the over. Indeed, it is 161 for 7 off 29. A successful over for Gordon, who you can see is pulling her cap over her head in frustration as she has a chat to umpire McClelland about the reason given for why the finger didn't go up for a second time in the over.
Well, it looked like the batter was playing all round a straight one, and I think most people were fearing from a Stars perspective that index finger might go up. It hasn't.
Number 77, Heather Gray.
It's going to be a change of bowling here. I wonder if it's the chance to possibly get Heather Graham back in, and the Australian could possibly pick up a fifer here if she can bowl well at the tail.
Your thoughts went in the same direction as mine. A Michelle definitely a possibility for the Aussie here. Has been a bit of a haunter of Stars recently. Took 3 for 16 against Stars in the T20 final 8 days ago in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and now already has a 3 for today. Bowling to Stonehouse with a deep set onside field. gone backward of square. We'll need a big chase coming round. Won't be stopped. 4 runs. Excellent shot from Davidson-Richards. Just using the inward angle from that Graham delivery against the bowler.
Leg side, wasn't it, into the pads, and the batter couldn't be sure whether the fielder might be able to cut it off. Josie Groves was in pursuit. She shouted push straight away to try and turn 1 into 2 as it is. The ball had the legs. Davidson-Richards on to 31.
Hard down the ground. Back-to-back boundaries for Davidson-Richards. Well, even when she's injured and visibly in a bit of discomfort, she's still such a joy to watch. This time, too far outside off from Graham. Davidson-Richards just opened those hands and powered it down the ground.
Yep, just bludgeoned. It was caught fairly low down the bat, but it is a powerful chase bat that she uses. It's raced away to the boundary's edge.
Slow ball, hit hard by Davidson-Richards, taken by mid-wicket on the bounce, fielded by McCarthy. Expensive 1 brings Stonehouse on to strike.
2 boundaries to start the over, never likely to continue, and unfortunately from a Stars perspective, Davidson-Richards just moves off strike, but if Stonehouse can look to play to her, it's unlikely. But you can never write anybody off in the game of cricket.
Long on's come up to mid-on. Deep cover's gone out. And short fine leg has come up into the circle at a catching mid-wicket position. Well bowled by Graham and gone. Stonehouse has to go for a 3rd ball duck, and Blaze are just 2 wickets away from completing victory.
There's wicket number 4 of the innings for the Australian. You can see looking to try and whip it through the leg side. No connection with the bat. Trapped in front. Up goes the index finger. Jack Shantry says that's enough. Stonehouse makes her way back.
And that's classic Graham. Good lines, good lengths, wicket to wicket. Just nipping back. A tricky customer, and she's 1 away from a Michelle 5 foot, and she has 2 wickets that can be taken to grab it.
Danny Gregory coming in with the only wicket left in the hutch, Tilly Corteen-Coleman. She's just padding up.
Yeah, Gregory relatively rarely seen with bat in hand for the Stars. Made 1 off 4 in the final. She's really thoughtful, impressive cricketer. Her dad and her brother are both coaches at a very good level. She did her level 2 when she was just 18 years old. Something to watch out for post-career. Right now she's facing Graham. He's driving confidently into the covers for no run.
Yeah, nice to see and hear that when you know cricketers want to try and develop themselves whilst playing with life after cricket. That's very, very encouraging.
I think it's clear one way or another she'll definitely have a career in and around sport. Studied sport and exercise science at uni. Gregory will get off the mark here. Turned away to deep backward square leg. An intrinsic part of Stars history, Danny Gregory, the first Stars player to reach 50 appearances. Worth saying on the other side of the fence today is that over's completed. 171 for 8 of 30. Successful over for Graham. Congratulations to Marie Kelly, who got her cap presentation pre-match for her 50th appearance for Blaze. Blaze once upon a time left for Lightning as well, of course. Kelly marking the occasion with a half century as Sarah Bryce takes a quick, well-earned drink from the 12th.
Indeed, yeah, 14 overs to go in the innings. A reminder that England women beat New Zealand by 8 wickets earlier on today.
Yeah, and 2 of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy games already done. Gordon wanting more wickets and nearly getting one there.
Just racing past the outside edge, and again Gregory is facing up, turning this one onto the leg side. The sun is back out, which is always pleasing to see as a helicopter goes overhead. You probably picked that up on the microphones that we're using here at the county ground in Beckenham. You are with us on the South East Stars live stream, a couple of away games before we return here in 2 weeks' time. Again, Gordon continuing to work her magic. She's been very impressive in this over, as she has been throughout the piece. She's into her fifth over in fact. She's picked up 1 wicket. She felt that she should have had another LBW shout. Was turned down by Sophie McClelland. Again, a carbon copy of the previous delivery. Gregory using that bottom hand to shovel it into the leg side, straight to the fielder. And here is the captain once more down the leg side, signal wide. It's going to run down to the boundary's edge, so an expensive wide there with the boundary and the signal from the umpire.
Yeah, had been on for a maiden. The skipper has now got the double teapot on in frustration.
Wearing the sunglasses when she bowls, Gordon. She'll be pretty pleased with her contribution nonetheless. Just 2 wickets in hand, 143 from 79 wins it. Even with Davidson-Richards out there, there will be few who could be ultra positive. That is the end of the over. Gordon just kind of takes her cap in a little bit of disgust because she wanted that maiden. It's not there, but she's only going at 4 and over, and they are closing in on victory here at the Blaze. 178 for 6 the score.
Yeah, you are at the point where it's probably more towards when rather than if, bar an incredible assault even by the impeccably high standards of Alice Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, Alex has made a good point. It is the net run rate damage limitation. That is the game within the game.
Well, there will also be a target here to deny Blaze a bonus point, but that feels quite a way off at this stage.
It really
for
does.
Stars.
Yeah, Davidson-Richards on strike, 36 from 30, and facing up as she hits the ball out here towards cow corner. That's going to beat the fielder. Absolutely no chance of cutting that off. Plenty of power in that bottom hand. Here we go again, just getting the chance to see it banged into the surface, sat up nicely. The half volley picked by the batter and put away.
So just doing a bit of quick maths, you've got to have a run rate 1.25 times better than the oppo to take the bonus point. So I make it that about 260 from here is needed for Stars to just deny Blaze a 5-pointer.
176 for 8 is the score. This is hit uppish. It should evade the 2 fielders and run away, and it has. Back-to-back boundaries from Davidson-Richards. Suddenly she moves on to 44. Good shot this.
The one thing you would say with ADR, she is one of those players as an all-rounder that has that kind of stage presence almost, that when she's out there, you and both the opposing team always think anything is possible.
Yep, there's a little bit of an aura. Davidson-Richards 6 away towards that half century. This is hit high up in the air, down to third it goes. In fact, it's just going to loop up into the air, and unfortunately the stay is at an end. Comfortably taken by the fielder, and as it went up, you always fancied that, I believe it was Catherine Bryce, might be able to, in fact it wasn't, but it went high up into the air, looping. They go into a huddle, so we just lose who got in behind it. Either way, it's a good take.
It is Catherine Bryce.
It is Catherine Bryce. I thought it was. There we are.
Having a good chuckle about it, because there was a moment where it looked like there was going to be a confusion there about who would catch it. And in the end, Catherine Bryce confidently called it and took it, even though it appeared that another fielder might have had a slightly easier path to the ball. Ultimately, congratulations to Heather Graham. She is a 5 foot. She's bowled well. She's deserved it. And, well, there's quite a few of the Stars top order who will have Heather Graham haunting their dreams and nightmares, because she took a 3 foot when Blaze beat Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final 8 days ago, and she's taken a 5 for today.
Well, we said we don't see much of Danny Gregory with the pads on. We don't see much of Tilly Corteen-Coleman either. Just as we've mentioned the bowler, and it has been an excellent hand from Graham to take the 5 wickets, I think we should mention ADR going out there. She's not at her best fitness-wise, but she wanted to try and contribute to the team. It was always going to be very, very unlikely with her at the crease. The game now very much does look at an end, barring a miracle, and it would have to be quite a big one. Corteen-Coleman, what can she produce? We know how good she is with the ball in hand. A left-hand batter, facing up to Graham, who's conceded those 2 boundaries and then picked up the wicket. This one worked down to 3rd. 1 run picked up. Corteen-Coleman off the mark. The gentleman in front of us, who's had the linear sheet out, has seen enough. He's on his way back, heading to Beckenham Junction. He might be going to Beckenham Hill, might be in the jam jar, we don't know. The only thing we do is that his afternoon here at the county ground in Beckenham is at an end, and we are very nearly done here. Just the 1 wicket required for victory for the Blaze. Slightly uppish as Gregory drives to cover. Plenty of chat and chirper as we hear a motorbike in the distance getting ever closer, very throaty. He's going along Worsley Bridge Road. $185 for 9. The score remains as Gregory on strike hits this uppishly, and it might be another catch, and it is, and that is the game done. Cassidy McCarthy making no mistake as the ball was hit there to her at straight mid-wicket. She was able to take the catch, and that is the end of the contest, and it is going to be a victory for the Blaze. In fairness, they've been the better side in this one. As good as the Stars are, sometimes you just have to say that you've been up against a very, very good side, and that's exactly what the Blaze are proving to be. Another wicket for Graham, 6 for 39 from the 6 overs that she's bowled. It's been a very, very impressive performance put up by the Blaze, and they've won this one at a canter. Frustrating then, Gregory sent on her way back 4-1. Another wicket for Graham, caught there by McCarthy, and that is the end of the game. And 133 runs is the victory margin. Well done to the ground staff. They worked well to get us back out there. Well done to all of the players, because we've had a game of cricket, and the officials, we can't forget them. A couple of away games to look forward to now for the Stars before we are back here in 2 weeks' time. And we very much look forward to hopefully a couple of positive results. It was good coming into it. The Stars had won 4 from 6. It's still decent, 4 from 7. But the Blaze, who haven't started well, have only picked up their 3rd win. They've had 4 defeats as well. But this one has been fairly comprehensive. And it is the Blaze who have registered victory at a canter. The players just shaking hands, which is always very sporting and always good to see.
None for 34. Catherine Bryce, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1.
Not the day that we wanted from a Stars perspective. Defeat, of course, just over a week ago in the Charlotte Edwards. Then you go back into this competition, coming into the RHF, the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, and what you would have wanted to see is a positive performance. 1 win so far. Southern Vipers have beaten Western Storm by 7 wickets, and also confirmation that the Blaze have won under the DLS method by 133 runs here. Stars dismissed for 185. We'll just have a look at that match summary. As you can see, the Blaze 318 for 8 from their 44 overs, the rain intervening. Sarah Bryce top scoring with 81, as Michael mentioned. It set the tone at the top. Claridge hitting hard at the end, 71 from 45. Kelly contributed with 52, and we also saw Catherine Bryce score 30 in that imposing total. South East Stars chasing down, or hoping to chase down, but getting nowhere close. Davidson-Richards top scored with 44 from 33. Tash Farrant at the top made 35. Cranstone contributed a well-mastered 33, but it was only a runner ball. And Hill, the wicket-keeper, typically busy, 17 from 16. Graham, the star bowler, 6 for 39. Groves took 2. Bryce and Gordon 1 apiece, and it is the Blaze who've registered victory in comprehensive fashion. A reminder that we've got those 2 away games before we return here in 2 weeks' time. Keep the faith, make sure you keep backing the Stars. Some wonderful players within the team, but unfortunately at the county ground in Beckenham, it is the visitors who've taken the points, and they'll make their way back to the East Midlands in positive fashion. From Michael McCann, myself, Jamie Reid, and everybody working on the live stream, thanks as always for joining us, and we'll see you again very soon. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.